We're showing stories told. Watch the fire burn away the cold. I am rising from the dust. Despite how much we lost, you will not take away my strength. You will not take away my strength. Shoulders, we're showing stories told. Watch the fire burn away the cold. I am rising from the dust. Despite how much we lost, you will not take away my strength. You will not take away my strength.
SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
Welcome everyone to the last day of the Northern League of Legends Championship 2024 Summer Regular Split. My name is Alexandra Shadomaya. I'll be your host. I have more than 4 pixels finally, but also I have more than 2 people at the desk. Let's introduce the individuals. Let's start with Duckling, Initialize, and there's a dinosaur!
Where?
Gosh, sometimes we do our
What did you
best.
expect from
is
that?
it late already?
What did you
or-
expect?
It's early, right? Okay.
Yeah,
It's early, Dino.
Normally,
Welcome
like
to the
humor
desk.
tends to go down later in the night, but yeah, sure.
So how are you feeling? Welcome to NLC.
I'm feeling weird just because we are already in playoffs, and now I'm going back to like the day before playoffs for you guys, and at the same time it's been a while since I've casted from home and in English, so it's a bit of a weird, recognizable but new feeling at the same time. I don't know.
Hey, it seems like it's going to be chaotic. Exactly like NLC. Oh, which webcam? Okay, this is the webcam I should be looking by the way.
How many do you have?
Host, by the way, great camera skills. You know,
I have
so
2
you know which camera
webcams
to look
right in
at.
front of me. I'm confused. There's no light, but also there's light on the caster's desk. Let's toss it to middle cut in Ruddy. I think he got home by now. Oh, he did. Welcome.
Yeah.
Oh, new background and everything. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, we are here, inside my bedroom, as per usual. For some reason, Brew Dude never wants me to go into his room. He just doesn't seem to tidy it at all, so we always end up having to do these joint casts from my bedroom, which is fine. I didn't spend half an hour tidying before he got home from work, but he did get me nuggets, so I'm kind of happy.
A win's a win, right?
Win's a win.
I'm so glad I got that information. I don't know what I would do without it, but also I don't know what to do with it. Thank you so much. I'll see you soon. Toss it to the desk.
I am aware that Ruski Rudude's beard is slowly getting to the length of his actual hair. Can we get a point where it's like equilibrium on top as below? Like,
I'm
what will
enjoying.
that look like? Will that kind of like level of power be acceptable in society? I don't know.
It should. I love it. I mean, I have a beard. You have a beard. Dino
Straight.
can grow a beard.
I can't. That's
Duckling
false
is on the
information.
desk. It's lovely.
You know damn well that I can grow a beard. You remember last week on the show, I didn't shave because I wanted to show you the progress I'd made. You complimented it.
Was that a beard?
What? Okay, what do you have to say about it, Initialize? I mean, yes, you can grow a beard, but I'm able to do so too. I mean, you can already see it's coming out.
Okay, like able, I think is the word that I have to take umbrage with. Like, I'm not sure that was successful, but it was
If
there.
this is your first
Something.
time watching the Northern League of Legends Championship, we actually talk about League of Legends from time to time. But hey, if you have a great beard, welcome as well. I don't know why. But also, you're
Duckling
welcome
style.
to join in for the last day of the Fantasy League. This is your moment for the regular split. You have these 3 beautiful prizes if you can join and be at the top of the league. Not like Duckling. He's trying his best, but that's all he can do for now. But look at these prizes. I know you don't have a lot of time, but this is also my call out for everyone that is on the league to now update your roster. We're jumping into playoffs, so keep that in mind.
Yeah,
Tell me,
I have some sad news. I was ranked 18 when we did this yesterday. After yesterday's performances, I'm now down to number 21 in the leaderboard. What I will say though, Initialize, I am still pretty sure I am miles ahead of you in the standings.
Oh yeah, no, I had
So
Alex
back
in
off,
the jungles,
buddy,
not
back
the real
off.
for me, unfortunately.
That's all
Yeah,
I'm
but
Alex
I'm
is
doing
your fantasy
predictions.
league?
I'm doing quite one of the predictions though, aren't I? How many perfect days do you have?
I think I have 3, and that's actually that's a lot more than I
I
should.
think I'm on 6 now. I'm 5 or 6.
And somehow you're still not the first place. I don't know how.
I'm third with 5 perfect days. What is
It's-
going on? The system's rigged against me.
I don't know. It's reduced because of his beard. I think we're just giving points to people with beard. And Dino, you joined in on predictions as well. So let's show predictions,
Yeah.
and you can talk to me about your predictions.
So I don't know what the
Not
guests,
yet. Okay, but yes.
what the guests
Tell
have
me.
been up to. I looked at I got the sheet. I looked at the scores and I was like, that's bad. Then I saw you have this system where you can bet points and stuff. So I just went for 2 perfect days, with the first day being the easy one. That's already in the book. But today I just went to do some flips to maybe catch some people off guards. So I'm the only one that believes in Lungfist. And I hope it pays off. But yeah.
I was confused
see.
about that one. That one and blue whites. But then I recall, hey, X-Drop exists. So I don't know. It might still be a close one. For Northern Ruddy, I actually sat down and took a lot of time debating this one. I think this could be really interesting with the addition of the jungler and all that. So my analysis was I flipped the coin.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Hey, let's show the schedule. You know the predictions. Might as well show you the games. You might get a hint of what games we're going to be playing today. We're going to start up with Nord versus Ruddy. That's going to be the first one. And this is the high anticipated game between Nord and Ruddy. Now with the jungler. Now with the coach. LLS will take on Venom Crest. It doesn't mean anything towards playoffs because Venom Crest are already locked in, but at least we get to know their place. Venom versus Blue Whites will be the third one, and we'll wrap up the regular split with DMG versus Natives. DMG already locked in fourth place for the playoffs, and Natives are already locked in on their place. They're not going relegations, so that's really important for them. They were celebrating yesterday on Twitter as well, and we should all celebrate. We had a wonderful split, at least in my opinion. So that's why I wanted to do something with the three of you. Since we have so much power now on the desk, I would like to talk about every single team, but picking a player that could be highlighted, not because he made the entire split, but just because, hey, we should highlight this player because of this reason. We have a list. In my opinion, we should start by Blue Whites, and I think Custom is a good one to start.
Yeah, I think he is, especially because he had to come into a team that was given a very unenviable role this split. Namely, jumping in at the last minute with an organization that wasn't quite there. And it's been, I think we had the kind of the state list. It was the summer split boot camp a lot of ways. A lot of these players, it's their first step up to Div 1, and they had to grow into it. And Costum joined the roster partway through and has actually done a seriously impressive amount of work. Some of those numbers are really, really good, especially for a team that's only got the one win. That's really, really impressive, and I think he has been a very consistent member of a team that has been unfortunately quite inconsistent or consistently struggling, and he has done himself proud. He's really grown into the position, especially considering mid lane in the NLC at the top end is actually pretty contested. You know, when you're going up against the likes of Alex, who's bringing out a Zed on styling and people, you have to be ready and willing to play with that, and he's been certainly a huge part of doing that, and I have nothing but credit to give to this man who was otherwise in a very, very challenging position.
I'm sad we didn't get to see the Kassadin in the mid lane. Maybe today will be blessed by that. But it's also adding on the interviews. I really enjoyed the fact that they were talking, hey, Custom not only brought some light into the gameplay, but also into the team spirit. And we can't really make that count in terms of statistics, but it's really important when the team just starts clicking. We could actually see Blue Whites becoming better day by day. They got one win, but they made a lot of people bleed. Obviously, they didn't got more than one win. Who knows by the end of today, but at least they made people bleed, and that's really interesting. I don't know if you folks agree with me or not.
Yeah, I very much do agree. And speaking of another team, right, that didn't have the split they hoped for, I want to turn to Natives, and I in particular want to look at Hybrid here because, fair to say Natives, according to their own expectations, when we listened to what Demp had to say in your Inside the Scope interview before the split Ashram, they obviously wanted to aim for playoffs. They fell kind of short of that, but I think Hybrid is someone who, coming out of nowhere, like very hard to even research anything about this player, he has performed well. I think one of his big stumbling blocks has been the meta. Like, I think he has been the best on things like the volleyball, these engaged junglers where he can take the mantle and lead his team to an early game lead. Whereas later on in the split, we have seen the brand and the Cyber rise in priority. But when he has gotten the volleyball and stuff like this, he has looked really good. I think he's a fun, creative playmaker to watch when he is on these champions. And yeah, I think he has built a good foundation to become an NLC staple in the next few years.
Exactly that, and I feel like obviously these numbers aren't going to be something you write home about, go, wow, this is amazing, but again, that wasn't his role on the team. His role was there to be the tip of the spear, a very aggressive early game player on things like the volleyball, on things like the I'm going to call it a rock side, it's a Rek'Sai, there we go, find the correct way to phrase that champion, but that's the kind of player he is, and again, Duckling's right, the meta hasn't necessarily been his exact fit, but I think considering that, considering what the team required of him within that as well, he has been a huge part of the success they have found. And I am excited to see him again somewhere, somehow, because I think he has definitely earned another shot at this level of League of Legends. I'm hoping with a meta that allows him to flourish just that touch more.
Yeah, I think as an outsider looking in, just hitching my wagon on this real quick. If we think about the stats in a team like this, looking at this jungler in this role, and if you look at his skill participation, he actually did a really good job. Like the things they did on the map was always centered around his play, and I think that's something that scouts tend to overlook a bit when a team is losing. Actually being involved in all the plays is a big factor that, okay, this player was actually trying something on the map, maybe look at how he moves and how he operates, and I think he did a really great job in that aspect. But I jumped in because I can't wait. The next player that I want to talk about is a little bit closer to home for me, is some Benelux pride, and it's X-Drop. You guys got a taste of what X-Drop can do out of lane and in-game and in team fights. I'm a bit sad that how the split played out for him, because looking at the lane, like when I saw in off season that he got the lane with Calm Sky and those two players know each other from LPLOL, that would have been an S++ tier in the LPLOL, so I really wanted them to make a push for playoffs. Sadly, they kind of fell off a little bit. I think the bot side was really definitely not the issue, and if you look at these stats, I think they already paint that picture. X-Drop coming back from coaching to play a split like this really makes me hungry for him to say after this, like, okay, I still got it. Maybe coaching isn't the angle. Maybe I should just keep on playing, embodying some kids. I do believe after his stint with MCon in the Benelux that he likes coaching and that he will probably gravitate back to it. But if I can put some weight in that scale, please, X-Drop, give us just 1 or 2 more seasons of your amazing gameplay before you go into the nether of coaching.
I mean, to jump in there a little bit as well, because this is a guy, as you said, came back from coaching to play, and not just play, dominate on a roster that otherwise has kind of struggled. Didn't make playoffs, but still is in a running, and it's a dark horse running, don't get me wrong, because there's been some really phenomenal players this split, but he's in a running for MVP. It depending on what your criteria is. This is a guy who has, against all odds, put up those numbers, been a consistent win condition for a team, is arguably the best in his role, despite his team very much not being. That is seriously impressive stuff, and to do that when the rest of your team isn't quite clicking in the way that, say, Ruddy kind of eventually did at the end of the split, right, is really, really impressive. Now, that's not to say he will be MVP or anything like that, but the fact that you could put his name in that hat and people go, yeah, I could see it, says a hell of a lot for a player who was supposed to be a coach this split. That is mental.
Yeah, I very much agree. I think him and Komsky was a fun 2v2 to watch. Very exciting. I really enjoyed it, and I like, the idea Verden had as well from taking 2 players. And still, I know NLC currently isn't the biggest ERL, but from smaller ERLs than ours who have proven themselves there and given them the chance on a bit of a bigger stage, and they've really shown through. I think they were one of the, honestly, top 4 2v2 bot lanes we had in our league, I will say. I do really rate both Komsky and X-Drop, and we'll be sad to see if he goes back into coaching, but I have no doubt he will make a good coach if that is the path he goes on. But speaking of someone transitioning, I think someone who's transitioned well from the NLC Division 2 into the First Division is one of my Danes. One of the Danes I will say I missed. I pride myself on knowing the next upcoming Danish talent, but Elijah from Longest Lightside was not a player on my radar when we kicked off the split. And I'm absolutely embarrassed because, like, what a player this guy is. He has performed incredibly well. Look at these stats. He's a rookie for crying out loud. And on a Longest Lightside roster, which I think no one expected to make playoffs, and they've kept their run towards playoffs alive for so long, only just dying yesterday after Venom Crest victory. Like, these numbers, his ability to both carry, play the tank for the team, his Cassandra yesterday, incredible. He continually put up good performances, and I think he's still the leader in solo kills in our league. For a rookie to come up and do this after a split in the NLC Division 2 where he got 7th place, like, this is insane. I am so excited by this player, and I can't wait to see what he will do next, because, I mean, there is one hell of a player in here. Such a fun guy to watch.
And the thing is as well, you said his Cassandra yesterday. I was looking through some VODs, preparing myself for today to dip my toes into the NLC and also maybe make a scout report for the ASL teams. I'm glad he didn't make it because his Cassandra every single game is just completely out of this world. The way he's able to control a top lane on that champion, and the way he's able to actually enter team fights and make the backline scared for their lives every single second of every single mid to late game situation is something that other teams should rightfully be afraid of. So for me, looking at international play, I'm kind of glad we don't have to face this guy. But as you said, for a rookie, this was an insane split. Sadly, they didn't make playoffs. That would be the difference between like a normal insane split and a breakout split. But I still think he should be on the radar of a lot of teams going forward.
Yeah, and I think with this as well, like again, 16 solo kills, 6 higher than next, than basically like everyone else. Like Alex got 10 for the comparison. And again, there are still questions, there's still things that need to be broadened out, but as Duckling said, he's a rookie. And after the early weeks where he really looked like he was struggling, to then end up in a position where he tops out solo kill charts, is a real strength for the team, is impressive stuff. Yes, we still want to see a little bit more out of the champion pool. He was very reliant on the Cassandre, despite the fact, obviously, he broke everybody's ankles on it. He was basically writing the copy paste to himself every time he touched the champion. We all know how it goes. But yeah, I mean, the other thing is, he was in a very contested role, right? Because another player I know we want to talk about is Bucci, right? Who is kind of the other side of that coin on a bit of a more successful team. This guy, with his terrifying taxidermied fox in his room, is one of the absolute best we've got in the league. All of those numbers are so impressive, which is just amazing stuff. Like the DPM, the damage numbers, the champions he's playing, everything from Renekton to the Rumble. He's got his Gragas kind of pocket pick that he's coming out with. He's been such a menace for DMG and has been a large part of why they made such the run they did. He's been so annoying to manage.
Yeah, and just to add on to Bucci, right? We saw him in spring, and I'm gonna be honest. I mean, he didn't look all too amazing, and I thought when DMG picked him up, obviously, I've talked about this all, but I have a huge faith in the DMG backroom staff, so I thought surely they must have seen something in him that I didn't see in spring, because the level wasn't there. And the step up that he has taken with the one split to be now arguably in a very stacked top laner league, I will say. I think we have great top laners here. He's near the top of my list for MVPs in the top lane. Like, the level he has taken from spring to summer, the jump there is so incredible, and it's really, really good to see.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. And again, we've had a few players who we will be having those discussions about, well, are they the MVP and why? And those discussions, I'm sure, will be happening as we hit playoffs and stuff. But I think you're right to call out Bucci as one of those potential angles. Someone else I might throw that in as a bit of a dark horse. There was Lingard down in the bot lane, who has been, alongside Fruity Fresh, such a mastermind of champion diversity. He's putting up very, very impressive numbers. That is hard to do. To be at that kind of level with the KD, the DPM, the gold difference, the CSD, he's been given a lot of resources, but then delivering in the way he is, like you are given all of this gold, all of the CS, he has absolutely cracked heads, Venom Crest, and then doing so while having some of those AP carries alongside Fruity Fresh, like having the Hui down there and cracking heads on it, should be really terrifying. He has been so good and so creative. We may have lost someone like Den Voxnay, who of course was our OG kind of creative AP bot lane player, but he's been stepping into that role. We've got arguably more Hui players than we do traditional AD carry players here, but Lingard has been right at the top of that list, and Venom Crest in general have been so scary in part because no matter the game state, that man will find an advantage and will be a menace in teamfights on some random champion that he's just rolled in on ARAM and decided to play. It's ridiculous.
I'm personally glad to hear that we're not the only ones suffering from Hueys in the bot lane. But I wanted to highlight another player, because I think something that is criminally overlooked is how hard it is to be the solution for a team. And that's why I want to talk about Jokai and Nord. It's really easy to be the problem. It's really hard to be the solution. And for Nord to turn the ship around, they changed up in the jungle, and looking at the stats, you would be like, okay, kill participation is not that high, gold per minute is not that great. What could he bring to the table? Well, apparently, he's just involved in every good play this team started making since he joined. And that has to say something. He's probably the guy that is pulling a lot of those shots, that's calling a lot of those shots. And on his Maokai, on his Nidalee, he's able to take over a game, which for a Maokai, you think, that should be really easy, but lately in other ERLs, I've seen Maokai's fall flat a lot in jungle, and I like to see a jungler that can manage that champion. So in general, I think with the APs in the jungle now for Nord, with the fact that he also put up such a good fight on the Maokai, I think they now have a new weapon going into playoffs, and that's why I predicted Nord today. Maybe they have the tempo and the advantage right now to make a very, very big statement going into those playoffs with, okay, with Yoka on the roster, we are actually a different team.
But for that, they need to win versus Ruddy, the first place team so far. They have been undefeated on the second half of the split. And talking about Ruddy, let's highlight the AD carry. I know we could highlight every single one of these folks, but Nata, it's lovely to see him shining on the summer split of all splits.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? We all know Nata from his championship with X7 in the past. And the thing about Nata, right, is he's been the consistent block around Ruddy because they have Alaric, they have Alex, they have Kiturikan, who just likes to go crazy. Same for Build. But whenever these crazy plays, maybe every now and then, fail, the fallback is Nata because he's been farming well in lane. He's maybe even gotten a solo kill on the opposing AD carry. He's gotten a few plays. He's built up a lead that he can then take to say, you know, guys, I know your aggression failed this time. I got it. I'll carry us to victory. And that's what I really rate, right? He is the consistent block that Ruddy need to be a top team.
And they're going to be fighting versus Nord. This is the match we've been waiting for with everyone on the roster as well. No coaches, nothing against them, but it's important to get a 5v5 before those playoffs. Initialize, I know you want to talk a little bit about this, so hit me.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, we're going to have another really great test here for Nat. He's going to go up against Ecstasy, who's another one of those really good bot lanes. Again, it feels like this split, we've come up with a few bot laners who've been really, really strong. We mentioned X-Drop. Ecstasy's right up there as well, has been such a consistent player. And Nata is someone on the team who's often asked to play some really weird roles in Ruddy, because guaranteed the jungler's going to be playing like Karthus and farming like a beast. You've got Built who'll be picking up Riven somewhere, and suddenly you get no attention. But your support's going to be roaming to join up with that, and therefore Nata's role in the team is never that solidified. And at ERL level, that's so challenging. I know we'll be heading pretty shortly into picks and bans, but I suspect here again, he's going to be asked to just play a role that's kind of left to him. And the fact that he is so flexible in either being weak side or strong side, and champion pool-wise so diverse, is really, really cool to see. And it's great to see that development from a couple years back where actually X7 were so dominant, but sometimes Nata himself could be a point of attack. And I don't think that's been as free a choice this split, really, in the NLC. And that's real credit to Nata, as we are absolutely into picks and bans, and we'll see exactly what he decides to play today.
There was so much trash talk in the interviews between these two teams going towards this one. We don't know if they're going to be fighting against each other on playoffs. That could happen. That could be a reality. This is on the making right now. This will kind of define that at the end of the day, as we're being removed like a lot of junglers from the pool. The Zac obviously being removed as well. Kitruken is also another danger. They need to take that into consideration. But Yoka hasn't fought Kitruken yet.
Yeah, like what I really like here, right? I highlighted this yesterday, but I find it so crazy that Alaric Zac as a support is so good that it has to be banned every game. It is crazy to see. And same pretty much goes to Kiturikan's, Kathas, right? We saw that yesterday as well. The fact that Ruddy forced pretty much every team to just ban out their pocket picks, and that leaves open obviously some meta champions like Tristana, first pick here for Nord.
Looking
yeah,
at
the
the
fact we're
draft,
seeing the trade of those is crazy. I mean, what have you got, Dino? You spotted something. I'm saying you stare very intensely.
yeah,
at the
the
screen.
thing is, if you look at the junglers that Ruddy is targeting with the Zyra, with the Maokai, it's more of a target ban against Choka as well than what you would typically see in the meta. I mean, the Zyra got a lot of nerfs in the recent patches for competitive. So I think this could be highlighting how Ruddy wants to tackle playoffs, because we need to remember these teams are going to face each other again 9 times out of 10. So in that regard, this is a very important draft to just take lessons from for both teams. And I think Ruddy right now is that we're not going to deal with the Zyra or the Maokai.
Brandon Rell being taken in from Nord, and this is important. But I do believe on playoffs we're going to be watching the 14.14, and maybe those hits will be online, not with a hyper carry. That would be an interesting one. But AP jungler versus AP jungler, but there's a lot of mobility on Kitarukan, and we know he's extremely dangerous with that one. Tell me, Initialize.
I think part of it as well is we are seeing more and more teams default to having mobility on your AD carries, the Ezreals, the Lucians, the Zeris, the Corkis, even depending on whatever role they're in, that ability to self-peel from both mid and bot, because let's be real, both are AD carry roles right now, has been so valuable, and it makes the life of your engaged champions that much harder to bring them down. Ezreal Fnatic can do exactly that. You are a champion that is so self-reliant, and as fights go longer, your ability to impact them consistently is so difficult. And you've got two of our better carry jungler players in the league here as well, and Kiturikan up against Yorka. You said they haven't played off against each other. They got the tools here to really take over the game if they do get that early gold. And that means, I think, as we come to those objective fights, as we come to those 5v5s, it's going to get real bloody real fast. And I hope Middlecott and Ruddy have got their vocal cords warmed up.
Yeah, like this is just a classic Ruddy draft, right? You've got the AP jungle for Katurgan, AD mid for Alex, and then that's, as you said, self-reliant. He'll take the Ezreal, he'll survive the laning phase and be the backup if the aggression fails. And as we move into the second ban phase, Kai'Sa, Renekton taken away. And it seems like Nord are pretty much banning out the composition from Ruddy yesterday, having removed 3 of the champions they played yesterday in that Yasuo, Kathis, and now the Malphite as well.
I like taking away the hard engage with the Malphite. The Riven is also another target ban there. For the Nord comp, if you already see Rel, the ban of Rumble was actually really good in that first rotation for Ruddy, because Rumble and Rel is a very, very tough combination for a lot of teams to play against, even with those mobile AD carries you have right now. Another champ that really slots into that spot is the Misfortune, but then this Braum would be genius, because now that isn't even that good of an option, because Braum can just jump in front of the Misfortunal. So I think Ruddy is actually doing a really good job on the red side, drafting what they want, but also kind of dismantling what cool combos Nord could make out of their draft.
I really like that point about the Misfortune, because she has really been rising in priority. And you might still go to it, because you've got a great combo for it. It's just that Braum makes it a lot trickier. It's not bad with the Ezreal as well. I think Nilla as well is going to be asked to blind pick, and Built as a player as well has really grown into the split, has kind of really stepped up. I think people were a little... I think underwhelmed is harsh, but he wasn't like the number one player in his role, which people like Katurgan and Alex were vying for from the very moment they touched the stage, and Built's had to grow towards that point. And now that he's given counter pick here, that Luke Skywalker pick red 5, he could do some serious damage with it. I wonder whether something like the Zeri might come on in here for Ecstasy, but he does tend towards those hyper-scaling champions. Smolder would be that. The question is, of course, whether you can get away with it versus Ruddy, who do like to put the pedal down pretty fast in games. And
he's gonna do it.
Built with counter picks. There you go.
He's gonna do it, Divine again on the top side, and it's like, you wanna scale with the Dino, with the Smolder? Well, we got our own scaling as well. We saw that yesterday with X-Drop. It didn't quite work out, but let's see if Built is able to do it.
Yeah, the big thing for me, right, is we've talked so much about the counter picks, the Ruddy draft has been traditional, Ecstasy is on the scaling, but I want to highlight Hunt has been in incredible form these past few weeks, and like his Tristana, we saw it yesterday, single-handedly, when things got tough for Nord, he was the one to pull them over the finish line and get that W on the board. I think he's rising up there as one of the best mids we have in the league. He's grown well into the split, and his Tristana has been nothing short of phenomenal, so I think I'm really excited to see how him and Alex stack up against each other now.
I also kind of want to chime in that I really like the Smolder pick, but let's go into the game really fast. I think archetype-wise, it can fill the same role as an MF, because you still have a lot of AoE damage to drop if Rel finds a combo, if Brand finds a combo, but at the same time, you do scale into the late game. But if you scale into the late game against the Vayne, I mean, you're not really scaling. You're just waiting to get your things handed to you. I almost slipped a very bad English word in there. So I want to see how Ruddy plays out this draft, because I'm kind of fearing for my prediction right now.
You told me, Duckling, Hunt yesterday saved Nord from what could be a defeat versus Blue Whites. That was versus Blue Whites. Can they do it versus Ruddy? Ruddy is at the top of the mountain. They're waiting for someone to match their win streak right now. In order to do so, let's toss it to the Summoners Rift. And with that, we're going to introduce Rudud, the man with the beard, and the man that has nothing. Well, it's Middlecott.
I've literally got a moustache. I've literally got a moustache. A more refined piece of facial hair, if I do say so myself. Yes, Ruddy versus Nord, match of the day, kicking us off the final day of competition here in the regular split. And that champion select was looking pretty standard, but of course, Ruddy spiced it up with that 5th pick, Vayne. Rudid, how do you think Built's going to be doing on this pick?
Well, Built has played Vayne before so far this season. Played it like 2 weeks ago, right, against Shihan's Darius, and won that match quite handily as well, it must be said. Shihan's Darius hasn't been looking quite like the same flavour that it did do in previous splits. So with him being almost Vayne aficionado of the team, I know we've seen Nata play it as well, but the power of this Vayne in the top side, specifically versus a tank, definitely cannot be understated. Its ability to side lane, its ability to actually cut down a tank in the late game, definitely going to be something worth keeping our eyes on.
And of course, whilst both these teams locked into playoffs, already even locked into first, if Nord get the win today and then Lightside do them a favour by beating Venom Crest in our next game, then that is going to lock Nord in for second place and give them an opportunity to match up against Ruddy in that Juggernaut matchup in playoffs.
Yeah, this could potentially be a preview to our upper final match that will get played, I believe, next week. So we'll have to keep our eyes on how well Nord keep their focus this game. Obviously going to be a tall order. They are the only team left that can stop Ruddy from going on a complete unbeaten streak in the second half.
Let's see if they can do it, or if the Ruddy faithful will be rewarded with yet another victory. We're heading on to Summoner's Rift right now. And here we go. The final time this split that Ruddy and Nord will be facing off in a BO1. Well, only the second time,
Well, yeah.
really. But it does always feel like an event when we get these two organizations hitting Summoner's Rift against each other.
I remember when we were watching these two teams play each other the first time round, I was like, when do they play again? And then I looked at the schedule, and it was the final day of regular season, and I knew that this game then was going to be one that we were looking forward to, and it has lived up to be that. Nord have definitely improved as they've got into the second half. Ruddy, the same, right? Haven't dropped a single match in this second half, so really looking forward to this matchup, and the sort of pretense that this does give for the playoffs, if Ruddy do go into it as just our out-and-out undeniable favourites for the NLC title, or if Nord can throw a bit of a spanner into the works.
And I think they do have a couple of things in their toolbox. I think the player that's most impressed me for Nord has been Hunt in the mid lane. He's played a load of Tristana this split, and I think when Nord have been struggling a little bit, he's really been the player that's been able to step up and get them over the finish line.
So early invade here from Ruddy, fully spotted out by Nord. Yet to see whether there's going to be a response from Yoka or not, but obviously the Lily are very easily able to go for double Raptor clear and then make her way back through her own jungle. Has the option to try and play fully for the bot side camps, but remember, with the bot lane leashing and Nata and Alaric making their presence felt a little bit for that jungle, there's an opportunity for Yoka and the bot lane to collapse.
And you can see Yoka actually moving over, so
Fancies it.
reckons that Kitteran isn't going for his own Raptors, and he is correct in that assumption. Both junglers have the smite available, but it's the Leah who's able to claim the red buff, and this is really going to slow down what the Brand can do on the map.
Solid spike, great potential foreshadowing there as well for any smite fights later on as Kiturikan syncs up the watch out Eve with his smite. That center point doing quite significant damage and makes it really easy to try and secure those objectives. But as you mentioned, Middlecott, right, this could very well be more than just a red stolen away, and a large camp lead actually going the way of Kiturikan depends on how well he's able to get his clear going through the jungle. Now, of course, creates a bit of a timer where Yoka is going to be more free on the map, and looking at topside, that could be an opportunity at gank for the Brand.
Hunt with the level advantage, trading against Alex, who is more than happy to take the autos, taken down! First blood to Nord's superstar in the mid lane.
But that's better for Alex. Looking at the way that wave is going, Alex is going to be able to come back, catch a cannon minion, might not even have to burn his teleport to get back to the lane. The wave is just pushing barely in favour of Alex, and whilst the 400 gold bonus goes the way of Hunt, it's going to be Alex who gets more experience and more gold off the minions.
Oh, it's going to be more trouble for Yoka though, as he's gone to his topside jungle, and Built not going to overstay his welcome in terms of the bullying out, but this is a sort of further consequence of that invade that Ruddy were doing on the bottom side. They deny a little bit of jungle away from Yoka, and now spotting him out with their blue buff, they know exactly what the Nord jungler's up to.
Yeah, better thing than just a vision ward. Using the human ward there as Romeo has got flash ready. Kiturikan, can you step into this river and it may well be the last thing you do for this life.
Alex going very aggressive. Alaric is
homies are here.
Around here too. Level advantage here for the Ruddy support, and that means that Nord back away from the engagement.
It's trading back and forth in this lane. Also, Hunt has that reset ready on his jump, just to bail himself out. But this could very well be double crab for Kiturikan as well. Yoka has got the smite, but this Lilia has as well, playing for a potential second respawn as well. Big experience on this if Kit can take these away.
You're going to go wide there from Romeo. Kit's not quite going to be able to get the smite this time. Ignite drop down onto the Ruddy jungler, but not too much action going to be found here from Nord. Alaric actually starting to burn down a little bit, able to get the stand beside me to his jungler, and Yoka might be in a little bit of danger here. Ruddy are going forward onto the brand. That's a crucial stun to prevent the damage coming out, and Romeo has to flash away as well, so aggressive play coming out of this trio from Ruddy, forcing multiple summoner spells away from Nord.
Blinking health bars, and once again, it's that just slight advantage in the mid lane. Remember the early fight, the early to and fro. Hunt's wave was bouncing back this time, based off how that early scuffle went. And remember, Alex could roam into the jungle was that difference that pushed Nord away instead of pushing Ruddy back into their own jungle. Kikirukin comes away with 33 CS off the rip, able to still clear his topside jungle. He's only really touched his Raptors there, still has a red buff and his Golems to go. Is going to be accelerated, is going to be ahead of the brand.
And I think this is kind of what's defined Ruddy over the course of their entire split. You're not just playing these AP junglers because they happen to be strong in the meta, you're enabling Kikirukin. You are pulling people over to help him out when he's going for these aggressive invades. Yoka is a great jungler on these sorts of champions in his own right, but it's about what the team can do for you to help make you even stronger.
Absolutely, it's what has set Ruddy apart so far this split, and it's what continues to set them apart so far this game. Now, does this mean Ruddy are going to run away with the game all of a sudden? This 300 gold lead is going to suddenly explode into something unobtainable for Nord? No, absolutely not. So we see a little bit of scuffling in the mid lane with Alaric. On the Braum of all champions for Alaric in the mid lane.
Yeah, it's a little bit something that we're not used to seeing from the Ruddy support quite often on the likes of the Nautiluses, the likes of the Rel. Not often the Zac Zo, after how effective he was on that early on in the split, but a bit more of a defensive champion, but still showing the ability to playmake, and Nords showing their ability to playmake up in the top side. Built here, jumping into the final hour and dodges away from the gank with apparent ease. A little bit of a lane swap actually initiated here by Nord.
And there's a big wave to catch for Ecstasy on that top side, so I'm not particularly against it. Making sure that the smaller can catch as much farm as possible. Looks like Ecstasy went back to base about 6 minutes into the game, decided this was the perfect time for him to grab a call, and is going to be looking to put that to good use on that top side. Both teams here, you can appear to see recognizing the slower paced nature of this game, potential extended laning phases, or even just farming opportunities with the triple pull so far that I've spotted.
Yeah, and that's a style that I would sort of associate a little bit more with Nord, as Yoka is 2 for 1 on those spawns of Raptors. But
what about Red
Kikirukin isn't done. He still wants to play aggressive, and with bot lane pushed up like that, they can rotate as well if they need to.
Exactly, this is the advantage that Ruddy get from having that top side switch that Nord initiated. Now Nord have already called back on it. If you look at the minimap, Ecstasy walking to this bot side from the base. Nord, they defend the red buff for now. Yoka able to smite that one away. You can see just constantly being a nuisance, I think is the best word in this jungle.
Yeah, and whenever you look down at the minimap, he's going for these invades, and he's able to return and grab some of his own camps. So even if he doesn't win the smites there, right, Yoka was able to get the Raptors and the red buff too. He's wasting the enemy jungler's time, but he's still able to get stuff for himself too.
We'll set him a little bit behind. He's going to have to go back and collect those. As Lilting Lullaby comes through.
Hello, falling asleep is Yoka, dying is Yoka. Nata going to be able to claim the second kill for Ruddy in this game. I'm going to get cooled down by Ecstasy as here comes Hunt roaming into the bottom lane. Getting a kill for his ADC. Now Alex is on the way on the Corki, and Romeo dismounted. Not enough speed to get away for the time being, but Ruddy, they're apprehensive about overcommitting. Alex ain't low! Of course he flashes forward for the kill as Hunt tries to do the same onto Nata, but isn't quite able to make it happen. Now he's caught behind enemy lines, still able to get the Lilia before he drops down to Nata's Mystic Shots.
Overall, Ruddy coming out on top on that fight. 2 for 1 in the long run as both Romeo and Hunt fall. It's Alex going crazy!
Oh my word, just diving under the tower. If that boss bomb had hit, then XC would have dropped down, but
Good flash.
skill shot goes wide and Nord escape with their ADC alive.
Yeah, Brand's not quite going for the skill check there. I feel like flash was enough range, but Alex still ready as built, now engaged. Alright, never mind. My bad.
So cool, it's so cool.
We're chilling.
It's not been completely bombastic in the top side, but I think you don't pick something like the Vayne necessarily to just dominate your opponent in terms of killing them constantly. You've got a ranged top laner. It's all about pressuring them out in the lane and denying them the ability to step up.
And yet, despite it not being about dominance, we look at the CS numbers and 20 CS lead for Bill. Now, whether that's a property of the fact that Nord played some funky lane swaps, or whether that's because, you know, Bill has been playing very well. Okay.
A bit of a dive in the bot lane. Yoka investing the flash, and all of the damage dropped on Alex's head. Very nearly able to take down Romeo in trade, but Nord tie up the kill score 4-4.
Nice, good to see some fight back from Nord, as a large portion of these fights have been initiated from Ruddy. Remember, the more scrappier of the two teams that we'd associated as we come through our prep. But worth noting, I think, for me, is that Kiruken so far has been very active, taking away, as you mentioned, early jungle camps, not just from Yoka, but also those neutral objectives. Went for those topside grubs to begin with, has found those, but there was no response of a dragon. It's a very common trade that we're seeing. Is okay, you get 6 grubs, we get a couple of drakes. That's not been the case this time round. Nord's still very much behind on that metric.
Well, I think that's sort of a consequence of that lane swap, right? Because they brought their bot lane up towards the top side whilst Kitaruken was taking those grubs away, maybe anticipating that the Lilia would take a little bit longer to claim that objective, and so they didn't necessarily have the numbers that they needed in bot lane to grab that dragon in trade. And whilst, yes, we're looking at another spawn of the Void Grubs that Ruddy could play towards, it's not like there's going to be something like a soul threatening them either.
I will say the idea of Void Grubs with triple marksman, certainly something that Ruddy should be excited about. We'd love to get a good opportunity to take those down. Of course, as we saw Ecstasy in that mid lane, the extra member on the map just being present around the top side is going to be enough to warrant Nord taking themselves a dragon, or a good set of Void Grubs, excuse me.
Yeah, you can see just on the minimap there how far back Built was playing when he saw the members of Nord bogging towards the top side. Again, it's not necessarily about dominating your lane, it's about understanding when you're at a strong point, when you're at a weak point, and Nile is absolutely on weak side right now as 4 members of Ruddy converge on the bottom lane. Actually, beautiful interrupt, able to turn it around and grab a kill onto Alaric and stay alive. Romeo will eventually fall in the end, but this play is going bad for Ruddy. Even worse than Ecstasy for Nord, as they're going to be able to pick up multiple kills in their own jungle. The aggressive play from Ruddy fundamentally just doesn't work.
Hunt won't be able to find Alex. The Valkyrie over the wall gets him to safety, but the same cannot be said for the rest of the 4 members down on that bot side. Yes, Bill, happy to secure himself a couple of plates in that top lane, but Ecstasy comes out big, sat 2-0 and 3 on this smolder. Now has that Essence Reeve and is going to be working quite swiftly toward that second item. Hunt already had the Kraken Slayer, so any form of propulsion into the late game for this Tristana obviously going to go well. And Yoka was there as well. Everybody that you would like to be collecting kills did.
And I think this is what Nord can do to Ruddy that there aren't necessarily any other teams in the league that can do, right? You've got the mechanical ability to outplay in these situations where Ruddy are going to check you. Wonderfully played in the bottom lane there by Nilla in particular, being able to buy so much time and turn it around for his teams. And you look at Ruddy, you go almost, you can't play as arrogantly, as aggressively as you would versus any other team. You've been doing some great stuff in the jungle, but if you overstep, Nord are ready and willing to punish you.
We broached 13 minutes, and for the first 12, let's say, Ruddy felt like they were just barely getting the better of Nord, being able to just take slight advantages in the jungle, but gotten into that 13th minute, and now Alaric already forced to flash.
Yeah, but he's still going to get locked down. Double stun going through, Natha just about able to get away. Kitaruken running in and dropping damage onto Nords. Low health bars on multiple sides here, but no one dying just yet.
Alright, Leandri's not quite that strong, but he fancies it.
Yeah, he's got over the wall here. Alaric able to tag him with the Q.
And immediately you have to back away. Don't want to get stunned and then chain CC, or chain damaged rather. From the skill shots that Nata can throw out, already relatively strong on this Ezreal with that Trinity Force power spike having come through, matching really what the rest of the Rud or Nord lanes have opted into with their first items. Of course, worth mentioning as well that for Ruddy, they've got this Ezreal Corki combo, very popular from like Season 5, Season 6. The tier Trinity Force power spikes, those 2 item markers, going to be very, very powerful for Ruddy. The thing that I'm slightly worried about is that I love Nilla's build path. First item, Frozen Heart. I think Drop said it last game, or just yesterday in an interview. You can build as much true damage as you like. What you can't do is get past the attack speed slow of a Frozen Heart.
I think there's an old double lift quote where he's like, yeah, Vayne's useless in competitive because the enemy just builds Frozen Heart, and then what do you do?
Well, you lose, I think, is the answer, typically.
Well, Nord will be hoping that's the case, and they're sort of working towards that goal at the moment. Alex not going to get hit by the stun there, but Yoka just waiting on that ultimate is going to drop it down, and the stun flashed away from, so Alex just about able to escape. No!
Yeah.
The Leandries plus the Brand passive does the work. Ruddy look for a little bit in the mid lane, not quite able to take down the tower yet.
But a Rift Herald's traded on that top side, and you can see again Nilla just sat praying he can collect a couple of creeps underneath this turret. Can Bill take this down before Nilla kills the wave?
Well,
Simple
no.
answer's no.
The wave has been killed, and
Don't
Derrican
like
drops the ult, and it's not really able to grab anything with it. And actually, it's Nord who are feeling a little bit more on the ascendancy, as Alaric is going to get pulled back there. TP going to be used from Ruddy to respond to this player. Romeo's been left for the wayside. Alaric able to pick up that kill, and Alex chasing into the enemy jungle. What we've seen from him so many times before. Doesn't look like he's able to grab a kill though.
Sorry, one of the really small things that made me laugh there was that Romeo actually leveled up during that fight, and it meant that the ignite from Alaric took the kill as opposed to one of the autos or one of the Qs
this is
from
cheeky.
Narta and Alex. This is exceptionally cheeky from Yoko, and he may just get away with it.
So first Drake, 15.5 minutes.
Standard NLC meta.
Standard NLC. Oh, and Natta's died as well. Hold on, hold that. How on earth did that happen? Okay, Ruddy able to get the turret in the mid lane, but Hunt just jumps on them again. It looks like it's going to be another kill for the Nord mid laner, and somehow we're in a situation where Ruddy are winning on towers, but Nord are winning on kills.
Who would have thought that Hunt Tristana was going to be a powerful pick this game? Could it have been maybe everybody? Well, if you thought that, congratulations. Hunt has been exceptional. We pointed out in the early stages of this game, and so far has lived up to that hype. Find himself a couple of kills on the back of what we thought was a done deal during those little skirmishes there, but always getting a little bit extra there. Hunt making most of the champion.
Something we do need to start worrying about though for Nord is build lane, right? That CS advantage that we're talking about in top lane has continued to grow, and yes, there's strong itemization here from Nilla, but it's still a 1,500 gold lead for the Ruddy top laner on one of the most hard carry champions that exists in League of Legends.
Yeah, and he's opting towards this Trinity for second, just a build path that gives you quite a lot of HP, deceptively tanky, for a marksman specifically. You can opt this to build into a Jack Show a little bit later on. It definitely means you're durable, but it does mean you do, obviously, just a damage spike in your tumble autos as opposed to those silver bolt procs. Normally when you'll see like an on-hit style of the Vayne build, something akin to a Ginsu's Rageblade, Wit's End Terminus type thing, you are going very glass cannon. This build from Built, a little bit more in line with what you might expect from a top laner in terms of just durability.
Yeah, because I look at the sort of Nord composition and I'm thinking that whilst the Vayne is going to be very strong, if you're standing in close proximity to a Tristana, to a Brand, to a Smolder for an extended period of time, maybe you don't lose, but you don't necessarily have the HP to do very much afterwards.
But it's still Ruddy seemingly controlling the map. You mentioned this a little bit earlier on, that Nord are the ones coming out on top on fights, but Ruddy's still dictating how the game gets played. Moving down in toward this bot side jungle. We don't have a Drake for another 3 minutes, so it is just sort of pigeoning? What's the peacocking? That's the word I was looking for. It's peacocking, just sort of strutting their stuff in the bot side jungle, really for the fun of it.
Oh, it's like getting a weird haircut
Yeah.
or something, or like potentially wearing a bandana for 3 years of your life where no one's telling you that you look a bit stupid.
I told you many times.
You did, to be fair, and I just refused to listen.
No, thank you. I'll not be taking that slander. I'm here for my homies. If they look stupid, I will tell them.
Fantastic stuff. So Ruddy, very obviously in the advantage at the moment, however slight it may be. And I think the crucial thing is they were able to knock down that bottom lane tower. Right. That remained as a little bit of a bastion there for Nord, but this means that the vision lines can get pushed a little bit further. And Ruddy have seemed to be fine with invading Nord's jungle whilst they had all of their outer towers available. And well, that task becomes a little bit easier once those towers have fallen down.
Yeah, I do like the defensive vision that we're getting to see placed down from Nord in that bot side jungle, right? 2 pink boards, one on the raptor. Well, they just run into one of them, thanks, Romeo. But you know what I mean? The fact that they're looking to play defensive was my key point. It's not them looking to be aggressive, and it's constantly them playing on the back foot. They're the ones sweeping away the division that is in their jungle. And for a game that is only 1,500 gold apart, it doesn't feel like it's that close.
So do you feel like that Nord slowing down the game is actually benefiting them, or is it a case that it just enables Ruddy to win just a little bit later?
No, weirdly, when there's a Vayne on the enemy team, somehow I'm still okay with Nord just slowing down this game, because I think that the power that the Cassante is going to have later on is going to be palpable when Nord goes to those team fights. Just having a team fight presence in terms of a front line and a core front line, it's going to be really, really useful to them. Alaric, when he's playing this Braum, is going to have to play exceptionally well. That shield is the only thing that's keeping Ruddy safe. They don't have that generic front line, and a Braum without a shield, not particularly a front line.
Ruddy going to be dropping down that Herald, which they grabbed a few minutes ago, looking for a push on top side, committing 4 members of their composition for this play, but Nord also set up to defend, so I'd be surprised if Ruddy aren't going to be able to take down this tower. They're actually dropping the ultimate there, dealing decent damage over onto Alaric, and they commit onto the support and take him out again. Ruddy, if you overstep, Nord are more than happy to punish.
You get to see a little bit of a glimpse of what this Ruddy composition can do at structures, though. The poke from Nasa, the swirl siege from Kittyurukan as well, actually have the makings of a fairly decent poke composition. The Corky rockets as well are going to be a nuisance when they set up at these turrets. What we also got to see in that foreshadowing was how Nord counter that, and it's engage onto those targets that want to try and poke you out. Now, there were no flashes burned from Ruddy there at all, where Romeo looked to snipe and engage away very quickly. It was effectively 1 kill in exchange for losing your mid-tier 2. So Ruddy do come away on top of that play, but Nord have figured out what they've got to do now.
But that does present a real issue for Nord now that we're sort of post 20 minutes and Baron becomes a real thing. If we're talking about reliable engage, it is kind of that rail flashing in. So if Ruddy are able to position themselves around the Baron, it may be a bit harder for Nord to actually step in and contest them at that objective.
For those who weren't quite with us for Spring 2024, one of the things that we can always say about Romeo is that he is engaged. Whether or not consistent can be used is somewhat privy to the game that he's playing.
Well, I mean, he is consistently engaging.
That is true. He is consistently engaging. Now, maybe the effectiveness of those engages is more the operative word that I should be going for, but with Nord being in this position where we know they need to try and find those fights, I can think of no better person at the helm to get fights going than Romeo.
No, absolutely. I think he has fallen off a little bit in summer, potentially compared to his spring performances, but still absolutely one of the top supports in the league. I mean, there's a big reason why he, alongside Nilla, were the 2 members of Nord that came back for summer because of how strong their performances were, and I think that he's proved once again that he is one of the best supports in the league this split.
Absolutely. From spring to summer, there's an element of shock factor, which I think gave him some good brownie points for the early part of spring, where we didn't really know the name Romeo, and then he just turned out to be an insane support player. But now we've become a bit more familiar, and our expectations are maybe just a bit higher as an ulti goes in mid lane.
Again, Yoka just sort of throwing out his spells. Nata,
surely not.
Surely it doesn't burn him from.
Surely the bleed isn't that
I mean,
good.
it keeps going. It keeps going.
No.
Okay, now he's allowed to recall.
But what about mid-tier 1? I don't think that's as likely to stay standing.
Yeah, that is potentially going to get threatened here. Ruddy not able to defend because of that strong play from Nord, who were able to take a 3rd tower for themselves. And that gold lead that Ruddy have, it's still there, but it's not like it's growing.
It's times like this when I get sad that I don't have replays, because I'm pretty sure that Nata was never actually in range of Yoka and just got by proxied by just brand ult plus brand E, and then guess I'm recalling now, plus a passive proc or 2 thrown in there for good measure. But it's good to see that Nord are still fighting and still looking to get themselves back into this game. And I think that when they look at their items, they should be feeling relatively confident. Brand has hit a 2-item core here, has that Leandris, has the Rylai's to keep everybody a little bit more in place. We have 2 items on our very, very strong marksman for Nord. The Tristana, the Smolder, both exceptionally powerful at this stage in the game, and once those Zeal items get finished, they should be looking to fight.
And I think the Tristana and the Smolder, again, it's not necessarily just about the items, but the champions innately become stronger as time goes on. Tristana, with that extra range, is great against compositions that are maybe able to poke a little bit. We'll have to hold that point though, Ruddy, as Ruddy are starting up the Baron hunt. In the bot lane, is going to be able to TP in Nilla, also going to be able to join here, but it might not be in time. Ruddy pulled the trigger so damn quick, but Nord are here to respond. Natra is going to be taken out as the first kill of the fight, as we are a little bit split around the pit. To sleep going down, but Ruddy are full on retreating from this play as Nilla drags Built over the wall. It's going to be a 1v1 between the two top laners. It looks like Built's going to be able to win this one out. The go! Just in time. The spells from Nilla come through, and Nord are looking to wipe out Ruddy. Kitarukan, the only one able to escape wearing purple.
And he limps away on the Lilia, but Ruddy are going to be feeling sore after that one. Baron on 1, but Nord take 4 kills across the board. An exceptional team fight from Nilla, just barely coming out on the 1 versus 1 on top versus Built. This counter pick Vayne, not even able to take down the Cassante.
He's old, reliable, been in the NLC for so damn long. Not necessarily the flashiest of players, not necessarily going for the star points at every opportunity, but above all, Nilla is reliable. He's been put down in this game, but that doesn't matter. He does his job when it matters most.
Won't let you down, and still hasn't yet died this game, by the way, despite all the attention that Ruddy threw at him. And this was up against a insanely highly invested into dive from Ruddy down in the bot lane underneath that tier 1, if we cast our minds back maybe only 10-15 minutes or so. Nilla was the focus of a dive from Ruddy, not like they were just playing 4 turrets. But now we go into the next set of fights, and all of a sudden those zeal items for marksman that we were talking about for Nord are finished, and all of a sudden there's another catch.
Oh my word, what can Kitarukan do? Nothing at all. Let's see with his 4th kill of the game. He hasn't died either on the Smolder. It's another mid lane tower opened up here for Norden. Already had a great start to this game, but it is slipping away from them moment by moment as Nord now 10 kills ahead of their opponents.
Alex just jumped forward there. I wasn't sure if Nord fancied a piece of that just because of that.
Ooh, well,
Get in there, get in there.
I'm not sure if you win this one, but he gets the bomb, gets the reset, gets the solo kill.
Level 3, a completely different game to level 16, my friend. And again, Alex goes down in the 1 versus 1. No turret to save him this time round. And a 40-second death time are definitely more impactful than a couple of melee minions getting lost in the turret.
Nord's going to be able to pick up this dragon. Only second that they're able to claim this game, so still a while away.
You know what that means, Middle Clock? Probably means we're going quite long into this game if this is the second Drake either side have picked up. Opportunities for a soul not going to be present for another 10 minutes if you're Nord, another 15 if you're Ruddy. That's a very real world as well that we still see another 4 Drakes. I can very well see a 46-minute barn burner fight. Would only be fitting for these two teams, it seems.
Oh, absolutely. Giving as good as they get at every single opportunity. But Nord are not going to have an easy task ahead of them, despite wresting control of this game again. Ruddy, they don't give up. They're going to keep throwing themselves at you, and we're talking about the double AD carries from Nord having damage. Well, the double AD carries from Ruddy definitely not lacking in that department.
Who are you forgetting? You said double AD carries.
I said double. I forgot.
Who are you putting on Fraud Watch right now?
Well, we've sort of got a trifecta, a trinity force of AD carries, if you will, actually, here on Ruddy.
Is that because they all built a trinity force?
That is because they all built a trinity force.
He's a funny guy.
You've observed my immaculate wordplay, and you've complimented me on it.
Yeah,
which
that's good.
Makes you feel nice. You've brought me nuggets as well. It's been a really good day for me, as Bill's going for a little bit of a 1v1 onto Nilla here, and at this point, it's very difficult for the Cassante to do anything proactive in this matchup, so Bill able to take down that inner tower and extend his lead over the North top laner.
Okay, so this is the area where Ruddy can still quite convincingly find that advantage. Had that Q3 knockup landed from Nilla, maybe there's an opportunity for an all-in. Went wide, Bill able to just appropriately space out and still take very, very advantageous trades up against the Cassante. And immediately, Hunt goes, don't worry, buddy. I got this. I'll go bot lane. I'll deal with the Vayne. Thank you very much. That magic resist from the Wit's End. Still going to have an element of power versus the Tristana with the magic damage coming from the explosive charge. That might not be magic damage anymore.
It's not magic damage.
It's the ulti.
It's the ulti.
And the W.
And the W.
I'm not wrong.
Yeah, but I think if Hunt is sort of Wing directly on top of...
For the slow!
Oh, very important, actually.
Very important to slow Vaynes.
No, we are not being silly right now. We are not being silly at all.
I mean, would you rather W not on a Vayne and miss the damage, or W on a Vayne and get the damage?
I feel like Wing on a Vayne sets up for a scenario where she just condemns you into a wall and you look very stupid as she removes all of your HP.
Fortunately, I'm not playing this game and we'll not get to find out. Maybe Hunt will figure it out for me.
I don't know, he's a bit better than you are, mate, and he's got 4 items, so I think he doesn't need to do anything reckless in terms of those 1v1s. 100% crit, not quite acquired by the Tristana, but near as, damn it. If you're firing that many shots, someone's going to fall down.
Well, actually, middle cop. Crit items actually give 25% now? We're close, we're almost there. Making it... A very scary Tristana, I think, is something that is a non-negotiable at this point. Not somebody that you want to try and face down solo in a side lane.
Not at all, and the pace of the game has calmed down a little bit. I feel like we have this flurry of action for around about 15 minutes. Both teams to sort of recognise that even if necessarily the standings implications of this game aren't massive, it's still one that they want to win.
I wasn't kidding. There's a very real world where we just see only fights around dragons, and those fights aren't concise enough or aren't conducive enough to us to find a winner, where we're just going to flip it at an Elder. And, you know, at that point, like 40 plus minutes is very, very conceivable.
Yeah, so we're reckoning there's going to be a fight in around about 90 seconds time.
That's the goal. That's the expectation for me. But if I look at this bot lane, it might be a bit sooner.
Ooh, Hunt just going straight on to... Oh my god! Okay, Hunt, okay!
Sorry, 9 seconds. 9 seconds, not 90. That's my bad,
Not playing at all in that 1v1, and... well, Nord, they take the pick up, and they're going to be starting right back up onto this Baron. Ruddy have got very little hope of approaching this one. Kitterick going to be kept out of the pit, and it's Baron for Nord. Looks like they might as well take this fight as well. Nata's still going to be able to deal the damage down as Lily kidnaps Alaric away, but has isolated himself a little bit against 3 members of Ruddy. But here come the flashes forward from Nord, and there's nothing Ruddy can do. The double AD carries better than the triple AD carries. As Nord get the Baron, they wipe the fight, Build the only one left.
And he has to save his ulti to perform heroics at the base. Yes, he could probably take this 1 versus Yoko, but he wants it to take on more. A bigger fight that he needs to take. Gonna be down in this side lane. See if he can stop this push going down, but I'm looking at, you know, Ecstasy's on his way. I don't think the Vayne's got enough time to get through all of this Cassante hell.
You are running towards your base, but that's not necessarily a safe place. Pops the final arrow, gets the tumble away, dodging out to their dodges from the queue as well, and Alex able to Valkyrie away. So Ruddy actually able to prevent the first minute of this Baron grabbing too much for Nord, but they've still got 120 seconds of purple to deal with.
And Drake's up, so that'll eat up just a little bit of that time. It does mean that Hunt is going to have to be a little bit careful on this top side. Might have liked to take that top tier 2, but with his team taking the dragon, unfortunately it's not going to be possible. But like you said, so plenty of time for them to set up, go back to base, come back out, redeploy onto the map with all of that hard-earned gold. Just one quick break point now away from the AD carries on Nord's side being absolutely full build. Both have themselves a nice Lord Dominic's regard as well. And I was a little bit on the down train for how good I thought LDR was. Like, oh, if they've not built any armor, then it's not a good item. I did some reading and realized that it's not bonus armor, it's just flat armor penetration. And 40% of it goes a long way.
Absolutely does. Nord have really been pretty much immaculate. Is my pronunciation, leaving a little bit to be desired here, but really haven't given Ruddy too much of an in the last 20 minutes or so as Yoka is going for a flash forward, gets the stun. Nata is at 50% HP right now, but that is going to be dropping very quickly. The inhib's off the board, and so is the Ruddy AD carry. Nord don't care about taking this to 40 minutes. They're able to end it here and now. A potential matchup, a potential appetizer of our Juggernaut match, which is going to be on your screens in a week's time. Nata down, Nord looking for the final push, and the tower is nothing, no sort of obstacle. Ruddy will fall down, and Nord claim victory.
They've put an end to the fully undefeated second half for Ruddy. They were so close, but just one game in it. Nord keep things spicy, keep their chances of second alive, and are waiting to see if Lightside can also give them a little bit of a chance in the upper bracket. Their game versus Venom Crest going to be later on today, so stay tuned for that one.
Yeah, we'll see you later, guys.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
Let it be known that even gods bleed. It seems like Ruddy are not undefeatable, and Nord proved it just now. Yesterday they had a difficult game, but today they showed up versus Ruddy, and this is not what we use by Nord. They always had an answer to everything. So from the beginning of the game, let's build the narrative with this in mind. Duckling, start the narrative.
Yeah, I mean, the narrative I want to start. I think Dino has another very good narrative to start right after me.
True.
But I want to talk about the last thing I talked about in draft as well. Hunt was able to get his Tristana. And well, what happened? He solo killed Alex. He was absolutely incredible. He killed Alex multiple times all on his own. He makes Tristana look giga broken. Yes, Tristana is very strong at the moment. But he makes this champ look unbeatable. Like, he is so good at it. And I can't believe Ruddy didn't bet it. I said the exact same thing I said yesterday when we watched the game with Nord play, because he played it so well just yesterday as well. But yeah, did another masterful performance from the Dane in the mid lane.
And I think harping on that point a bit more, I think if you look at all the players, they really showed why this team looks so much different than the start of the split, and definitely when it started going wrong for them as well. Looking at how they navigated the map, I think Ruddy did a lot of things right, and that's kind of scary. They set up the Lilia for the invades, they got a lead there somehow in last hits, but it didn't really translate into a strong leading game. At the same time, they sent the Corki and the Vayne into the split push, playing a sort of 1-3-1, and actually putting a lot of pressure on inner towers already, but in some way, Nord navigated that winning position from Ruddy and actually attacked where it mattered. They attacked where Ruddy could bleed. I think Ruddy took a very big gamble with the Baron, but it was Nord that was there to punish it. And that's something that I want to highlight going into playoffs. That makes a team really scary. When you make good moves, but they are ready to punish the small mistakes you make and take a lead out of that.
And I'm gonna say, right, it would be very impressive if not, or if Ruddy rather had this perfect half of the season, right? Had they gone the second half completely undefeated. But I think it's good that they lost the game. I'm gonna be honest here. I'm very happy to see Nord taken down, despite predicting Ruddy and really liking how this team play. I think it's nice heading into playoffs. Like, you know, Ruddy aren't unbeatable still. They can still, take a loss here and there. And I think it just adds that bit more excitement, especially, let's just say, if Venom Crest loses next game, well, we have Nord versus Ruddy in our upper bracket final. Just watching this one game, I could use 5 games of this. It would be a great concept and good League of Legends at the same time. And yeah, I mean, this game just makes me even more hyped for playoff because it seems like it's an open race still who will take the title.
They are one game away of jumping into that second place, and that is the interesting part about Nord winning versus Ruddy. The next game will be pivotal for that situation. But in order to get to there, we need to get into the interview with Yoka. It's time to finally meet him. Let's see him. There he is!
What's up? What's up?
Let's go!
Hello.
He joined in.
I'm representing Memento today, so I have to be a bit more toxic than usual, but it's okay. So I want to start with Ruddy down. Hello.
That was a lot of trash talk between Ruddy and Nord, obviously just setting up a friendly banter. I love it. But ever since you joined, it seems like Nord got a new light. How was it for you joining Nord, getting that jungle experience as well? You're a really aggressive jungler as well. So how was the mix between you and Nord?
I mean, what can I say? I'm really happy that I have joined, that I'm ending my summer split on a good note. Going to win NLC playoffs, winning against Ruddy, it's kind of obvious we will, but I'm really happy so far with how it's going. I think we're doing a good job, we're adapting, we're improving, that's the most important thing for me. And so far I'm just really excited for playoffs, for EU Masters, and we'll see where it goes.
I have a question, because it seemed like every single time Ruddy tried to force one of those skirmishes or rotations, you would always aware of it. Always. There were a few ganks, you were waiting in the bush I know you're coming. I'm just waiting. So was this pre-planned? Did you study the entire map? How was the preparation for this game?
I mean, what can I say, It's a jungle gap. It's a jungle gap. I was in his head. I knew what was going to happen. At the red buff early game. Maybe I failed it a bit. I should have flashed in, greeted it. But I was in his head, and in the end, doesn't matter, we just take the win, we just scale. They were kind of dizzy in draft, so we knew we just have to hold the door, and eventually the Nexus will explode.
This was the best of one, and if Venom Crest wins after this one, so they're going to be fighting versus Lightside, you will secure yourself second spot on playoffs, the second seed, which means we might get this one for the best of 5. Okay, yes, I want that smile now. Bring the words with that smile.
I mean, it's basically what you need to know is against Venom Crest we had a technical difficulty when the brand flashed into 5 people. I don't know what happened there, but I like my team so much, and I was like, okay, if we go first, second place, we have one less best of 5 to play, and I really want to practice more for EMEA. So therefore, I took that flash. I lost us the game. It happens, but. Now we can practice even more and become the best team NLC has ever. Okay, that's too much. But I hope we have a good showing.
I'll give you one opportunity to not to be toxic, but to set it up. I'll give you one opportunity. It's a best of 5. Imagine you're fighting versus Ruddy versus Nord, best of 5. How's the score going to be at the end?
Okay, how's the score going to be?
I
think it should be kind of, I don't want to sound too cocky or too toxic, therefore I would say it's kind of close. It's not going to be like 3 15-minute games. Maybe we have like 20-minute games in. Still going to be 3-0, but I think they can try their best, maybe. Maybe we're lucky ones.
Okay, and if you would have to say Nord's strength versus Ruddy, like if there's anything that separates these two teams and that puts Nord ahead of Ruddy, what would it be?
What gets us ahead? I think it's like the coaching staff, the top laner, the jungler, the mid laner, the ADC, and the support, and the fans, everything. I think our social media manager, everyone. I think.
Oh, we're getting spicy. If you had to pick one champion that it's not Nidalee, but it's your favorite champion, who would it be?
Are you on Ruddy's side? Do you need to be a spy here? Of course, Sejuani Marker. No, I'm an assassin player, usually. So, therefore, something like, I don't know, Zed, Kiana would be nice. Kayn, I used to be Kayn one-trick. We don't talk about that time. It was like edgy.
Really?
I used to be a Riven one-trick, actually, way before. So, if Riven jungle ever comes mid, I bet would be crazy.
That's not going to happen. Right, that's not going to happen.
We will see.
Yeah, okay.
We will see. Maybe we prepared.
Oh, no. Oh no, Emilia, please be careful. Hey, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to talk to you, Yoka. Pleasure to meet you.
It was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. Once again, kind regards to Memento. Write it down. See you in playoffs. Bye bye.
That's a good guy. That's a good guy. Hunt coming in with co-participation 72%. And also, Duckling, you talked about this, but I want to even further down your point of view. Okay, Duckling? You told me Tristana so powerful, and everybody was complaining about Corki versus Tristana, Corki being the better champion. But you can build steel caps, and that's exactly what Hunt did. And that is so powerful on Tristana. You already have attack speed on the Q. What are you doing? I loved Hunt.
I think like the main thing you're forgetting about all this, right, is the reason this Tristana is better than the others. Because it's from a Danish player, you know. Like, just look how good he is. I told this whole story yesterday about how this.
It all comes down to being Danish. No, okay, continue.
But no, I think the main point is right. He's really mastered this player, and I think he's had a great trajectory from a bit infamous in the Danish scene when I first started out as a jungler, one trick Rengar, and like he was a figure in the Danish scene. Let's just say that when I first arrived, and how he's developed not in the NLC but in the Arabian League, over in the Balkans as well. We're going to EMEA Masters multiple times, and the big development for him this year has gone from working with School, who he has really been able to lean up as a father figure, maybe you could say, but a leader as well, someone who could take the mantle of leading the team while he could just focus on his own little League of Legends game in the mid lane. Ooh. He's now been able to go out of that role and just be there for his team as well and take a more leading role, which is really, really good to see. He's a player who's undergone a lot of development. I think we have a top talent in our hands in our league, and hopefully they perform well at the EMEA Masters. I think this roster has taken massive steps since Jokke has come in, and I'm very excited to see how far they can go.
I don't know if you're aware, but Hunt is always also Danish, by the way. And the next game after this one, well, this is going to be important because this will be deciding the second spot. It's Venom Crest versus Lightside. Both teams were looking for the fourth spot on playoffs. Venom Crest secured it yesterday. Lightside wanted this match. And the most interesting part when I did the interview with LLS was the fact that they brought it up. LLS and Venom Crest look alike. The bot line looks like a light side bot lane. They both play AP. They're both sharing the same champion pool as well. This is a battle between a mirror, but right now Venom Crest is locked in for playoffs, and light side stated yesterday they're going to bring in the spice. That's sometimes good, that's sometimes bad. We don't know what the spice is, but what can we expect?
I hope it's the right kind of spice. I like spice myself, both on the Rift as on my food. And you really need to find the right balance, where it depends on how spicy you like your food or your drafts, but you can definitely overspice it, make it a bit too much for people to handle. I predicted light side because I looked at, as an outsider looking in, I looked at your playoff scenarios, and I was like, this could be a story that I see a couple of times where in the end, if Lightside wins this because they don't have pressure anymore, they look at the scoreline and they were like, dude, we were actually in playoffs. We were supposed to be in playoffs, just tiebreaker rules didn't fall our ways. And at the same time, it would lock North in that second position. So I think for Venom Crest, actually, this is a very important game. It's something that's disregarded way too much, where the comfort you have going into best of fives after an entire season of playing best of ones, being in a juggernaut match and being able to drop one of those best of fives. And the thing with that is that Venom Crest kind of probably wants that safety net if you look at how close the top 4 is, or at least the top 3, and then Ruddy a bit above that. So they actually have a lot to play for. And for Lightside, they can play spoiler, which is amazing.
Yeah, I think a matchup to watch here, right? It is very likely going to be in that top lane. We talked about Elijah early on today in the pre-show. Very excited to see how he does up against Lenny, who had a standout split just in spring. So yeah, I think in general we have a lot of good top laners coming through the leagues, but more focus on the draft. The junglers seem to be the main focus here for Lightside, as TheoCakes loses 3 jungle champions rather, just in the first ban.
All AP, come on, give me one more. Give me one more AP champion. Just take it off. I don't care. But that means Tristana and Corki will be available. Fierce and Sumi, they both play it. But I would like something interesting. I want to see that spice. Okay, it's AD. I mean, he does AP as well sometimes. But yeah. Yona is removed. So what's the priority right now?
Oof. I don't know. I think we need to wait for Lightside to pull out the spice in this draft. I think you trade Tristana Cork here. That seems to be the thing we still do, even though you guys were making this, I don't know, monologue or duologue maybe about Tristana being way better as long as you rush steel caps. But for Venom Crest, they don't care. They're just still going to go on the trade.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't the one with the steel cap point. That was the point about Denmark being the difference maker.
Oh yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah.
And I think if we put it, like, let's just say Lenny versus Elijah would be Corky versus Tristana. It would be Elijah winning the matchup.
That's the Danish theme, by the way.
Well. It's the Danish. It's not the Danish theme, man. What
no, every single time you say something
you
about
make
Denmark,
you don't make that for players,
I
right?
will build
it's all
this
down
tune.
to Denmark, and then make that like a jingle, and I'll sing it on cast. I'll be very happy to do that. As I do just quickly want to catch up with the draft.
I clipped it. Continue.
So, like, we have Tristana, Rel, Cassante. Those are 3 very strong first picks. But the thing is, right, with all the focus on jungle bans and these niche picks from the side of Venom Crest, it has leaves so many power picks open that you look at Venom Crest draft and say, the Sejuani's still strong. We know the Corki is very highly rated. The Puppy has certainly found a place in the meta. I do want to say, though, the stronger power picks have certainly landed on the side of Lightside.
And I like the Poppy in regards to, if you look at what Lightside is doing, we just literally saw that. You might have a deja vu moment where you look at that draft like, hey, that's exactly what was played last game and it won. The big thing about that is you want to combo AoE ultis, AoE engage, with a lot of damage in the first stick if people go stuff like Tristana and Corki in the mid lane, because you have a lot of carries to go through that have mobility, but they need to use the mobility preemptively. Rel is really good at that. Poppy is one of the only champions that can keep Rel off your backline. So that's why I like the champion in isolation. In general, as you said, Duckling, I think you rightfully said it, the power picks are falling in the way of Lightside, but on red side, in your R4, R5, you can add some spice yourself, and I think Venom Crest is looking to do that.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see what they come up with. Worth mentioning that, with that ban on, I forgot the champion's name. I'm so tired of watching him.
Smolder?
Smolder. Like, Fruity Fresh not getting to play that. I know he's incredible on the champion, but I'm just so tired of seeing him, man. It's such a disgusting champion.
I just need the dragon, the proper dragon, okay? We're talking about dragons.
The Swain ban as well. Fruity Fresh has now also fueled the champion, but as we've talked about, both of these AD carries, or AP carries you could also call them, have such huge champion oceans that they are impossible to really ban out. The Iridian Soul, an actual possibility now for the spot lane. But with the Braum rising in priority, interestingly here on the last day, that does leave a bit more clarity. I think obviously you could maybe look for the Misfortune, and that's a call we saw quite a bit yesterday. But yeah, up against the Braum does counter it quite well, so probably not the best. I think I'm just gonna leave it to Fruity Fresh because I want to see.
How is his 6? How is Fruity 6?
His 6 is good, but there's the Red Zone. I mean, he's bold enough to slam that down. I can see Dinos in shock, man. This is the NLC, but if Fruity Fresh picks whatever he pleases.
I warned you.
I like it. How sure are you that it's going to go to Fruity Fresh and not Sumi? Because I know
I'm
Sumi
100% sure.
Okay. Well.
Okay. Not even I'm 100% sure
that
I called it out.
I'm very confident in this, to be honest.
And I love that they pick it into Braum. Braum is one of the few champions that can actually jump in front of some damage of Aurelion Sol and probably outlive it. So they were really confident with that pick. Pairing it with an Amumu as well. I think if we're talking about AoE engage, that's definitely on the table. And then it's up to the Aurelion Sol and the Tristan to do a lot of damage. On the side of Venom Crest, they need to think about what they want to do on the AD carry position, because if you look at the other side, these are lanes you don't really tend to play against a lot.
I would have loved the Sivir here, to be honest. You would have the movement speed with the level 6, and the auto attack reset could really help out when Fruity Flip was starting to charge his Q up, get hit by one Braum auto attack. You can very quickly stop the Aurelion Sol damage from coming through. So I really like the idea they had there. In the end, though, it seems like Simpy might not have his main thoughts about snowballing bot lane and maybe look more mid lane instead, with the Braum who's able to roam pretty well. And obviously the Ezreal is always just a sign of, I'm just gonna sit on my own, farm up, and I'll add to the team later on. So yeah, the draft has been completed in that way. I genuinely would have really liked the Sivir. Would have been a very interesting 2v2. But yeah, I mean, the Ezreal, it's fine. You're safe. You have escape as well to get away from the engages potentially from this bot lane of light side. In the end, though, we saw the power of the Amumu yesterday, and he's gone unnoticed so far in the draft, really. But Holly had a monster performance in that, and that's kind of what leads me to believe that light side will have the edge here, to be honest.
This is going to be interesting because there's a lot of AD for Venom Crest, not a lot of AP. Ezreal can mix it. Corki, Poppy, like Sejuani and Braum have to keep it up, while on the other side you have an Amumu and Xante. I don't know, light side are looking good, by the way, guess. Your points might be safe with you.
Yeah.
But well, let's see if playoffs are safe in terms of position for Nord, or Venom Crest will show up versus light side. It's the battle of AP on the bot lane, but only one team has that AP. But also, we have two wonderful casters waiting to jump into the rift. Yeah, two wonderful casters, I said it. It's middle cutting Ruddy. What are you going to say now?
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arshram. You're a wonderful host, and it's a pleasure to work with you. Right, now, enough lying. Let's go on to the game that we're going to be seeing today. I think this is a matchup here between Lightside and Venom Crest that could have had potentially higher stakes, with a playoffs position being on the line. But for Lightside, I think they're still their pride is still very important. They've shown great growth from spring. But for Venom Crest, being able to make top 2 would be massive for this organisation.
Yeah, and that's that's what this falls down to at this point. It's top 2 or not, and it's that upper bracket berth or not. There's a lot on the line for Venom Crest this time around. I do think they've got a difficult task up ahead of them. The scaling aspect of their comp is quite good. However, they are playing up against the king of all scalers in the Aurelion Sol, so definitely difficult task ahead for them.
Yeah, and I think that you want to be looking towards the top lane as well. I think Elijah has been a real standout player in terms of the rookies that we've had this split. I mean, even just in terms of the top lane generally, right? He's been one of these top performers, but he's going up against a guy who won Rookie of the Split last split in terms of laning. A little bit of a counter matchup with the Poppy traditionally being favoured against the Xante. Let's see how it plays out, though, as we jump on Summoner's Rift. Okay, here we go. On to Summoner's Rift for the second time today. You alright there, bro?
Yeah, you just said okay, and I said okay too.
Yeah, well, I think we're both doing okay. We'll have to see which 5 players on the Rift are going to be feeling okay after this game. Lightside returning to the mage bot lanes, which they were so famous for at the start of the split. But they've got a little bit of an additional twist here coming out of the jungle for their composition.
Yeah, the Amumu in the jungle, usually, I don't know why I was pivoting towards Amumu in the mid lane, nevertheless, it's the really best allocation for the mid-jungle carry trio of Sumi, Fruity Fresh and Bartholdi, because they still get to keep Lightside this mixed damage profile of AD plus AP mid-jungle, but they also get the beautiful late-game synergy of Aurelion Sol dealing true damage because he's next to a sad mummy. Because the Amumu passive on his W applies this little stack thing, and if a mage deals magic damage to a target that's got that stacking going on, they deal a portion of their damage as true damage, and it becomes very, very difficult to deal with when you have triple tanks on your side, and you're just getting shredded with no recalls.
Venom Crest going for and evade onto this Raptors, similar to what we saw from Ruddy in the previous game. But Bartoldi has got his own aggressive move going on, and this is one of the great things about Amumu, actually. Obviously, traditionally a tank jungler, but can clear these multi-target camps very quickly early on due to the AoE from his W and from his E as well.
Yeah, and started off with that W, I think, from Raptors. I mean, actually, Barto's like a secret Amumu one trick. I don't want to tell him how to jungle. All I know is that the E from Amumu gets reset based on how many times you get auto-attacked. When you get auto-attacked by 6 things, as the Raptors are, can get a fair few E's off in that cycle, but knows exactly what he's up to. He's going to get through this full clear, and it looks like he's just going to be traded. So a top side versus bot side start, and when I'm looking at the bot lane of an Aurelion Soul, that's a bot lane that does nothing for the early stages of the game. We talked about the high press, the intense scaling that this champion has. For the early game, this champion, relatively useless.
Yeah, Theocat's level 3 here isn't really in a position to go too aggressive onto Fruity Fresh and Fast Legged. Instead, thinking about a reset, but pulls that one up as the health bars are potentially in range.
The issue is that even if this goes well and they kill Fruity Fresh, he has teleport to get back to the lane, so not a lot of that experience is going to be denied. They're going to go for it and get the gold anyway, but it's still tricky.
Oh, started off by simply flash away by Fruity Fresh, but he still goes down under the tower. One more shot tapped by Simpy, and it's 2 for Venom Crest in the bottom lane. Going on to Lingard, the carry on the S.
Yeah, the beauty of that dive is the 700 gold that goes into Lingard's back pocket. A wonderful start for the Ezreal. Go back to base, start off with that tier. Thank you very much. A couple of components to ward his Trinity Force as well. Why not? The real kicker, that teleport for Fruity Fresh does exist. He's able to get back into the wave, catch the majority of the experience, and isn't necessarily as far behind as you might have anticipated. Actually, is ahead in levels while Lingard has gone back to base just by the nature of that teleport. But overall, 700 gold for my AD carry. I'm taking that every day.
Yeah, not going to be complaining about it too much. And Bartoldi, with all the time that Theocax spent on the bottom side, wasn't really able to gain too much. Yes, he's been able to cycle through his camps and has cleared a little bit faster, but Amumu, again, we're looking at him as a bit more of a tank jungler, being individually strong as we know that Bartoldi can be on this champ, isn't necessarily the be-all and end-all.
And it's just really smart positioning from Fierce here as well, by the way. He knows that this map has been split by the jungle, so he's just hovering toward the bot side, making sure that he's not really in a position to get ganked, make sure that he's nice and safe. He's got Simpy here now to support him as well, and overall Venom Crest from bot lane through to mid lane as well, just playing really smart.
Denying the wave reset for as long as they could. Light side finally going to get that towards Fierce's tower, and Sumi going to be looking to reset here. We have seen fairly active jungle support duos coming through here as once again we've got a Raptor spawn, and once again we've got an attempt to steal it away, but Bartoldi a little bit perturbed by that. Here comes Fruity Fresh, here comes Fast Legged. Venom Crest get caught with their hand in the cookie jar.
Everybody got off that kill because they were like, alright, give it to the Asol, give it to the Tristana, and then Aftershock. Unlucky, guys. It was a valiant effort, but the kill does unfortunately go the way of Fast Legged. Nevertheless, it's a great punish from Lightside, recognizing that Simpy's just maybe one step a bit too far forward.
Yeah, and this is one of the great things about the Aurelion Soul as well. I think everyone talks about the massive amounts of damage that he can do in the late game, but the ability to rotate so quickly over to these skirmishes is really invaluable when you find yourself in a situation like that. Venom Crest not going to be too upset though as they start up this dragon on the bot side, and it doesn't look like Lightside are in a position to contest this, and with the Grubs having not quite spawned yet, Venom Crest may be able to double dip on the early objectives.
Yeah, remember that Venom Crest have completely split this map. Bot side Dominion was their objective, so getting this first dragon is expected. Whether they can transition that into some top side power, we'll have to wait and see. Simpy either going to have to leave his AD carry in a bit of a tough spot, or just sacrifice the potential support roam up to that top side entirely. Now looking at Barto, he's just looking in to try and steal away these Raptors as well.
Yeah, but Lenny with the top lane shove, who's going to be able to rotate first. So if Bartoldi is welcome here, then he in a little bit of trouble soon. He's going to be rotating over. The flash from Lenny doesn't quite get the stun, and the ult counteracted by Sumi investing the buster shot. So Bartoldi is going to be able to start up onto these grubbies, but Theocax is still in the area.
Level 4 versus level 5, and potential experience from the Amumu going to keep that break point quite nicely. Not expecting another 6 to come through anytime soon. Smite secures 1, and now he just looks for the 5.
Yeah, Sumi just cancelled his reset actually. Theocat's trying to pick up a little bit of honey fruit to keep himself alive, but for the second time in a few minutes, the Venom Crest jungler goes a little bit too far forward and gets caught out. Bartoldi going to be taken out as well in trade though, so ends up with both junglers falling off the face of Summoner's Rift and only one Void Grub falling.
Okay, so little win for Lightside in the objective department. Of course, win on the kills for Venom Crest as Sumi is getting chased back to Narnia by Simpy, who now himself may also be in a little bit of trouble, but Fierce can maybe move to bail him out here.
It's going to be risky though, he's full HP. Sumi has to flash away Simpy. Just about escaping, and Fierce with not enough in the tank to keep following up.
So flash for flash from the mid laners as well there. Fierce able to force the flash from the Tristana, also looking at this wave underneath the turret. It's a fortunate thing that Fierce doesn't have that much mana. He's able to take a couple of plates, but forcing this next wave out, so catching it and sort of pushing it in is going to be really tricky without that mana. Probably just has to accept that he's got to go back to base and let that wave run its course.
Elijah potentially looking for something onto Lenny here. It's a big wave that he's fighting up against, and Poppy, who is pretty damn strong up against this Cassante, but still the rookie getting the better end of things in this trade, and Lenny potentially in trouble. Theocax roaming over, but he's not going to get there in time. Another solo kill for Elijah.
Is that taken up to 17?
17 solo kills.
Not bad for a rookie split, I will say.
Not bad at all.
And Lenny getting a little bit of a taste of his own medicine almost, was known for being one of our better Cassante players through the NLC, now getting dealt. Just a bad hand, unfortunately. Definitely getting shown the work on that top side as he falls victim to yet another one of Elijah's heists in the top lane. Tabby's already picked up. The desk highlighted beautifully how one-dimensional this Venom Crest composition is in terms of its damage profile. Picking up armor, it's the only statistic that Elijah's going to need this game.
And still, because he's playing Cassante, he's going to be doing a load of damage as well. Bot lane is continuing to favour Venom Crest though, as Lingard has taken the 2-kill lead and has started to grow a little bit of a CS lead for himself. Theocax doing some interesting Sejuani combos here, but Sumi is able to just about get on out of there.
Yeah, really smart from Sumi. Hops before he fires the last auto attack, which would give him a reset anyway. So he jumps on top of the Sejuani and immediately has his rocket jump back up and ready. As soon as he gets hit by the Sejuani ult, he knows, okay, Fierce isn't quite close enough for me to be in danger of full lethal, so I can just hop out as soon as that CC ends. A little bit of a show in the mid lane from Simpy and Barto, just to see if any of the mid laners were going to go a bit too far forward. And Fierce may yet have done that.
Of course, can just Valkyrie on out of there. Simpy doesn't necessarily have access to the same tools. The Corki now going to get jumped onto here, and Venom Crest trying to trade back onto Sumi, but not going to be able to do that. It's going to be another death, a double kill for the Tristana. Hold on, we're seeing a Tristana get ahead against the Corki potentially. I know how that story ends.
Yeah, it ends with a very, very devastating late game marksman, and we see down on the bot side as well, Fruity Fresh struggling him a little bit. It must be said, down a level versus Lingard, down nearly 30 CS, but now has a fast leg here.
Just looking for the flip here onto Lingard, blows the cleanse early, goes forward, actually, Fruity Flesh dodges away from the ultimate point-blank range. A little bit of a funky play there, but it's crucial gold going over to Lightside.
Crucial gold going over once again to Fastlegs, who picks up that kill. This time I have no idea quite how, but Lingard falling there. Really smart play from Fastlegs, just constantly holding his CC until Lingard has used the cleanse, has used the flash. Because when you're in that position, you're playing this game of chicken. And as the marksman, it's so easy to just want to flash preemptively. That's exactly what Lingard did. Gets caught out, gets taken down, and despite the fact that he wanted to make a pretty, heads-up play to try and take a 1-for-1, ends up going down with no recourse.
It did force Fruity Flesh to burn his flash though, so maybe that's something that Venom Crest will be able to play towards in the future. At the moment though, they are playing towards the second Drake of the game.
I want to quickly take a note of Sumi's item build. Typically, you'll see the Kraken Slayer start for most Tristanas in the mid lane. This is a wise itemization choice to go for the Blade of the Ruin King. And looking at Venom Crest, they have 3 tanks. This Blade of the Ruin King is going to be doing more for the Tristana, and then giving that lifesteal versus the Corki as well could be very powerful.
Fruity Fresh dropping the ultimate. Theocax flashing for the Glacial Prison.
We approve of those Sejuani combos.
Very, very clean stuff there, and Lingard with kill number 3.
And on an Ezreal, 17 stacks away from finishing off that cull, is going to be relatively accelerated in this game with 3 kills versus the rest of his team. The majority of the gold really sitting in his back pocket. Up 1,600 gold over his counterpart.
I think that is a great place for the gold to be. I think Lingard has been another one of these consistent AD carries that we've seen in the NLC. Being able to fight his way out of most situations and provide so much damage for Venom Crest.
Another plethora of champions as well. I know that coming into this matchup we were a little bit, tentative, skeptical about what the matchup in the bot lane might look like. I think that seeing a mage was almost a given, but Lingard has been doing it on mages, but importantly has also been doing it on carries.
Oh, and Elijah's been doing it to Lenny. Maybe here for round 2 as here comes the Poppy Copter, flashed away from by Elijah. Outplays galore in the top side, favouring Lumvis. Light side, Lenny to be flashing for the shield, though. Grassrot's traded back and forth as well, though. Tries to get the Q down, still knocked into the air. Elijah with solo kill number 18. It's not done, though, for Light side as Simpy gets caught out around the mid lane, and Sumi gets a 3rd for himself.
3-0 on the Tristana. Sumi popping off. 2-0 in the top lane for Elijah. The Cassante popping off as well. 25 CS lead up in that top side, and everywhere for light side slowly starts to look a little bit better. The dark side of this Aurelian Soul, you're starting to think, well, the likelihood of him getting to the late game is getting more and more. It's getting higher and higher because the rest of his team are just doing so well.
But once again, Theocax is looking to make his presence known in the bottom lane. Whilst Fruity Fresh getting to the late game is more of a possibility. Lingard is approaching it at an absolutely incredible rate. Almost 3,000 gold up on his lane opponent, and is going to have so much power once he resets.
It's always really nice to see these plans and ideals from teams actually come to fruition. Remember how this whole game started was top side versus bot side. Venom Crest focused on diving bot lane, focused on getting Lingard ahead. But light side, they split the map on the top side. They were making sure that Elijah was set up and was able to go for this bully style on this top side. And whilst Barto hasn't been ganking top profusely, that pressure from an early game definitely bleeds into how you have to play the laning phase, and it's now led into Elijah 2 kills up and being very
Sumi,
confident.
what are you doing? Jumping directly on top of Lingard. Very aggressive play from the Tristana, but able to make it out alive, and I'm glad that we're seeing this from Lightside. It must have been a real sucker punch to see Venom Crest win that game yesterday and know that even if they win today, there's no shot of them making playoffs, but they've still got their pride. They've still got this very high level of performance that they've shown throughout the split. It's not quite been enough to get them over that playoffs line, but they're showing it that they're still a threat to the teams even above that line.
And obviously, like you say, maybe a bittersweet ending to the split is the best way to put it, but with them looking so good going into the off-season, you'd like to see, so frequently you see NLC teams change rosters, right? It seems very rare that we see a full 5-man go from one split to another, but Lightside here, they've got a lot of good building pieces to use and to look for as we look into 2025. It's going to be a team that I'm excited for, and one that, with many different pieces at the helm, I can very much get excited about.
Still though, we are looking at a Venom Crest side who, at least in terms of the gold, is still ahead of this game, but so much of that is going to be on Lingard to perform. We've got the Dragons in their favour as well. We've got a 3rd spawning in 50 seconds. If they can take that away, if they can put themselves on soul point, then the chance of winning this game feel a little bit better.
Yes, Theo's opted into the Z's Convergence on this Sejuani, so a very supportive playstyle. Gives good stats for a tank, but also helps out his carry quite significantly. Probably has that bounce to Lingard, who is currently sat at 2 items. Honestly, a little bit too accelerated to have his Mirror Mana fully finished, but he's got the Mana Moon ready. As soon as that stacking is finished, the completion, the upgrade is going to go straight through. Might not well have it in time for this straight, but looking at a very, very strong Ezreal, poke is always going to be on the cards.
Classic play here, Lightside summoning the Herald in the mid lane to gain a little bit of prio before they contest this dragon. Elijah also making his way down. Lenny doesn't have the teleport, so it's going to be a while before he's here with the rest of his team. The mid lane tower focused down and claimed by Lightside. They go for the engaged as well, but Lingard is just about able to get away. Here comes the skies descending onto Venom Crest as Theo Katz's health bar's dropping as well. Fierce on the other side nearly gets a kill over onto Bartoli, but has to flash away to stay alive himself as it's a fight on multiple fronts. Fierce is able to escape, but it doesn't look like Elijah is going to be so lucky. Gets the flip back onto Simpy and is still running for the hills, flashing away. And Theo Katz is unrelenting in his pursuit. The stun comes through, the kill, the shutdown secured for Lenny, but crucially, Lightside deny the soul point.
Dragon stacking prevented. It cost them their top laner. 30 seconds on the respawn for Cassante. A dragon is about all they'll be able to claim. No outer structures. Looks like that top tier 1 actually going to be the prize for Fierce. So a little bit of gold back and an extra dragon. Denial as well. It's going to be really important to keep Fierce in check. He was actually performing exceptionally well on the right hand side of that team fight down towards the blue buff, keeping multiple members of Lightside occupied. While the rest of his team took down the Cassante, able to use the majority of his summoner spells and all the good escaping capabilities of a Corki to keep himself alive.
Sumi able to trade tower on the opposite side of the map though, so every punch that Venom Crest throw, Lightside able to get one back. It is still so damn close in this game.
I want to remind people that close in this game is very, very beneficial for Lightside because they have just the much easier and much better composition to execute late game. The power of a full armor Cassante versus Venom Crest is going to do much more than Lenny, than Theo, than Simpy can build up as a frontline when they've got to be so diverse in their damage profile. When they're facing up against Tristana, who's going to hit 4 or 5 items. When the Aurelian Soul gets to 4 or 5 items. That is when your breakpoints are going to be near impossible for Venom Crest to play against, and they're the ones that are on the clock.
The way that it's set up now, it almost feels like Venom Crest doing an impression of another team in green. The rest of the map could be going a little bit better, but still their AD carry standing strong. And the rest of the map maybe falling even further behind. Beautiful engage coming out, but Bartoldi is going to be taken down at the start of the fight. Fruity Fresh teleporting in, dropping the ultimate as well, but Lenny not going to be focused down. Lightside initiate the play, but Venom Crest walk out with the kills. Here comes Lingard, Arcane shifting forward, and Fruity Fresh falls to Lenny. Venom Crest now with 2,000 gold lead for themselves, and it's starting to be spread a little bit further around.
Last one in, and unfortunately the last one out there. Fruity Fresh just gets caught on the back end of that trade, and you said there that Lenny not going to be focused down. The important part was that Lenny was actually the focus of all of that. He just didn't actually die. Didn't have enough damage there in time. Just trying to take down the Poppy. Fortunately enough, Sumi still very much geared toward that physical damage, and there was no Aurelian Soul there in nearly enough time.
This is just a reminder, Lingard, without the completed Mura mana, is going to tick over to that item now, so this Ezreal really going to be starting to hurt. Yeah,
Fierce has that completion as well, so this is the breakpoint for Venom Crest. We've already seen them have pretty decent fights. That last one up on the top side, definitely a prelude for things to come, but the next Drake spawning in 2 minutes time, they're going to have to try and fight that. They need this soul. The Infernal Soul could well be that extra little bit of buying power in these team fights that gives them a chance back into those late game team fights.
Yeah, you can see the adaptation and the itemization coming out from Lingard here, picking up a bit of that armor penetration, which we found so useful and is very good when you're going up against 3 tanks.
Yes, yeah, I mean, 40% flat armor pen is great versus squishes because they don't have a lot of armor to begin with. 40% armor penetration versus champions that are building exclusively armor, also very good.
Topside control, contested here by Venom Crest. Lightside could be fighting back a little bit. Baron is on the table. Theocax takes that one away, and Lightside look to punish him for it as Sumi jumps over the wall into 3 members of Venom Crest. I'm not sure you want to do that one, buddy. That's 2 on the floor for Lightside, and Venom Crest, they're already by the Baron. You might as well start it up.
Yeah, they took down the jungler. They're going to take down the Baron as well, and all of a sudden that clock, the ticking clock that Venom Crest were playing up against, the timer on it just got a hell of a lot longer. Able to now take this Baron, extend that gold lead, hopefully start knocking down some inner turrets as well. They've got all 3 to try and take down, and Sumi with, unfortunately, a bit of a characteristic mid-game play for him.
Yeah, he has had this tendency to show very good things in terms of the laning phase, but then overstepped slightly, and that's handed Venom Crest a much more comfortable position in this game. 5,000 gold to the good at this point, and all the Nord fans who were cheering on Lightside have maybe just had a little bit of a wake-up call there. Venom Crest in a position to gain second in their second ever NLC split.
It's 3 Qs from Lingard that's taken Crest down to approximately 40% HP. Now with the Baron sieging versus an Aurelion Sol, maybe the worst champion to try and siege up against, just so he can hold the minions with his singularity outside of that range. But they've already been able to make good headway down on the bot side, make good headway through the mid lane, and yet Sumi back up to that top side, 2.5 items in his back pocket, looking to take some no turrets back.
Yeah, as Elijah's going to help him out as well, but the wave clear from Fierce, a little bit too much for the Lightside solo laners to handle, and something I do want to call out here is, I've seen engage onto Simpy just briefly there as, actually I'm not sure if Fierce wants to stop doing this. Valkyrie's forward onto Sumi, but is going to end up backing away.
Drake up on the bot side, the push through mid, the push through bot lane, so they can take that. Look at his name out. Lingard fancies this as well.
Yeah, 2-level lead for Fierce, and Sumi has absolutely nothing to do. Elijah going to get caught out, kidnaps the support away, but just going to get chased onto in the end. You're not fighting a 1v1 anymore, mate. Dashes over the wall and
that's where he's going to go.
Plays the flash to get away.
Okay, you could have shown me a screenshot of like 5 seconds ago and I would have gone, yeah, there's no way Elijah lives there. Turns out, he does. Now that's a small silver lining in what is a very stormy sky for Lightside right now, because Venom Crest can take themselves soul point. They took 2 turrets, 1 in the mid lane, 1 in the bot lane, extended that gold lead even further, found themselves a decent gold Baron power play, and made sure that they are keeping themselves that head and shoulders above Lightside that they need to be.
Yeah, and even I think in the place where this game was going the best for Lightside, Elijah in the top lane, grabbing those 2 solo kills, really putting himself ahead of Lenny on the Poppy. Well, Lenny is now the one who's in a little bit more of the ascendancy. The 1v1 is still going to be going in favour of Elijah, but Lenny's been able to offer a little bit more power, a little bit more efficacy in these skirmishes, and it's really what you need to do. Fastlane with an engage here, getting onto 2, but Fierce is just about able to Valkyrie away. The damage isn't reaching the backline of Venom Crest, and Bartoldi falls so damn quickly.
And Sumi wasn't there, taking that fight. 4 versus 5, the Tristana DPS sorely lacking. And again, I hyped up this interaction, the early phases of the game, the Amumu and the Aurelion Sol. They can work so well in tandem with one another. Barto hit a 4-man curse of the Sad Mummy, but the one person that he didn't hit happened to be the person that was tanking up the Aurelion Sol. That synergy completely null and void. And once again, great positioning and great team fighting from Venom Crest, allocating their resources in the team fight specifically perfectly so they can get away without danger.
Venom Crest's first week of competition in the NLC, they split was a 2-0. And every week after that, they were 1-1, 1-1, 1-1. This was a team that didn't seem to get momentum, but they're able to get this over the line. It will be their 4th win in a row, and after what happened in spring, where the team kind of fell off towards the end of the split, didn't really feel like they were the same force when it got to playoffs. They are peaking at the perfect time.
We'll have the best record maybe going into like the best run of form as Fruit Fresh now popped on.
He's able to get away from the Sejuani ultimate. Bartoldi jumps in to try and save his bot laner. Be successful in that task, but both of them getting chunked very low.
Okay, that now gives Venom Crest a decent amount of time to fell the final structure that they weren't able to take down inside or outside of the base from the light side. Tier 2 in the top side goes down. Baron not up for another few minutes. Drake not up either. It's a perfect time for both our teams to take those resets, take a breather, take a moment, reset yourselves and think up the game plan. How are we going to go about this? For Venom Crest, the plan seems straightforward. Find that Infernal Soul, start dominating fights, keep continuing to dominate those fights, as I should say. And the Baron is the one that's up first. There's a good minute overlap for when the Baron is live, so Venom Crest most likely going to turn their attention to that top side.
Oh, Lingard flashes away.
Gets caught.
Understands they need to burn the Summoner spell to stay alive, but Bartoldi may have got a little bit too far forward. The Mystic Shot hitting and taking out the LLS Jungler.
And how about it? 2 versus 5, it feels like, just on that top side of the map. Barto just goes that one step too far forward, throws the extra bandage toss that he really shouldn't have. And that Baron spawning in 30 seconds time, Barto's going to be alive when it spawns, and Venom Crest have to make that choice. What do they want to do with that time? Unfortunately, it seems like they're not going to be able to find the Baron just yet as they hop mid lane.
Yeah, they might be able to kill Fruity Fresh, who
Hopped away, just glided a little bit.
just about able to get on out of there, we'll have to assume. I must say, Bartoldi put on an absolute clinic of this Amumu yesterday. He's looking in sore need of some medical attention, though, in this game, as Lightside not even in a position to contest. The teleport's going to come up to the top side from Sumi, and they'll try and grab something on the exit, but yeah, there's just nothing that they can do after playing the first 20 minutes. Going toe-to-toe with Venom Crest at every single opportunity. The 9-4 team looking to become the 10-14 have pulled away. And are still going to be able to get back in time for this Infernal Soul.
And it's a weird thing to say almost for Venom Crest, because they were a team that until yesterday hadn't even locked playoffs, but today with this win could very easily lock second. Lightside just lurking, a bit of a fanatic death brush going on. Expecting Venom Crest's entry to the drain.
Yeah, but they can just walk straight through the front door. With Lingard receiving no attention at all, the tanks doing their job and causing chaos amongst Lightside. It's a nice ult from Bartoldi, but it's too little too late. Venom Crest wipe 4 health bars off Summoner's Rift, and Sumi will do very well to not be number 5, as it's a clean ace, and Venom Crest secures second.
March it down mid, Baron at their backs. Venom Crest from a promotion into Division 1 in the end of 2023, end 2024 as your second seed for EMEA Masters.
Playoffs beckons for the Vipers. The Nexus goes down, and Venom Crest are the second best team in the NLC.
I should say the second seed for regular season.
Yeah, you should do.
I should do.
We've
Let's
still
not
got
get
the
ahead of
whole sort of
ourselves.
playoffs
Yeah.
to go through, but honestly, I think if Venom Crest can play mid games like that, I think there's very few teams in this league that can stop them.
Yeah, I think the power to mind control the enemy Tristana to jump into a wall next to a Poppy, like they can harness that going into playoffs. They might even win.
I could see Alex doing that play.
I could see Alex doing that play as well. That's the scary part.
Yeah.
But I mean, even still, the fact that Venom Crest, sort of touch on that, the growth of the organization, I think, is the really important part, and the part that we should be cherishing about what they've accomplished here. Even if it's second in regular season and they end up having a bit of a tougher time in playoffs, it shows that they've got the chops to make it to playoffs, and I think that it means our playoffs tournament, this format that we've got, is going to be exceptionally exciting. I think that with Ruddy taking that loss today, showing that they are a team that can be felled. We have an upper bracket match, which is going to be very exciting to start off with. That 3-4 game as well, definitely one to keep your eyes on, and it feels as though the majority of our teams in the playoffs are going to be knocking boots with one another in a very tight fashion.
Well, I, for one, can't wait for it. We're going to be hopping to a short break before the final 2 games of the regular split hit your screens.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
second place at the end of the road, Blasio. Second place. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay, and you, Archer?
Because you went from yesterday, hey, we might not make playoffs there, to, hey, we locked in second. We don't even need to play the first game. We good. So how was this jump for you all? Like, how was the team mentality before yesterday and now at the end of today?
I think the team mentality is still the same because we are focused on the next step. After we are qualified to playoff, we had like a greater goal in playoffs. So I think it's like work. It's like work is going on, and yeah, it's like one game like another.
But it's not an easy task, is it? You're going to be fighting
Yeah.
the top dog. But you've seen before, the game before, they're mortal. You know how to beat them now.
Yeah. So, by the way, well played to Nord, but unlucky to them. We won the head-to-head, and now, if I'm not wrong, I think we end up like second place, and we will face up Ruddy, and we never won against them. So, like the big task will arrive right now.
So let me ask you, you've never won versus Ruddy. You had 2 opportunities. What do you believe was lacking in order for Venom Crest to win versus Ruddy? And how can you change it until playoffs? Because you'll not only have to beat them once, twice, you have to beat them 3 times.
First of all, Ruddy it's a great team, actually. It's a great team with good players, with like good synergy. Still the spring split. I think about Alex. I think about Build as well. And about us, about the games we faced against them. The first one, I think they were maybe. Yeah, it was a lack of preparation from our side, I will say. And the second one, I think we had the game in our hands. It was like stuff like experience, because our lads are really talented, but they need to learn some stuff sometimes. And this game against Ruddy, the second game, I think was really important in our progress.
So you think something changed from the second game until now that will help you
Yeah,
on
yeah.
playoffs?
Yeah. After the game 2 against Ruddy, I think we were like kind of unleashed, a bit unleashed. And
So
I
if
think
you had to pick a lane, tell me.
I think we saw it with the double 2-0 week after this one. So I think they understood something.
So if you had to pick a lane where you believe Venom Crest will be really comfortable versus Ruddy, which lane is it? It's a tough one.
It's tough to say because it will depend about drafts. But I will say it's about how we will manage Kiturukan with his AP junglers. It's most about this dude. He's really good, and we have to deal with this because he's kind of the identity of this team. So we will deal with Kiturukan and see how we will manage him.
Totally agree. I was expecting that one. Yeah, that's a good one. What is your takeaway? I don't know if I'll meet you until the end of the split. I don't know how interviews will be going. So what is your big takeaway through this split and the way the Venom Crest team roster behaved until now? I know it's a lot of work put on you and the way you made a team and all that. So how do you think the boys behaved?
I think we made a nice work. I think about my guy Godot at the end of the technical staff. I think about Uko as well. He's my partner at the front office, and obviously the player, because we had like a special way to work this split, and a big part of the job was on her shoulders. about individual stuff and training. So now we saw like a good grow up. So it's like we can say well played, congrats to everyone. But it's not finished because it's not our goal. Our goal is not to finish second at the end of the split.
Okay. Let's see what happens at the end of playoffs then. Thank you so much, Blas. It was a pleasure. And congratulations on the second spot. Have a lovely one.
Thanks a lot.
And there you go. All of a sudden, the jungler makes a difference. And they need to beat that junglers from Ruddy. And specifically, I think we've seen in this game, Venom Crest jungler stepping up. They knew what to do. The bot lane needed to be destroyed. And I think they got it. Ever since from the beginning of the game. I don't know if you agree with me. Take your time, gentlemen.
I
beginning?
somewhat agree, right? I think this game was this was a weird game, I would say, because
He's back.
he's got initialized back, man. He made it. He made it. He
Kept
woke
moving
up.
non-stop. I was like, what is it? It
No,
is what it is.
But
Welcome
if
back.
I do want to think, like, I think the main point for me, though, I noted a lot of standout performances in this game. Like, I saw a lot of mechanical outplays. The players were really limiting each other, which
I'm
was
actually
fun to
properly
see.
back now.
I think
I muted
the top,
myself on broadcast, apparently.
the top side, right? Incredible scenes on the desk here, but I think like in the top lane, for example, Lenny and Elijah really pushing their limits. In the mid lane, we saw it as well. A lot of like the mid lanes are really going at each other. Sumi and Fierce, man, really testing each other. I think we saw it in the bot lane. Ruddy had the clutch outplay there when they got the kill on in the bot lane, and Lingard, where he was trying to outplay. So I thought, the players we've been praising so much were really testing each other. And in the end, though, Lingard, that one death was from that 1v2 in the bot lane, where he almost outplayed it, but Fish got the upper hand. But other than that, like near perfection. This Ezreal, I think they've removed the skill shots when Lingard plays it, because I rarely saw him miss anything. Incredible performance from him, and I think today so far, the players we've been hyping as either being the unsung heroes or the MVPs throughout the whole split have just been stepping up, showing exactly why we spent this time in the pre-show telling their story and building them up.
Yeah, and kind of with that as well, Fruity Fresh is one of those players who has come in and played his own game in such a fantastic way as well this split, and that's kind of good fun on that one as well. So I'm right there with you. I think it's been a really cool showing to see that kind of player do so well with that.
And I think if you look back at this game for Lungfist, it's a bit of a sour one, because they were so close to playoffs. For them, there wasn't anything to play around anymore. But Arsha, you opened with from the early game. I don't think we can say Venom Crest took it over from the early game. I think if we go back into our mind to the early game from Lungfist, they actually had a good showing there. There was a very clean dive from Venom Crest in the bot side, but for the rest, it was Lungfist light side trying to take over the map, trying to go on. Out on the last hurrah, and I distinctly remember a lot of. He's Danish, by the way, when Elijah was taking over the top side. So I think for those players, it's looking to the next season. It's looking to seeing what teams they can end up in, because it's a team that you can see getting picked dry a bit, where there's a lot of interesting talent that other teams might want to work with.
It's interesting because we highlighted Elijah at the beginning of the show, and he just highlighted himself as a Cassante. And we did the same for Lingard. Then he highlighted himself as well, getting the MVP. We also highlighted Custom, and he's going to be playing on the next game versus X-Drop. I know instantly right off the bat, Dino, you want to communicate. You started laughing even before I ended the sentence.
Yeah.
You want to talk about this one. Duckling, before he jumps in, tell me.
No, I'm gonna let it go to Dino first. I want to hear what the Dutchman has to say about his lovely extra. I have the pride in my Danes. I'll get to that later. I want to hear what Dino has to say.
Yeah, he's happy because Custom is a Dane, but there's also 2 Danes on Verdant, so like in the past, so he's
How
still
many
gonna
Danes
be
do we
happy
have?
in general. I mean, coaching staff included, it's 3 Danes again this game, I guess. So, looking at X-Drop, I just want to see him pop off one more time. It might be his last game as an AD carry. So that would be really sad to see, because he stepped down from the coaching role just to teach kids how to play this role still. I think he has it in him to go at least 2 to 3 more seasons, but for some reason I feel like this is going to be his last game, so I just want to see him on a hyper carry, controlling lane as he does, and then in the mid to late game completely take over.
Yeah, it's kind of sound so selfish, but I want to turn my attention towards the mid lane match. You're right, it's the Dane versus the Dane. Yeah, he has the guitar ready. I was waiting for that one. But there is some actual analysis behind it, right? Because I think coming into the split, I thought it was a huge statement from Verdun to start Harbo over Erol, who over the course of a few years now have built himself up to be one of the better mid laners in our league. I'm personally a big enjoyer of him, and we've seen him multiple times perform in the NLC. Harbo, who finally then got his chance, I thought, again, big statement there, starting him. But he hasn't really delivered what I hoped for. I think he's had a few good games where he's shown the ceiling he can have, but he's simply been too inconsistent. There are a few too many games where I feel like he falls through instead of where he steps up to the plate, because when he finally has, in particular, he has had a few good Syndra games, and he has stepped up to the plate and shown what he can do. But then, he's going up against someone like Custom, who, as soon as Custom hit the Rift, he hit the ground running, showing that he's one of the best players in this blue-white roster. And despite them only having one win, I will say individually, Custom has had the better split compared to Harbo.
There's only two things I want. Rengar not to be banned, and Kassadin to show up. It's the last game from Blue Whites. We've talked about it. Custom loves that champion. So please, there's nothing else to do right now. Verdun and Blue Whites, this is it. Vados, Rumble, Ivern being removed from... Wait, Blue Whites removing Ivern. They love this champion.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a tell, but also Dopamine is a huge player of it, so getting rid of it makes a lot of sense. I think they might wonder whether that gets first picked otherwise. And of course, Blue Whites here, in with the possibility of causing more of an upset. We are expecting, of course, the likes of X-Drop to be really difficult for Blue Whites to overcome, because inevitably in the kind of Blue Whites games, they have strong early games, but it comes towards those more structured moments later where the macro and the caliber of our teams tends to show through at the kind of later stage of the game, and that will be the point where X-Drop and Karmsky come on through, because they will get a hold of some of those scarier teamfight AD carries. Ashe is certainly right up there right now, even if she's more on the initiation front of that side. That priority should be pretty scary for Blue Whites, and they will need to come in ready and raring to go, because if X-Drop gets free time on that champion, it's pretty ugly right now.
And I'm all for it. This is why I'm here. This game doesn't really mean anything in the playoffs run anymore, so these teams can actually do what they want. Now, it's a weird juxtaposition that a lot of teams find themselves in the end of the split, where it's like, we could have complete fun. We could go completely off the rails with our draft, overcook ourselves, and just do stuff like the Kassadin, but also go way beyond that. But at the same time, you still want to show what you're made of, because most of these players are looking at a longer career than just today. And that's why I like coming out with that Ashe, instantly following up with logical champs in a Leona and a Karthus, but I do want to see some more spice, because let's be honest, it's your last hurrah, it's the last time to pick out those pocket picks out of your back pocket, and I want to see that happen.
Yeah, to even add on to that, right? We discussed this yesterday when Ashram was also going about, I need to see custom Kassadin. The big issue then was Blue Whites were blue side, right? You really want to be on the red side to know what you're going up against, and so far so good. It hasn't been banned. That's the big thing. If it gets banned in the second rotation for Verdun, I think we'll be in for some trouble, sadly. But I think, maybe this could be the game to start. Corgi has been banned, so the strong mid laners have been removed as well. So there is certainly a window, I could say, with the strong mid laners gone as well. Surely we can fit it in.
Yeah, the rel being debated and potentially locked in makes some sense to me. I wonder now whether Blue Whites go, well, we've lost the two main kind of super easy AD champions to pick in mid lane. We could look towards something like the Ezreal, or of course the Yone might be an option here as well if Costum's feeling comfortable. You've already got the Karthus, it's a strong AD option. Feels like most matchups are playable there, and even if it is not necessarily the S tier, it's certainly at that A level for most levels of competitive play. Instead, they go towards the Zeri. It is a flex right now, it is worth noting. So we'll see how that one plays out. We've seen some of it mid. We've seen occasionally top into things like Cassante. Is Costum or Blue Whites in general feeling spicy enough to try it, though?
I was just looking at the bans right now.
Yeah,
I need to see
it's
this.
exactly holding.
There's a lot of AP already on Blue Whites. There's a lot of AP, so you now need to compensate over the AD.
I mean, Velux will just play some AD in the top lane, right? He'll whip out the Renekton, and he'll...
Or it could be AD mid lane. There's a pick. There's a pick that was brought in. It was brought in an interview with Costum, and he told me, I have to be on red side, and it has to be debatable. And I think versus Kindred, it's perfect. But I'm gonna shut up because it's a secret pick, and I'm gonna shut up until it comes up.
glad you brought Kindred up, because for now there aren't really great tools for Blue Eye to deal with Kindred. So if Dopamine gets a good game, if he gets a few stacks, it's really annoying for these champions to actually play into a Kindred. Kindred into Karthus is great to have. You have Leona hard engaged, you have a Zeri with the crash down, but as long as Kindred's positioning is good around Rel and Ashe, that can buy so much time and space, it's kind of annoying. And what I don't see in the draft, in the ban phase from Verdant, is banning champions out that are historically good into Kindred. So I'm wondering if Blue Eye is actually going to pick up one of those champions. The main one on my mind right now is the Gragas, to see if they can actually take Kindred out of the Lamb's Respite, because if they can't, this could be a really tough game.
It could be at the AUP for Veluxa. Yeah, final ban coming in from Verdant. You do it, LeBlanc.
LeBlanc,
They think this is for custom.
Surely.
Okay. No, they don't pick it here. They wait for the final pick. They want to know what they're going up against before they decide. But yeah, I'm
yes,
waiting,
expose the top lane so we can get a counter mid. This could be it. If
Is
you get a
this the
Yorick,
day?
I would be really happy
This
as
is
well.
tense.
But I'm just here for the fun. I'm just here to enjoy it.
Yeah, take the
Okay,
red
go
to top.
Renekton.
Then you have some more
Yeah.
AD damage. That did.
Yeah, let's
okay,
go.
that means you can out debate that going. Yeah, you could definitely go AP in the mid lane now, right? That's certainly feasible. Let's see now what the matchup will be, though. Like, I'm looking at his League Peter right now, and I'm seeing pretty much every split, except for this one. He's played at least one Kassadin game. It wasn't the TCL or single split where he didn't play, but that was a short split. And when you look at his long splits, he's actually played quite a lot of Kassadin throughout his competitive career. 5 games, 4 victories, and 1 loss. That's a pretty good ratio, right?
Okay.
So surely you have the confidence of whipping it out as the Jax gets locked in up against that Renekton.
I will say, though, I'm looking at a lot of AD champions here. The Syndra would be AP, so finally have some AP to play into. But Kassadin, normally you want an AP matchup to manage with the way your shield works on the Q in particular. You can give it a go now. If you're fancying a bit of a show-off moment, could be good. The only thing is, because you've got the Karthus with you, it becomes a lot easier to itemize against you in a side lane. But you can still do it for style points. And that I am fully on board with trying.
The Syndra makes sense, right? I discussed it just before we headed into the game. This is the champ that Habbo has had the best standout moments on. The Kassadin is now hovered. We have to lock it in. Come on.
Man, this is...
It is the final
The
game.
dead only
Custom,
sin.
will you find
way too hard.
your favorite
Custom.
champion?
You can
Don't
do
be
it.
doing
told
that.
me
Don't
on the
bait it.
It's
interview.
still just a hover. No!
Oh my, yeah.
Is that Karthus mid?
Okay. If it's Karthus mid,
Hang on, is
That is
Karthus
that
mid?
is disturbing. Like the fact that he sits there hovering it for
or
so
is
long.
it Viego
Or
mid?
is it
It's Viego mids.
There needs to
I
be
mean,
some
he could
competitive
go
rule
Viego
here.
mid.
This cannot be allowed. Like, get him out. Get him
Is that-
fired.
I haven't seen Viego mid since Viego first got released and Caps was trying to play into mixed
Is that the
avail.
speciality you talked about, Asher? Or
No, the speciality would be Lee Sin. He loves Lee Sin mid.
Guys,
Oh,
is this
boy.
he
normal?
was massive back in
Viego.
2021.
But
Yeah,
like,
I was
like,
not
does this happen a
expecting
lot?
this.
Viego mid?
No.
I'm looking through my notes. I can't really find it.
We are not that cooked, okay? We cook a lot,
That's
but this
what
is
I
a
mean,
special
for-
dessert.
For custom, I
Okay.
said shampoo exclamation mark. That's what I wrote down, but I didn't expect it to be Viego.
There you go. That's the question you were looking for. The question I put up right now is, after Champion Select, without the labels of the teams, without the tag, who would you pick? Initialize, Duckling, then Dino. Who would you pick to win this one? Verdant versus
Okay.
Blue Whites.
My head says Verdant. They've got a much easier comp to play. Great pick. My heart says, let's go, Viego mid. I want this to work, baby.
Let's go, Duckling.
Yeah, I'm thinking very much the same thoughts. Custom has never played the Viego mid before, but why not end the split off with a victory? I've predicted Verdant, but my heart is telling me for a custom domination, and let's see if it happens.
Dino.
I'll let my age show. I'll be the voice of reason. You're playing
Boring.
Karthus Viego into Kindred, and you can't really stop the Lamb's Respite, so as long as Verdant don't lose their brain in teamfights, it should be fine. So let's just be reasonable and give it to Verdant, even though the hearts maybe tell Blue-White.
You know what? Just to make sure that we tie it up, since we're forward on the desk, I'll also be the voice of reason. We got Viego, let's go, baby! We don't care about reasoning! Who needs reason? Woo!
Very different energies between the desks and our little box over here. First of all, you know, Dino, it's a trial by fire for you, I think, for these drafts. So well done for trying to bring logic and reason to them. My favorite part so far was, are you sure that the Aurelion Soul's going bot lane? Like, come on, Dino, come on. Have you been commentating a different league all split? What do you mean?
I think he may have done. Getting involved across the channel, potentially. For Verdant and Blue Whites, I think the stakes kind of there for Verdant in this matchup. A win does mean that they would avoid the ignominy of potentially falling to 7th place if natives are able to get the W over DMG. But I think this is all about pride, right, Rudy?
It is, and more importantly, with now every position other than that 6-7 scuffle being locked, it gives us the opportunity for a final game that has actually no stakes, and that means that draft could be a lot more entertaining.
More entertaining than Viego mid. Well, I can't wait for that one. Let's get on to the Rift for this game. We go. The final time that we're going to be seeing Verdant and Blue Whites this split. So, Rude Dude, what do you think of Viego mid?
What do I think about Viego mid lane? Now, I'm thinking in an isolated matchup that it's actually not going to be as easy as maybe Costin would have expected. However, he said with bated breath as Blue Whites invaded 5 people into the bot side, the theory behind the Viego in the mid lane, I'm going to assume, is for a pretty tried and tested composition, a pretty tried and true style of push and roam. My concern is that getting push versus a Syndra might not quite go as easily as a Viego might like, and we may just default to part 2 of that plan, which could just be roam. Now, in this matchup, I'm actually okay with it. Unfortunately, I've not been a great fan of Harbo this split. I think you can afford to maybe give him a wave or 2, uncontested, if you're getting 2 kills on MKR, who has been by far the best standout for Blue White so far this split. So there's a world where Blue White still can play through their bot lane with a bit of an early presence from Costin to make a fight happen.
I think the wrinkle that I put on that is that it is Harbo Syndra, which I think you're going to pick a champion for this guy, which has been a bit of a higher performer. It is on this pick. Not really a champ that we see all that much in the meta right now, but it is kind of his bread and butter alongside something like the Karma, where you can have a fairly non-interactive laning phase and just throw stuff at people, and then come the mid game, you're still able to offer a lot in terms of your one-shot capability and stuns with the Syndra, and also the shielding, and generally just being a nuisance as a Karma.
Absolutely. Now, the good thing is for Costin is that he is playing a melee laner versus, or in a current meta where we have Doran shield plus second wind, so he can just walk up, tank as many auto attacks as he likes. He's probably going to be fine, and just one all-in, like one small trade, is going to end up being much more favourable for the Viego than it is going to be for the Syndra. Nice that we're seeing Harbo save scatter as well. Obviously, the Spectral Maw from Costin very telegraphed, so as long as you're saving scatter for that, you should be fine.
Oh, invade coming through here from Dopamine, going towards Crest on the Raptors, and Harbo was also cheating towards the top side of mid lane here, so Dopamine going to be able to bully Quest away from that Raptors, but he was still able to get the little ones at least.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at the mini-map here. Quest's clear. Looks to have been take his blue, and the enemy Raptors is my assumption. I might have missed that earlier on, so apologies for that, folks. As then walks back in, he's going to clear off the rest of his bot side jungle. But with the push through on that bot side as well coming through for Verdant, it's worth mentioning that the bot lanes for both of these teams have been their shining spots, right? It's Drop versus MKR, 2 players who we've been excited about versus both these teams. Calm Sky, he's going to be fine. So getting that lead in the bot side is going to be really important because we know both of these AD carries can pop off.
Yeah, this is a bit of a difficult situation here for Blue Whites. Potentially going to be able to catch out Calm Sky on the rotate over, although taking a bit of a safer path back to lane. Quest is going to reveal the intentions of himself and Poupe here. All the time that he's spending here has allowed Dopamine to clear red side quadrant and now clearing onto his own quadrant too. So the jungle CS hasn't really started to develop a disparity just yet, but that is going to change over the next minute or so.
I have a theory, Middlecop. The competitive League of Legends is rigged. And in the sense that Kindreds never get their mark. Level, or the first ones that spawn on the first crabs, always on the opposite side of a Kindred.
You've been listening to the betters in chat again, haven't you?
Ah! You got me. You got me.
First name, last name, series of numbers. What league is this? These players are so bad. Thank you very much for your high-level analysis.
Who won the draft?
Who did one draft? Who were winners?
Who were winners?
3-2-2? 3-2-2?
How many kills did Steve get last game?
It's Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, he hasn't played a game of League of Legends in a while, mate.
Oh. Why not?
Oh, I think he retired, bro.
Ah, okay. Well, fair enough. Potential. The room!
He's roaming! He's pushed, and now he's Roman. Call him Alexander the Great. Isn't able to get the Spectrum or onto either members of the Verdant bot lane, but drop will fall regardless. First blood for MKR.
First blood for the Zeri, exactly where they would like it to happen. Yes, it's a wave dropped in the mid lane. Yes, Harbo is going to get this one under the turret. This is kind of what we theorized, right? That if you're happy to sacrifice a wave under your turret, if it gets a kill onto MKR, feels like the best way Blue Whites have been looking at taking games pretty much throughout this entire split. If they want to go out with a bang, feels like this would be the way to do so.
Yeah, and they're up against the Verdant side who practically haven't been able to secure those W's. Dopamine getting caught out here. Poupe roaming up as well. Veloxa flashing under the tower. And culling the Meek as Custom. May have put himself in a little bit of danger with that Spectral Maul, but is able to walk on out of there. Blue Whites, 2 kills to the good.
And remember, Dino said on the desk that as long as Verdant don't lose their minds, they should be fine to take these team fights. They've got a much better team fighting composition as the game gets later. The caveat that I will add to that is that Zeri late game, period. Now, if MKR gets fed and he's able to be that threat in the later stages of this team fight, in the game even, it could be very, very tricky. But Drop, you can see, not going to give him an easy time toward that late game. And as long as Verdant can start to slow this pace down, I mean, it's only 2 kills thus far, but it's been a little bit wishy-washy so far.
Yeah, and we can talk about the reliability of the Zeri once you get to late game, but I think Kindred also exceptional once we get
Syndra R too.
Syndra R, Jax. I think even the Ashe can provide a little bit more damage than people would expect. Blue White's looking for a contest around this dragon as Poupe is able to catch out Dopamine, who doesn't have the level 6 yet. And Custom is able to get a kill for himself. Reset secured for the Viego. And Drop is in the middle of nowhere, desperately attempting to get a kill back for himself. But I'm not sure he's going to be able to do it. Hold on, turns it around. It's a messy fight on the south side of Summoner's Rift. And Custom will claim the dragon.
I got very confused because I saw a repossessed body and a Karthus. I was like, both junglers are alive! What's going to happen? It wasn't anywhere near as exciting as that. So I apologize for the fake enthusiasm as that may have seemed, but I was genuinely just being dumb. But Blue White's starting out this game exceptionally well, and Verdant going for a fight around the dragon that it would seem to appear they have no purpose going for, as Dopamine now has to back away, surely.
Oh, you can't just do this again, bro. This is going to be the 3rd time that Dopamine's got caught out before he's hit level 6. This time, though, he escapes with his life. Calmsky might not be so lucky as he's stunned by the Spectral Maw and taken out by Custom. I'm not going to lie, bro, dude. I'm loving the Viego mid.
So am I, Middle Cut. We saw the push and roam, and now we're seeing the push and own. Ooh. Trade down in the bot side. Both AD carries going 1-for-1. Flash used from MKR. Drop didn't have that available, but trade of summoner spells looks like the wave crashing into the turret of Verdant means that the bounce back is going to be favourable for Blue Whites.
And it's strange to talk about a team which is 1-12 as having developed over the course of the split, but it's exactly what Blue Whites have done as they're looking for another play up here in the top side. Shihan gonna get slowed up, throws up the helicopter, gets 3 people stunned with it, but will still fall down, and there's no response here for How has Dopamine died again?
This time, still level 5 in fact. Take that counter up to 4 times he's been caught now without his ult, even though he got away with one in the mid lane just a little bit ago. But MKR managing to find himself yet another kill. 5-2 on this Zeri. Now, I will say, Middlecott, one of the phrases you've just used is the development from Blue Whites. And I'll actually challenge you a little bit on that point for this game specifically, because Blue Whites have actually always been a fairly solid early game team. They get their leads, they'll find some fights, look really good for about 5 to 10, maybe even 15 minutes. once we get past that 15-minute marker, they just seem to crumble. And normally it's in the macro game where just putting people in the wrong lanes and losing turrets without getting anything back. But this is a Verdant team who have definitely struggled on the back of, I think it's 4 losses they're on at the minute. They could very easily have the chance to take 15 minutes and go even further.
5 losses in a row as it stands. Definitely been a disappointing second round robin for this squad, which I think a load of us had pegged at the start of the split, at least making playoffs, if not potentially getting a little bit further. But it's going to be second split in a row with Verdant missing out on playoffs. It's been rough for them.
But still have a couple of bright spots. I think that Drop has been a standout. I do think that Calm Sky has also been a relatively successful support as well.
Ashok coming from the base into every little bit of CC that Verdant have got. They're able to get a kill. Beautiful solar flare coming out from Poupe, and it's 2 more for MKR.
Static Shift finish so early is just disgusting, and MKR's going to profit from it. Gets a plate in the mid lane as well. Though, I mean, you can try and step up to this, but you do just die. Maybe the help of Shihan will get you there, but letting the Zeri base may well be the wise decision.
Yeah, and if we're talking about 80 carries on teams that have struggled, I think that MKR has been another one of those who has really put on the burners. I would love to see him in the NLC next year. I think he's definitely made a case for himself in this league.
Absolutely. Now, this top side, we're panning up to it, has been, of the map, the quietest area, but somehow with a kill and an assist for Voluxa, somehow managed to get himself involved in a couple bits of action. Shihan, another performer on Verdant who's had his moments. I think that his Jax by far and away is his best champion from this split. Need to see him in the late game, and once we get to a stage where they can team fight and maybe even just have an element of split push, Shihan should be dominating this side lane. We've seen him use great TP flanks as well in the past to turn tides of team fights.
Yeah, but I think those fights are going to be difficult for Verdant as the gold lead for Blue Whites has been extended to 3,000, and we're fearful of a potential mid-game slump for this team. That can be inoculated against by just getting such a massive lead early on that the enemy can't really compete with you. Once again, we're seeing potential moves towards the mid lane. It's not just Quest or Poupe, it's 4 members of Blue Whites.
Just play safe mid.
Going towards mid, but with the vision from the Hawk shot, then spot out the potential for the play.
Talking about vision, look at this bot side jungle of Verdant. Just absolutely cluttered with wards. Can't see for the amount of vision that Blue Whites have got down there. Now looking for a 3 versus 3 down on that bottom side. Very early Carp Assault.
Oh, Requiem is actually going to be blocked, and Shihan potentially falling down. Has to flash away to stay alive. Custom looking for something in the mid, and actually, with 6 members of this game converging towards the bot lane, they'll back off in the end.
Merktread's rush for Custom this game, going to help him out endlessly versus the Syndra specifically, and also if he does get hit by an enchanted crystal arrow, that extra tenacity might help him out as Blue Whites.
Also, Dopamine, are you enjoying League of Legends, buddy? Are you enjoying League of Legends? Blue Whites! The best that we've seen them this whole split long, I dare say. 14 kills in under 13 minutes.
And you know what? Poupe deserved those kills. He started that whole fight off. He started the engage and gets himself his rightly vindicated reward. Has come in and has honestly been a good performer. I mean, it's only 2 games, it's a small sample size, but his laning phase yesterday, definitely up to par with the Nord bot lane that he was playing up against this game. Finding these engages, landing solar flares, and quite crisply as well, one might add. So, again, another player that, even though their time has been short so far in the NLC, that does give me a little bit of hope and a little bit of excitement as well.
And with Blue White's next competitive game is going to be in that promotion tournament. We're seeing a team here which honestly feels a little bit too good for that tournament, the way that they're playing.
Kraken Slayer finished for Drop though, so not all doom and gloom for Verdant. First items pretty much finished up across the board, and if we take a look at the item discrepancies for right now, it's probably their best window that they're going to look to be able to fight at. Whilst MKR's only sat on components of that second item as opposed to having, well, JK, the full Runans fully finished up. might have been their best window to look for, but at least for Verdant, the mission is clear. It's kill MKR.
Easier said than done up against the Zeri. Oh, so slippery, can skate around the edge of a team fight. And if just one kill comes down, then we're looking at multiple resets for Custom on this Viego mid. Verdant, though, making an aggressive play into the enemy bot lane. Dopamine needs to be careful. The Cutstop is going to come down, counteracted by the Lamb's Rest bite, but Blue Whites are more than happy to respond. It's 2 more for MKR.
That's the second time this game that he's queued one person and Static Shiver's finished off the other. It's just a beautiful set of kills for MKR. Once again, able to rotate swiftly from that mid lane down into the bot side this time and finds himself another couple of kills. Blue Whites finding more and more gold onto their marksman who has been so good.
Shihan, bro, you just heard them.
No.
Take away the heralds. You can't play for this. All right, you're going to be able to get the first tower. That's a little bit of bonus gold for yourself, but Blue White should be able to easily clean up this kill onto the Verdant top lane. Quest getting a little bit of action for himself, and as the game gets later and later, Verdant are trying to make plays for themselves, but Blue Whites just keep responding well.
Not too many bad things to say about Blue Whites so far this game, and we've broached that 15-minute marker, that time in the game where we typically tend to see their lead start to peter away. Drake spawning in 90 seconds time. Dopamine now caught by Volluxer as he slices, dices and gets away.
There's still a lot of chase potential here. The arrow from Drop, pinpoint once again. And finally, something nice to talk about here for Verdant. A kill, a third one onto Dopamine.
I think that's the way that they're going to have to play this. It's use Dopamine on sides and use that enchanted crystal arrow as well. It does mean that it's very, very scary. When you're trying to play in the mid lane, trying to get that wave play might well be a little bit difficult. If they can use that side lane, use Shihan, use Dopamine, they have got damage to utilize with that Ashe CC, so not all doom and gloom just yet.
I mean, that's one of the benefits of having this sort of composition where you've got multiple carries at every point. Yes, I think that Drop has been out-accelerated a little bit by MKR, but it's hardly like he's in a bad position for this game. But then you've got the one-shot potential of the Syndra. You've got the damage coming out from the Kindred. You've got Jax jumping into these team fights as well. It's not looking great at the moment, but there are angles here for Verdant to play. 30 and a bit seconds until Soul Point for Blue Whites. Can Verdant contest?
I think it's so good that you bring up all of those tools that Verdant have. If they take down MKR, that's the gold lead gone, right? 500 mid, 500 support. I'm not bothered about those discrepancies. If they can take down MKR, that whole gold lead gets eviscerated immediately, and then the fight after the fact could be won. And it's important to say that it could, because you've still got reset capabilities from Custom. Quest, even if he goes down, Karthus, half of his goal in a team fight sometimes is just to die, so he can do damage. Massive AoE. Blue Whites now continuing their storm through the mid game, taking down that mid tier 1 turret. Got bot lane still to go for the outers.
Custom gonna get potentially caught out here, stunned. Still has the ultimate, needs to use it to get overall. TP comes through from Shihan, and Blue Whites are on the run a little bit here. Another Ashe ult gonna be dropped down, but Poopy, the ideal target for that to hit if you're a Blue Whites fan. Verdant, though, have managed to secure priority around this dragon as Blue Whites are just looking all mid.
Yeah, and they can probably take this tier 2 if they're swift enough about it. Verdant will have to see if they fancy themselves a fight. Flashes are all available for Verdant. The only one missing for Blue Whites is Poopy. No fight to be had, though. A civil handshake stopped the Drake stacking in favour of taking a tier 2 turret, and if I'm Blue Whites, I'm taking that every day of the week.
Absolutely, sort of extending that map advantage. This dragon in isolation for Verdant doesn't grant them too much more power. Yes, it's a delaying action against Blue Whites, but if you're just always going to have that mid lane priority and the ability to set up vision in the enemy jungle, especially with the composition that you got for themselves, you don't mind this game going an extra 5 minutes.
And in case anybody was curious, they are always going to have that pushing mid lane priority. They have got MKR, who's going to be going back to base, picking up that Infinity Edge. He pushes every wave, and even if he gets contested for it, let's say an Ashe ulti comes through. First of all, he has E. Second of all, he has Cleanse. And third of all, he has Flash. So, we're not expecting the pick onto the Zeri to be particularly easy now. And when we're looking, further and further into the game, I'm starting to think, well, maybe we start throwing Ashe ultis out just to see if we can burn the cleanse, a bit like you would do with a Leona ulti, for example. You just start fishing sort of 90 seconds before an objective, see if you can find a quick summon a spell and make that work, but the goal is obviously to take down MKR. The ideal of that, though, a lot more difficult.
Dopamine and Calm Sky going for a bit of an adventure towards the top side. Shihan has been able to get a decent push on this top lane tower, and this matchup has started to shift a little bit more in favour of the Jax as time has gone on, but he might be at risk at dying for another tower here. He's able to claim it. The counter-strike dodged away from MKR, going over the wall and immediately flashing back away from the counter-engage. Down comes the Requiem, blocked by the Lamb's Respite, but the health bars on Verdant are oh so low. It's a 2-for-1 in favour of the Finnish organisation, and Harbo needs to run for the hills. The ult is not enough to take out MKR! And Blue Whites get 3 more kills.
But that's all summoner spells off the Zeri. Just as the Baron spawns, there's nothing left in the tank for Verdant to stop this, though. 20 minutes on the clock, and Blue Whites are taking the big purple worm.
I mean, you've got a Karthus with 2 items, you've got a Zeri with 3, and all the additional damage that Custom is going to be able to provide for this. You take this down so damn quickly. And that mid-game fumble from Blue Whites has not happened. A small lead in the early game into a large one in the mid-game, and as the minutes tick by, the gold lead is only increasing for Blue Whites.
And just to like harken back to that fight, Veluxa had one of the best flashes that he's probably had all split long. The frame before he's about to die to whatever source of damage it is, flashes into the Lamb's Respite, keeps himself alive, and then is the point of aggro for the entirety of Verdant. If the Crocodile goes down there, they can split their attention. They can start turning onto MKR, Quest, whoever it is that they need to. And maybe then the Syndra ulti takes down MKR. But the fact that Veluxa survives just that little bit longer means they have to expend just a few more resources to take him down, and allows Blue Whites to wipe the fight. It's one of the small things that might get overlooked, but one that definitely netted them this advantage.
The slim margins, which can so often decide League of Legends games. Crest going to throw down the ultimate, interrupted there by drop. That's arrowed down, and Blue White's back away.
That's how they're looking to pick people off. That's how we've seen Verdant find so much success, so much chance in this game, and sort of clawback potential has been off the back of drop using this arrow. Now, obviously, it's good that they don't get Karthus ulted, but it means that their ability to try and find anything back in this game starts going down even more.
Coupe and Custom looking for drop here, instant cleanse away.
I think I would have liked him to have timed that, you know? He has his team right by him. If Custom comes through, if Coupe comes through, odds are his team probably ends up taking them down, and I think that's the type of situation where you can afford to be a little bit more liberal with when you are looking to keep a hold of your cleanse. Nevertheless, though, you can understand the theory of if I die here, maybe I'll just lose the game. It's not worthwhile taking that chance.
Oh, Shihan played onto by Custom, and well, not really able to do too much for himself. Custom still looking aggressive though. As we've got another dragon spawning in 20 seconds, and I think this is where we start to look at the power of getting that mid tower down. Blue Whites are just so free to walk into the jungle of Verdant to look for picks to extend their vision line, and yeah, Verdant, you were able to get that Drake 5 minutes ago, but it doesn't look like you're going to be able to get the next one.
Best part is that Custom is largely able to do it on cover of darkness as well. Arrow goes wide.
Ooh, Coupe going for an engage, but the rest of his team aren't really here. Quest gets blown up by Harbo. Going to be able to drop the Requiem. No way to interrupt that, but the Locket Shield providing a little bit of damage reduction. Still, though, it does feel like Blue Whites are the ones with the position as Harbo caught out.
Shihan.
And that's that. Here comes Shihan, not able to find an engagement. And even without their jungler, Blue Whites still feel happy to take this fight. Poupe shot with the arrows, Dopamine dancing forward as well, but multiple low health bars on Verdant. MKR still full HP.
Yeah, and that might be enough for Verdant to try and take this Drake. Now, MKR still has his ulti. That's the important part if he wants to try and find a contest. Very possible to do so, but who's going to be the tank? Who's going to be the front line? Costin has that red buff regen. Poupe, very low on health.
Ooh, that was so close, and Blue White's going to be looking for the fight afterwards. Veloxa going for a flank. Custom trying to get on top of X-Drop, who's fighting absolutely beautifully, and MKR is going to be dropping down. Hold up, Verdant. You've just got a dragon. You've just got another kill for yourselves. 4 dead members of Blue Whites for the first time this game, and Verdant are right back in it.
And importantly, again, just Drop keeping himself alive, is eyeing up Costum the entire time, knows he's channeling that stun. All I've got to do is flash it, and then, even better than that, steps back in so that he dodges out from the Heartbreaker as well, immediately turns his attention onto MKR, who unfortunately can't quite do it all. Pretty much 1 versus 4 in that fight, didn't quite have enough damage to take down the members of Verdant, focusing him out. A great juggle of aggro from Verdant as well, it must be said, and just the slimmest of margins once again for Blue Whites, this time costing them big time.
Yeah, and I just want to point out a little itemization thing. Poupe, he's gone for the Locket, he's gone for the Knight's Vow. It's very, very clear what his goal is. Protect his team, ensure that the likes of MKR, the likes of Costum are able to stay alive, but forced him to approach that fight with a very low amount of HP. If he'd had a Warmox, he would have been able to get that regen and be a little bit bulkier in the front for his team, but ends up being the first kill of multiple falling in favour of Verdant.
Now we start to take a look at the other itemizations. Bloodthirster for Drop fairly early on, so not going to be feeling the ramifications of that Karthus ulti nearly as much. Of course, the Locket has been really useful for Calm Sky as well, who's been pretty much on point with the timing. Obviously very telegraphed and not the most mechanically intensive thing, but just a smart heads-up play for Calm Sky to open up with that item. It's now Drop just challenging a little bit in the mid lane. If it's not MKR in the mid lane, firing an ulti may not be the worst thing in the world.
Absolutely not, and Verdant showing great tenacity to recover from that position where, I'll be perfectly honest, I was ready to call the game in favour of Blue Whites with no chance of recovery. Verdant, they are still down, but they are still in this game, and Costum is going to be getting out of here just about with the Heartbreaker and the Flash invested, and Verdant are starting to feel a little bit more confident now.
I don't think mid-tier 1's really on the table unless they're going to brute force it, but wave play from MKR, fortunately still very, very scary. 4 completed items on this Zeri as Dopamine jumps in and immediately has to be a little bit cognizant that might not have been the smartest choice. Yoink.
Yoinkity sploinkity.
Those are words.
Yes, they, well, I'm not sure they actually are.
And therein lies the sarcasm, Middlecock. Congratulations.
I'll get onto the Oxford English Dictionary. I'll change this situation for the better as Poupe not quite able to find the engage onto Drop. Instead, turning on to Harbo, who flashes away. Here comes the Requiem. The reset secured for Blue Whites as Veloxa is making Dopamine stay very, very bad on the other side of the fight. It's the hope that kills you, and Blue Whites snatch it away from Verdant.
Shihan still has teleport. Shihan can come in and maybe make the difference with Drop at his back, but that damage from Requiem and any pre-existing damage that came through, just not enough. Blue Whites are going to secure themselves a second Baron. It's going to come at a cost, though. Bot lane tier 2 does fall. Fortunately, there's no wave in the mid lane. Blue Whites doing their due diligence. They can keep a hold of that tier 1 for yet another time longer.
Baron number 2 for Blue Whites, back in control of this game. But at least for the next few minutes, we have to feel
60 seconds on that Drake spawning with the Baron at their backs. Mid push, bot push, control that bot side jungle, secure yourselves a dragon. Game plan should be relatively clear for Blue Whites. We've been in this position before. We've got excited. 5 minutes ago, Middlecop, we got excited at the potential of Blue White's second possible win in the NLC. Still need to wait and see if they can, I'll say, finish off the book. Dot the I's and cross the T's feels a little far-fetched just yet.
Still a couple of paragraphs that need writing. But Blue White's absolutely in a position to do that. This dragon would be soul point for whoever picks it up, but it's not going to grant a massive burst of immediate power. So there's definitely a line of thinking here for Verdant that you go, do you know what? We're probably going to have to fight them in 5 minutes anyway. Why not give up this dragon? Why not prevent any risk from befalling us? Still got some items that need to be completed. Drop only on his 3rd. And Harbo yet to complete his 3rd. Whilst Dopamine finds himself in a similar power trough.
It's there for time then to try and wait as Shihan has apparently broken open the base. Versus Baron, it is worth noting. And now there's a this weird dichotomy where we get Karthus ult, she'll get locketed. Majority of that damage, obviously immune, but Harbo still taking a decent chunk there.
Okay, needs to be careful stepping up. Obviously, he still has access to all of those tools that you listed before, and is...
He wants the game, Ruddy.
Hey, he's really feeling himself as he goes to the ultimate. Shihan just on the top side going for a reset. Is actually going to be interrupted here as Blue White's just about able to take down that inhib tower, but Quest is going to be falling for it in trade. Doesn't have the ult available, so...
Drake?
Blue White's going to be moving towards the Drake, but they don't have their jungler right now.
Well, I think that Verdant are going to get soul point here, Middlecott. Wasn't particularly on my bingo card for this game, but the way that the last couple of minutes have just played out, Verdant secure themselves their third card dragon of the game.
Yeah, I think a big part of this actually has been Shihan on the split push, drawing a lot of pressure and really preventing Blue Whites from being this big, clumped up death ball that they can be with this composition, right? MKR getting kills in fights is brilliant, but if Costum isn't there securing these resets, you lose a lot of the power that you've invested into.
And it seems that Verdant have got just enough wave clear between the volleys of the Ashe and Syndra just existing that they can actually stave off Baron. They've staved it off twice. Their base is just barely broken open by that turret that fell in the mid lane. And of course, the power of a scatter of the weak, if you step one micrometer too far forward, you just get scattered, you get taken down, much like Quest did there. Had the flash, but was gone in the duration of that scatter. 4 fight and finish now for Drop, has got that upgraded previous wounds. So the healing coming through from Costa and from Veluxa, they're going to be a little bit reduced.
Yeah, I'm not sure that a team that is currently 1-12 needs any reminders that they're mortal, but Xrox seems happy to let them know. Good news for Verdant is that MKR can't really get much stronger. He's got a Zephyr to go building out of these boots, and that's pretty much it. So the gold lead that Blue Whites have accrued on their AD carry is starting to matter less and less.
You still have a couple of levels left. Don't forget the importance of base HP and the statistics that come with those levels. But you're exactly right, Middlecott, that the potential growth for the rest of this Verdant composition definitely a lot higher than what MKR has left open and available to them. The fact that they were able to take down that mid-tier 1 just gives them a little bit of breathing room almost, that if they get push on a mid-wave, they're not going to be immediately battered back by the next wave coming in, and that they can get themselves a little bit deeper into enemy territory. As looks like Blue Whites have fully committed up to this top side, no surprise with Baron being the next thing up on the chopping block. Not going to be for a little while though. They're just sort of posturing once again, making sure that if they're anywhere, they're there together.
Yeah, and I think the way that Blue Whites play these waves over the next couple of minutes is going to be very interesting, because they haven't found themselves at this point, I want to say kind of ever, this split. They've not been forced to play late game macro at all in a competitive game, and even when they were able to grab their win up against natives, that was 25 minutes. They could just run at the opponents kind of with reckless abandon, but absolutely not the case here. Poopy going to be looking for the solar flare, isn't able to find the stun, still dodges away from the damage as Quest just gets jumped into the middle of absolutely everybody. He's going to bring down the Requiem, but once again the Locket of the Iron Solari preventing a lot of that damage from coming through.
That's a little bit of Quest being in an awkward position, a little bit of one of his teammates sabotaging him there. I'm not too sure quite who it was, but fortunately for them, no particular objectives up immediately. Now that Baron is up inside the next minute. It's going to give Blue Whites a little bit of a challenge when we think about getting purchase into that topside jungle. Seemingly though, Verdant not looking to make the most of that. Topside jungle fairly dark still on both sides.
I think this is the sort of potential issue that they're facing. Finally able to get a little bit of shove in the mid lane because MKR isn't there, but
still 10 seconds on Quest and Baron just spawned. They might just rush this.
Absolutely something you can do. It's not like Quest is going to be able to teleport in. Shihan has reset back to base and is going to make himself known around the Baron pits.
Wow.
3 Barons in this game. Blue Whites have got 2 and only just able to open up the base. Let's see what Verdant can get done with this.
Well, I recorded myself 5 minutes ago. I'm going to replay it now. Push mid, push bot lane, take control of vision of the bot side jungle, and try and secure yourself a dragon. Except this time, it's Verdant and it's their soul point. Or soul. even.
I'm not going to lie, that extra movement speed sounds absolutely brilliant when you're playing up against a Zeri.
And a Viego as well, I'm not going to lie. The chase down potential of a Viego with a harrowed path, bleh.
Pretty damn gross. Verdant, again, feeling confident.
But they can say they don't need this dragon, right? They did all the hard work earlier on by taking those prior drakes. Yes, if Blue-Whites take this, it stops their soul, but they've got a Baron. Like, maybe they try and use that for a little bit.
Potential issue, not sure if this is coming through on your end. A little bit of lag there. But we are back with the dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Blue-White's not
They've
really
got drop!
any sort of flank position has dropped. Potentially going to be falling here as Dopamine gets the Lamb's Respite just in time. But it's the main man for Verdant, all split long, that falls first in the fight. And Blue-Whites will look to take over. Verdant are running for the hills, but they're not going to find anything. Harbo somehow gets the kill down onto Quest. And the other jungler on his team is going to be dropping. Not quite the end of the game here for Verdant. Blue-Whites will secure their third Drake.
Should take mid turret as well off of this. The inhibitor, you'd like to think will fall. This is a sizable numbers advantage. For a sizable amount of time as well, 40 seconds on Dopamine. Chase them away, and if Verdant die here, this could be game.
What are you doing, bro? You're way too far forward. Just about able to jump himself out of there, and actually Pupe and Custom taking a fair chunk of damage in return.
Get the inhibitor, guys.
Blue-Whites, they win the fight, but they can't really claim too much more with it. We are guaranteed to have a Dragon Soul if this game goes another 4 minutes.
I was going to say, guaranteed. The likelihood is we will get a Dragon Soul. However, there's one thing that I've learned, particularly about the NLC, is that maybe to expect the unexpected is, to all intents and purposes, the one person I didn't have getting caught out from Verdant was Drop. Unfortunately found himself in the eyes of Pupe, who this time round didn't miss. Solar Flare found him, managed to connect on the Zenith Blade as well, despite his best efforts to try and get away. The chase down potential, the follow-up on the rest of Blue-Whites, it was there. Shihan and Harbo, they've still got the Baron, but I don't think they're going to be looking to make too much use of this. And this is the time in the game when we're expecting Shihan to be a menace, to be a fiend. Looking at the disparity between himself and Veluxa, that's a full item over the Renekton, who's working towards a death dance for the Renekton, so they can be a little bit more durable, but making a fight versus this Jax, who's got a complete jack-of-all-trades build path here, by the way. Definitely going to be tricky.
Yeah, and to a certain extent, I feel like Shihan can kind of just take the tower in the face of Veluxa, but
maybe not in the face of all 5 members of Blue-Whites who appear to be running towards this bot side.
That's a pretty gruesome visage for the Verdant top laner. He's found a potential angle to get away, but he's going to be running straight into Quest. I think he can take this, though. He's going to get stunned up in the end as Karlskar is also roved over. Solar Flare connecting onto the Jax as he Custom stays alive with minuscule amounts of HP. It's a winning fight thus far for Blue-Whites as MKR just tags through it all from Harbo, but still comes out on top.
2 AD carries up and standing for Verdant. 4 members of Blue-Whites barreling down mid lane. 2 are on running anchor duty, stopping those recalls. MKR and Custom, they've got the job of ending the game. Drop got back to base. He snuck away in the Krug pit. And not even an inhibitor.
Another fight for Blue-Whites that
And then they back away.
had the appearance of a game ender, but they would not be so lucky.
Expect the unexpected, Milcott. That could have very easily just been the end of the game. Quest going down and Custom living on just a slither of HP. But managing to get that reset, not just the 1 time, not just the 2 time, but 3 resets. Kept him alive. That HP regen was just barely enough, and that's the power of this reset composition, and specifically the reset capabilities of the Viego.
Just a reminder, neither of these teams fighting for playoffs. Neither of these teams really benefiting in any material way from a win here, but it just shows how important winning is to all the guys on the Rift here. This isn't just about having fun, it isn't just about playing League of Legends, it's about competing, it's about winning, no matter the circumstance. And honestly, Rude, I could not call it right now.
I don't think I want to. I don't think I have to. I think the teams are going to do all the talking for us. Coupe has been quintessential for Blue Whites in their winning fights. Collecting drop is going to be their name of the game. Talks about it in the get-go.
Oh, Sheehan making a play alongside Harbo onto Veloxa, who is somehow still alive!
No Death Dance. He dies to
Double
Death Dance.
Zonya's coming through. The top laner for Blue White's dead for a minute. The Baron up now. Verdant beelining their way to the top side of Summoner's Rift.
Trying to cut them off though if they can catch Harbo.
Oh, MKR just diving straight on top of them. The Solar Blade getting the slow. Sheehan throwing up the counter-strike, but Harbo is dead. It was a pick for Verdant, but it's a fight for Blue Whites that they are gonna win. Sheehan not able to buy enough time, but Verdant, they already got the Baron.
2 members down for Verdant. Veluxa has TP. There is a window where they will have a 5 versus 3 on the map. The inhibitor, for the life of me, needs to go down, Blue Whites. How much more is the question? A wave spawning, Baroned up minions to act as defense, and 30 seconds on your solo laners. It's Drop and Dopamine who have got the hard job at hand.
It's so difficult to clear out all these minions. Custom go for a pick onto Dopamine, not quite able to pick off the Kindred.
Woo!
Dopamine forced away to the top side of the fight, but Quest is already so damn low. Blue Whites no longer have a minion wave. Veloxa popping the ultimate. The Dominus going to be used. Dopamine on low HP himself, but dashes on out of there. And 3v5 Verdant hang on.
It cost them both of the flashes. Cortus ulti.
It's going to come down, but it's not going to finish.
Don't face
anybody
Jack!
off. Oh my word, no! Oh, he just steps too far forward. TP is available for Sheehan and for Harbo. But Drop is on the run, gets the slow coming through, kites back in to dodge the damage, but still goes down.
They've got to play messy, they've got to find fights now, Verdant, before they get back.
3v5 round 2. Poupe drops into the death chamber. But with the bot lane off the board for Verdant, contesting this dragon is going to be so damn difficult.
Theoretically, a 4 versus 3 with all of your carries up. All signs point towards Blue Whites taking this dragon, but Sheehan's just hopped into the pit.
It's a risky place for him to be. No flash has to queue.
Give the soul.
Out of there. And it is a bitterly fought game. It is a bitterly won Cloud Soul for Blue Whites. And we're going to have Elder hitting the rift in a few minutes' time, but not before potentially the 5th Baron of this game.
And it's a game that could have very easily been over probably 20 minutes ago. Blue Whites found themselves in a position where they took Baron literally on spawn at 20 minutes, having found a fight that could have very easily just put the nail in the coffin of Verdant's abysmal second half of this season. But from those ashes has spawned life, and the challenges of this game have been met so far. Game hasn't ended. And again, we find ourselves in this stalemate. Cloud Soul is a great tool for finding team fights. For MKR specifically, going to be very, very scary when he pops that lightning rush. It's just not quite that ticking time bomb of an Infernal, of a Hex Tech, for example. Not the be-all and end-all to close out a game.
A tool to find victory, not an inevitability unto itself. Blue White's absolutely still in the advantage. Still not fully capped on everybody. Item completions waiting to come through for Custom, for Quest, but same could be said for their opposite numbers on Verdant.
Sheehan, full build already. Has himself, like we mentioned, jack of all trades really with this build path. Got himself that status and the GA.
Custom.
Fancied himself a little bit there, didn't he?
Yeah, feeling very confident, overconfident perhaps, but the movement speed from the Cloud Soul showing a little bit of its value there. You can dip in, you can dip out, and Burn are going to find you a little bit more slippery than they did a few minutes ago.
Goal right now for Verdant is to try and avoid fights as best as possible. We're at this late game phase where the game can be really slowed down, where we can take a moment to think about what has gone well for us in previous fights. How are we looking to play out the future ones? And for me, the big thing that I'm looking at is drop splash. Need to make sure that this Ashe has their own element of safety. As minuscule as it may seem, but as important as that flash summoner spell is, drop cannot be fighting without it. Harbos is back, She-Hands is back. But those are the tools that Blue Whites need to be keeping track of. We're going to be going into this fight, whether it's around Baron or around Dragon, it doesn't really matter, but most likely going to be with all 5 summoner spells up, and so far both Calm Sky and Pupe have found exceptional engages. Maybe a deep ward for She-Hand, maybe a rogue flank for the Jax, akin to what we've seen from splits gone by, games gone by, this split even. Could be the tool for him as he sets up a little bit down on that bot side. He's trying to bait.
Quest. Hit by the Ashe Arrow, but not going down. That's a big cooldown expended by Verdant, but one of the beauties as you get this late into a game is that ultimate is going to be coming up very quickly. Flash also coming up soon for Drop, and the cruelty of late game League of Legends is everything that happened in the 45 minutes up until this moment is rendered meaningless. Doesn't matter that MKR has got a 4,000 gold lead over Drop. All that matters is what happens in the next fight and who wins it. Dopamine jumping forward, She-Han thinking about an engagement, but Quest burning the flash to stay alive. Elder in 2 minutes, Baron in under 60 seconds. Verdant dashing forward, Pupe getting a little bit of damage. Veloxa going for a deep flank TP. Here comes the Requiem, here comes the Solar Flare, and here comes the one-shot on to Drop, saved by Jungler. But look at the other side of the fight, NKR's going fucking crazy as he takes out everything that Verdant throwing him. And in a moment, in the blink of an eye, Blue Whites look to have secured victory.
They don't need Elder, they don't need Baron, all they needed was one good fight. The TP from Veloxa, the engage from Pupe, but most importantly, the dodging, the weaving from MKR, and the damage from this Zeri takes them to their second win in the NLC.
Oh, 30-second death timers coming through for Drop. It's an open path to the Nexus for Blue Whites, but I'm not sure those countdowns will come through in time.
The game is over. No amount of Rel, Ashe, short death timers can make this work.
Hard fought, well earned. Blue Whites with victory number 2 on the final day.
And we'll give you all a minute, I think, folks. That was quite the game of League of Legends. And that spawned really out of nowhere. Blue Whites had the advantage for the first 20 minutes, and then had the quintessential Blue Whites moments of lose your mind and start losing the game, but not quite to the point that it was unretrievable. They salvaged what little possession they had of the game and found themselves 3 Barons, I think, total that game. A Cloud Soul to go with it, and one hell of an AD carry.
Oh man, if I don't see MKR in NLC next split, I'm not sure how I'm going to feel about that one. What a performance. What a game. We're going to break.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We gonna break out and have some fun. We gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. It's a money weekend. Everything we wanna, we go do. We go do. It's leisure, we go do.
Blue Whites with another victory coming in, and hey, Dino, you predicted it. Congratulations on those points. And everyone else, Initialize, you
We're in
betted
trouble.
on the Blue Whites?
I did. No, I didn't have Blue better on Verdant. Not that many points, because I thought if there was going to be an upset, it might be here, but yeah.
Points are not in your favor today, are they, Initialize? No, they're
Don't
not.
talk
They're
about
not.
it.
But Blue White's taking down with this one Verdant of all teams. Interesting. They showed promise yesterday, and today they showed the results. It was a back and forth game, yes it was, and I need you to debate this. So who wants to start this one? Because
I need to also set the record straight that I didn't predict Blue Whites at all, so I can't take that praise.
Go,
no.
man. He's
No,
one of us.
That
One of
wasn't
us. Oh,
me.
dear.
That wasn't me. I think it was Hiprain and Foxtrot. But in
done well
any
there.
case, as I said in draft, I think as long as Verdant played team fights right Kindred, well, they should have been able to win the game. It took us 19 minutes to see that the first time, where it's like a Lamb's respite on your carries, and suddenly Blue Whites were like, oh wait, we can't just auto-win fights. And I think that was the start of a very long-winded end of a game where you kind of got the feeling Verdant was going to come back into it, but then Blue White finally punched a hole that stuck. And I think for Verdant, it's a bit of a sour loss. I think for Blue Whites, it's fun to get your second win, but yeah, there's not much for them to play for or to cheer for, I'm afraid.
it also makes an interesting fact, because if Natives wins afterwards, they lock in 6th place, and Verdant will be thrown down to the 7th place. So it was not for nothing. It was about throwing Verdant down the line. Blue White just destroying everybody, hopes and dreams. And talking about them, let's talk with Quest. It's time to meet Quest.
Hello.
Joins us. Hey, congratulations, 2nd victory. So it's a good
Thank you.
ending, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a good feeling. I'm glad we won.
But my question is, what about that Kassadin? What happened?
The castle, yeah, we were thinking about the castle, but Custom was really feeling the Viego, and we also practiced like the Viego mid lane. He felt really confident, so we were like, yeah, okay, fuck it, let's go.
And I saw the ringer up as well. And you brought in the Carters.
Yeah, I mean, today we just went like full comfort, like full whatever we practiced. We practiced a lot of Kartos, we practiced a lot of Viego mid lane. Yeah, we just went full comfort today.
I look at Blue Whites as two different teams from the beginning of the split, and then when Custom joined, you joined as well. A lot of changes into Blue Whites, and you almost took down North of all teams yesterday. They just won versus Ruddy, and you almost took them down. So, in your opinion, ever since you joined, what has been the experience with the Blue Whites, and how did they change as well?
The entire experience was great. I had an amazing time, or I have an amazing time with them, and everyone has just been really great. We've been improving together, we've been having fun together. Yeah, it was great.
What was your favorite part about Blue Whites?
My favorite part?
Yeah. Favorite story,
I think my favorite part is,
moment?
I think my favorite part of Blue Eyes is just that we treat each other like just like friends and just like family. We respect each other, and yeah, we're just like a big family, I guess.
Yeah, the team changed completely after you, Custom, joined, and now with an addition on the support. My question to you, my final question is: do you feel like mission accomplished?
Yeah, I mean, I feel satisfied. We were like kind of the underdogs, and we still managed to like bring up a big fight against like most of the teams, and yeah, it makes you quite happy.
Okay, so just to say goodbye, Quest. If you could become any sort of champion, what champion would it be?
Oh.
If you could turn into a champion.
I think it would be the Rengar.
I was expecting that, but please indulge me. Tell me more.
Okay, the reason why I want to be like Rengar is I feel like just like jumping around would be like really fun. And yeah, he's also my favorite character, so yeah.
Makes sense. Quest, it was lovely to get to know you, man. Congratulations on what you achieved, and I hope to see you again.
Thank you.
I'll see you soon. That was lovely. Becoming Ranger man, that's a man that doesn't know the word love. He just wants to attack. Becoming a cat, he just wants to attack. And that's exactly what they did. They also attacked the standings, and they made this next game even more interesting. Natives now have to win. And I know a lot of people are thinking, well, I mean, they're fighting a really big team, but we just seen Blue Whites making a dent on Nord yesterday, and they just won versus Verdant. So jumping into the next game, because the last one was extremely chaotic, and I want to give you time to talk about the last one. Last game of the split, DMG versus Natives. What can we expect?
Yeah, I think we can expect a very serious game at the very least from the side of DMG. I don't know if Native plan on cooking something up for DMG, right? Obviously, coming into this week, you had ambitions of top 2. Those ambitions are now ended. You are guaranteed 4th and have been that ever since the result yesterday panned out. The thing is now you want to go into playoffs with momentum, so you don't want to go out on an 0-2 week. You really need this win just to, get the win on the ball. We're going into playoffs on a win. We are feeling good. We are ready to make the lower bracket run into the finals. For them, at the very least, that's their goal, right, in the end. So yeah, very important win for them, I will say, for momentum, because ending off on an 0-2 week just wouldn't sit right with me, especially considering you come into the week dreaming of top 2, ending 4th and on an 0-2 week. That would kind of be a gut punch.
Sometimes it's good to lose right before playoffs. That's at least what we try to say about Ruddy, because then you get confronted with flaws in your plans, you get stuff to work on, you know that it's not free, you can't really have a too big of an ego going into those playoffs. But there is such a thing, as Duckling said, as losing too much. I think going 0-2 right before playoffs really makes you doubt a lot of stuff that you shouldn't be doubting on. And I think Natives should, and that's sad for Natives, be the punching bag that DMG need to try to get that momentum back and try to get that mental back. Like, okay, it was a one-off. But I wouldn't write Natives off in the last do-or-die game just for fun, because talking about doing crazy stuff, I've seen Space and Ball do a lot of crazy stuff in the Benelux in bot lane, so maybe they can cook something creative up that actually destroys the entire DMG game plan.
Yeah, I think like if you end this week with yes, you didn't get your top 2 that you were hoping for, but you got a loss to Ruddy that you can then look to learn from, because Ruddy obviously a great team, much to take there, but then you have your fun with your food against Natives, get the confidence back up. Yeah, we still know how to do League of Legends, but we'll also look at the notes you were able to take from our first game of the week, and that's, I think, probably the best scenario for them at the moment to head into playoffs with.
Yeah, I think as well, it was quite telling hearing Bucci's interview yesterday. He was saying, look, Alex just kept playing like he was strong side and he had someone in his back pocket every time, but he didn't. And it really screwed me up, and I was laning really poorly as a result of it, and I kept getting caught out because I was expecting to have to play a bit more reserved, and actually he was just being incredibly disrespectful, and I should have played that better. And he was clearly quite frustrated in himself with how that played out, and I think DMG in general will get a lot of value out of the tape they got yesterday, because I think they felt they could have played out particularly that mid game more constructively, and against a team like Natives, I expect them to have less creative arrogance against them, which is what I often see from Ruddy. And again, they play with that style so well, but you can see earlier in today, they can be punished doing that. Natives, on the other hand, should allow DMG to play more of their style, come into playoffs, use the tape from yesterday to grow, but use today to solidify what you're already good at. And again, Natives, on the whole, shouldn't be entirely a pushover. They've had their issues, we've seen their flaws as a team, and I think DMG, on paper, should come out on top of this relatively handily. But even so, they want to come in here and show a good showing. And they know, listen to that interview again from yesterday, as I mentioned, guys. They know what they need to work on. They know what caught them off guard yesterday. I don't think the same things are going to happen.
Yeah, I think Natives can pull up a show. Spice was talking about it. Well, he was really confident that they're going to win versus DMG. Way too confident, in my opinion. But when you look into these 5 members, of all of them, what is the line we should be on the lookout for? Because if you look into Bucci, for instance, Bucci is a madman. We know that. And he was mad yesterday. So this is a complicated one to pick. So pick a line that we can talk about before we go into Champions Awards.
I think I want to double down on this top lane talking point, right? Because I think it is really probably one of the biggest surprises in this split to me. I had high hopes for DMG, as I've talked about many times. The backroom staff, I had faith in what they were picking. But Bucci, the improvement he has shown to go from one of the worst top laners in our league, who every now and then had a good game, to consistently perform as a top 2 top laner in such a short amount of time. is just absolutely out of this world, and I have so much respect for the improvement and the steps he have taken so quickly, and I just really want to hammer down on that. I hope that he can end off on a good game, get his confidence rolling again after a chaotic game yesterday where he did actually do pretty well up against Alex. Alex in what was a very weird matchup where they swapped around a bit and all this. I hope that he ends it off on a good game, so he remembers exactly why he is one of the best tops in the league at the moment.
Is that a way for Theoloris to meet Bucci on the line?
Yeah, I would say so. I think Theoloris has been someone who has had a bit less consistency, but has had some good games as well. I think in particular on the Gwen. He has had some good performances, so if, let's say, Bucci locks in the Cassandra early, I think there is a window there where the Gwen could be viable, and Theoloris could get on the board and show why he has been picked up in the NLC as well.
Yeah, I wanted to go into Theoloris as well a little bit, because in that regard, I saw Theoloris, like a lot of the natives lineup, actually roam around the Elite Series and the regions around it. For Theoloris, that inconsistency has always been a bit of an issue, but the biggest issue for me there is that the difference between the high and the low is so big. I don't care too much if a top laner is a bit of inconsistent depending on the matchup and the champions you get, because it's a lane where it can really spiral out of control pretty quickly, but you're supposed to know how to soften those blows, and that's where I wanted to see Theoloris really grow this season. So maybe the last game is a moment in time where he can show, like, okay, I can work on that issue, because if he can keep his level a bit more in check, then I think he could be a good or at least decent top laner for an NLC level.
Yeah, I'm also now looking through as we're coming into draft here as well, and those bans are starting to be decided over. Very much a focus against Painful's kind of AP, carry, scary level 6 champions, and a bit more focus on the standard meta stuff from natives so far, but we're only a couple bans in, so we'll wait and see what they decide towards. But you do have the red side option here as native, so realistically, you've got the opportunity to get Theoloris a good matchup, and Bucci, of course, may well just pick something like a Cassante or a Gragas or a Renekton and just say, what have you got to answer into this? But it should be Theoloris with his choice of matchup here, assuming they want to give it there. They might look to give support or maybe even space a counter pick here, because they do sometimes like do that. Ball pulled out Thresh recently and tried to make that work. But I would like to see natives make some use of that, try and get Theoloris into a solid matchup. Dino's got the right of it. Bucci should be a tough customer, but you shouldn't make it harder for yourself than you need to.
And I'm looking forward to the bot lane as well, because the last time I saw Space and Ball was on their way out. In the beginning, they completely destroyed the Benelux on stuff with Ball playing things like Rek'Sai support, and Space just having way too much swagger in interviews and trying to tell everybody that he's the second coming of the best AD carry ever. But then at the end of their career in the Benelux, it really took like a downfall where they overcooked every draft and it kind of fell flat. So I want to see if they can pick it up a bit in this last game when the pressure is off, or if they go for more standard picks. But I have my eyes fixed on the draft, definitely on Ball's champion pool.
Yeah, let's see what will happen here. My main notice and takeaway from the first ban phase is so many mid laners have been banned, but still the Tristana remains open in the pool and hasn't been locked in yet. I think it's someone I think Skatewell would be very comfortable, and we have seen it already the split. Able to perform. You already have an AP top laner, so there's certainly room to get that AD on the board as well. Yes, you could then go for an AD jungler and, you know, get the AP from the mid lane, but I think Tristana with the mid lane pool that is left open would be an obvious choice.
Tell me initialize.
But
I see something cooking. Initialize.
Yeah, my issue here is we've just been saying, Dino's like, look, get Theoloris solid matchups. Like, yeah, you'll have the counter pick, but they leave open Rumble, the most obnoxious laner in the game right now. And on top of that, they lock in a Senna who will be able to press R and impact the matchup from the other side of the map. It will also allow the farming Nautilus to roam up and cause some trouble up there as well. Hell, you can send the Senna up as a support pick. I think the LCS of all regions does super well right now, as well as getting Senna into the top lane to be a really obnoxious kind of second person up there. I think Theoloris is in for a really difficult moment right now. I really like what DMG have drafted. You've got great pick from natives, but I am worried for that matchup already. Rumble is an S tier pick for a reason, guys.
And then the question remains, how good is Theoloris' Varus? Because that's the only fringe semi-counter in the early game we've seen around, and it's a skill matchup where Varus tends to lose. So that's like it's
That's
just
my
a very
question.
select few of amount of players that can pull it off. So I at least like the Galio as Initialized was going into, and it was a really good point where like you already have the lane bully of Rumble, you already have Senna ult coming over there. At least with the Galio you can try to respond if they double down on the top side play. With the Galio ult you can try to save your top laner, but I don't think it's enough to call top lane safe yet.
Yeah, I heard like Ornn could deal with that one. It's not the best, but it's like you can survive. But surviving versus Bucci is not what you want because he's going to be carrying the late game. And then you'll be lacking the damage. Galio deals a tremendous amount of damage. Yes, it's true. But you're going to put him in the mid lane and you still don't know who you're going to fight against. And that Tristana is still available as we jump into the second phase of the bans. Brand is removed. Cassio is removed as well. Things are looking complicated for natives, at least in Champion Select. But there might be a plan.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely got a good combo here, right? In the sense that the Poppy goes forward on whoever gets hit by the Ash Arrow, the Galio comes crashing on down to the Poppy, that person dies. That's the idea, and the composition works. I don't want to pretend here that natives haven't got a thematic here that isn't a functional option. The team comp makes sense. The issue is in some ways what they're into, and it's like, will they ever get to use this team comp in a realistic way? Because as we said, the Rumble in particular is quite tricky to manage. Diana is a fun choice here. There is still a world where the Poppy gets flexed, say, to jungle or top lane. You got the Galio could maybe get flexed to support, even if those support Galios kind of well. You can put that Diana towards mid lane. There's some world here we can do some fun stuff, but Diana could be fun here. And again, assuming you can get to 5v5s, that your lanes haven't been blown open or your skirmish haven't gone horribly wrong, this comp makes sense. I just don't know how easy that is to do into particularly that Rumble. See whether they can pull it off. They're locking in a Maokai here as well. It's such a dumb combo with Rumble. You root everybody in place to be flame roasted for 30 hours.
Yeah, the question I was sitting with now is what do you lock in with the mid lane, right? Tristana now banned as well. 2 more mid lane bans. DMG banning out so much of Painful's champion pool here, but also hitting Skater in the process, right? So hovering between a few different possibilities. Yeah, I would say AP mid laner is very likely, considering how many AP mid laners have been banned. In the end, it's the Jace though that Skater will be piloting in his final game of this regular season before they head in towards playoffs. Let's see now what natives are cooking with this comp here, because as initially I said, there are movement opportunities and flexibilities in the draft, but a lot of the answers will be given with the Yasuo lock-in. So, yeah, Diana Yasuo secure for the 2v2 with mid-jungle.
Oh my god. I was looking at this draft and I was like, this could be a Galio support for Ball, but I wasn't filling in the blank, like what do you pick mid lane then? Apparently, I was just looking over the Yasuo Diana combo, because I haven't seen it in ages, and I don't know how viable it is, but into a chase, it's fine. Oh.
We've got a 12,000 gold lead in the LPL. Rookie was playing it. It was looking giga strong, and they threw with a 12,000 gold lead. They messed up the combo once, and it all went wrong. So even one of the best in the world can mess it up. Go watch those games if you want to experience pain. But see how it works. I think DMG's comp is easier to execute. It's great frontline with silly long-range poke and burn from a long way out. Natives, if that combo goes wrong in the mid game a couple times, you can hit the point where the Yasuo Diana just doesn't kill what they hit.
Not only that, you're putting the Poppy versus the Rumble. You're letting her cook. That's not the cooking you wait. Like, we're cooking on the bad way. We're getting cooked. Actually, so with this in mind, this means this is the last game of regular split. This is still the best of one, but it's also important for the standings. If natives win, they'll be able to lock in 6th place. If not, they'll be thrown down 1 extra place. With that in mind, it's time to toss it one last time to Summoner's Rift with our casters, Melocott and Ruddy.
Cooking. We're not in Portugal, mate. Okay, the cooking is absolutely exquisite. Yes, the matchup sucks. Yes, it's going to be really fun and unplayable, but the Poppy still has massive value when we get to those team fights.
Not sure how the metaphor tracks, but I'm going to let you do it because you were insulting somebody, and that's how the NLC broadcast team appears to have grown affection for one another throughout 2024, so it's part of the brand at this point. My theory for this game is that we're going to see a very good Yasuo Diana engage one time mid lane at level 6, and then after that, it's going to be hard later on. That's my theory.
Yeah, I think that Diana is one of those champions that theoretically has so much in her kit that would make her work for pro play. She has a very fast clear, she's got great strength against neutral objectives, and she can bring a little bit of engage, but she is very squishy, and she's one of those champions that kind of needs to be ahead of the curve if she's going to be effective. And the issue that I see her going up against the composition that's been drafted for DMG is they've got a load of neutralizers, a load of ways to actually make it very difficult for her to operate. We'll have to see what Highbridge can get up to on this pick as we jump on to Summoner's Rift for the final time of this regular split. Okay, here we go. Our last outing onto Summoner's Rift before the stakes are raised for the playoffs. DMG already secured in 4th natives with an opportunity to potentially improve their position from 7th to 6th. No real effect on anything come the end of the season, but we saw how hard the fighting was between Verdant and Blue Whites in our previous games, and I'm sure that natives will want to at least match that.
Yeah, I'm really excited to have all 4 games today have some sort of standings implications. There was a very real possibility that we could have come into, you know, these back half games of the day and not really have anything to play for, but that's not the case. We've got some positional jockeying to go for on all 4 games. That's the good news, I think, that coming into the regular season final day that we can hold on to. That is indeed going to be that farming Nautilus down on the bot side, teleport in place for Snarby. I'm not going to be too worried about him making his way into the mid lane at level 2 like we used to see, but maybe he's going to teach Narmex a trick or two on those roams.
Yeah, Space and Val here, the bot lane opposing them with a little bit of a look here in the early stages. Thought going to be coming out for Ball. That's actually a lot of damage onto Namex, disrespecting the power of this combo. Space going to be taking a load in Trage, but the enemy AD carry being at 150 HP is a good way to start a lane.
Well, it's the enemy support actually, importantly. So, you know, it's actually not that bad, especially since Bits is going to flash level 2
Yet every single summoner dropped onto Space that they can expend. Barrier going to be burnt to keep him alive. Already action early on.
That's what we love to see. And if I am now Space, I am spam pinging enemy topside jungle. Please punish this man for flashing on me, having cleared 1 single camp. Whether or not that is going to be able to happen, we'll have to wait and see. Highbridge makes his way from his red buff toward the topside jungle of his enemies. Now, one of the concerns that we had was that there's a very real possibility that we end up seeing the Rumble pushing in the Poppy. We end up seeing the Jace having a pretty decent time of things versus the Yasuo. That means that it's difficult for the Diana to try and invade without getting collapsed on.
Well, Highbridge actually going to be going for a gank in the top lane up against Bucci. Theoloris already really starting to feel the burn in that matchup. He's finally going to make his way to the enemy blue buff, but Bitse is on the way.
Yeah, and he's just showed on that ward on the top side. If he could walk straight in, it might have been okay.
Rooted up. Level advantage, though, for the natives jungler as he's fighting up against Bitse, but it's a little bit of a 2v1 situation temporarily, although they don't have the damage. Painful arrives on the scene and makes it painful for Bitse.
Alrighty, the red buff for Painful also is going to help him out no end in that mid lane matchup. As you mentioned, the level discrepancy proving to be quite vital there as Highbridge just able to sit and churn damage out onto Bitse, who got a little bit too comfy and now once again can make his way into this top side.
Oh, Gucci gonna miss on the slow there. Highbridge spending both of his dashes to get on top of the DMG top laner, who burns the flash at the last possible second and still ends up dying.
Alright, well, I mean, that's a big win for natives and Painful.
Oh, looking for another 2v1 hit. Gets the Keyblade onto Skate. Rotten, one more auto. Finishes off the enemy mid laner.
Senna can't push this wave nearly quick enough to be punishing to Painful at all. He's going to be able to teleport back into this mid lane. Skyrock's going to have to teleport back in just so that it crashes in some semblance of this year, really. Roam into the mid lane from Narmex. About level 2, as we theorised, but one that definitely doesn't go the way you'd have wanted.
Oh, Skate right here without the flash. Gets the knockback onto Painful, who misses on That tornado flash forward actually here from Highbridge. As we've got a little bit of a skirmish emerging in the bottom lane. DMG have sent their jungler down here to get some kills, but it's Skate-Rot who's going to end up falling first. Space will fall for the first time this game, but in the first 5 minutes, natives seem to be pulling ahead.
Yeah, need to see the size of that wave in the mid lane, quite gauge how much of it Painful managed to catch, how much of it missed. But overall, big wins in the mid lane for natives. That bot side, though, a little bit worse for Where. The good thing is that the majority of the wave crashed underneath the turret for Space and Bowl, so able to get that one underneath means that they're not missing out on really too much.
Yeah, the concerns that we were having about the sort of the Yasuo Diana combo is it's kind of win more. You want to be getting ahead, and then because of the agency that you've got with the Diana ultimate comboed into the last breath from the Yasuo, you can really start to make use of that lead. Both of these guys, nearly 1,000 gold up on their opponents, scarcely 5 minutes into the game. The combo's already working well, and neither of them have their ult yet.
Which only means bad news when they do get those ultimates. Dark Seal in the inventory for Highbridge. You talked about win more middle cut. How's the Dark Seal sit for you as well? Quite likely that we're going to see this Diana begin to start churning through these camps, really find a faster pace of clear than the Maokai is going to be able to. Yes, those face dashes are going to be useful, but I don't think nearly as powerful as maybe Highbridge will be.
Yeah, Diana gaining around about 100% attack speed from her passive is pretty broken at clearing through these camps, not to mention the bonus damage which she gets from her passive. But for DMG, this is a team that was locked into playoffs and has looked very strong over the course of this split, but it doesn't bode well if we're keeping half an eye towards said playoffs. Bal going for a bit of an invade up against Bitse, but because he's playing support, he doesn't have a smite available, but thankfully for him, Bitse doesn't either. The camp's going to reset, and natives going towards the dragon.
I love this look from Bao as well, right? The mid laner for DMG still has no flashes, very much susceptible to getting taken down, and Painful's been really smart with his use of tornadoes. Something that you'll see Yasuo's do very frequently is when they have the ability to Q through somebody's, they'll P up to them and then hold the Q to see if they make a flash, make a sidestep, or anything like that still. And so far, Painful's been really wise at holding his tornado, but Skyrock has been ready to dodge it.
Dragon secured, and that means that Bitse knows pretty much exactly where Highbridge is, and so will make his way on towards these Void Crabs. Again, another thing that the Maokai is fairly good at in providing, well, he provides a lockdown, but he's also not dreadful at clearing away those grubs as Painful fishing with a tornado. Level 6 now. Both himself and Highbridge, and Bitse needs to be careful as the Diana is rotating over towards those grubs.
Still has top prior, fortunately enough, from Gucci. Well, without Equalizer, actually, might be a little bit more susceptible to topside fight than we might have imagined. Looks like Highbridge is going to be able to steal away maybe one, maybe two of these, as now Bucci the one in trouble.
Well, Theoloris landing the knock-up onto Bucci. Doesn't have that flash from the earlier play, and it's easy as you like. One person presses R, another person presses R, a third person presses R, and Bucci is dead.
Oh, ulti goes wide down on the bot side for Space. Now the re-engage comes through.
Yeah, double talk connecting though from Bowlers. Gets the charge up onto Namix as well. They're dealing damage to Snarby, but they need to be careful as multiple members converging on their position. DMG for the rotate down, Skate-Rot and Bitse trying to clown on the enemy bot lane, and they will do just that. 2 kills in a blink of an eye.
Another one without the other. One gets a top gank, one gets a bot gank. Space and Bal not quite respecting their presence on the map from the rest of the team. Pushing the mid lane from Scatterot, moves down to that bot side with Bitse, and once again Space just holds his flash for maybe a second too long there. Does end up allowing the Maokai to follow, and then the rest of the follow-up damage comes on through. Bucci, despite these couple of kills that we've seen him fall to, actually still relatively close in parity with Theoloris, who at this stage in the laning phase doesn't feel too scared. I say that he's just getting absolutely roasted alive. So that Spectre's Cowl I thought was going to do more work.
Equalizer drop down. I want to say to not much effect from Bucci.
I think you should say it.
Yeah, Equalizer drop down to not much effect from Bucci.
Great analysis from yourself there, Middleton. I'd agree with that one wholeheartedly. As now Bucci with that flash from the top side, maybe a little bit more safe from any oncoming ganks, but still certainly needs to be careful. Ulti's available from mid-jungle duo once again.
I think Namix needs to be careful. Taunt not quite landing from Bowlers. Highbridge waiting in the wings, but I don't think he realises he's spotted on a ward. Loris here in potentially a bit of trouble. Vici very close to overheating and will become an absolute menace once that comes through. Loris just outside of auto attack range and actually able to trade back fairly effectively after what was a pretty rough start to that fight. And here comes Highbridge. Vici needs to burn the flash, but still gets caught by Highbridge. Doesn't get the reset on the... It's another knockback. It's another kill. Natives go topside and make it work once again.
Yeah, there was no rage on the ultimate there for Highbridge to collect Painful's last breath, but fortunately Theoloris knows that the slam into the wall doesn't actually have to be into a wall anymore. This placement works.
Skate right here, going to get jumped onto by Space and Val. The CC, layered, not chained, and it's going to give enough opportunity for the DMG mid laner to get away.
Alright, a little bit of a roam there. Nothing really lost for Natives either. Looks like a little bit of a wave underneath that turret, but I'd like to have seen them push out their bot lane first. Do you think DMG know? I think they figured it out.
Yeah, I think they know now.
But a wave lost underneath the turret there for Natives isn't nothing. The fact that they get the flash in the mid lane does open up now for Painful to definitely get a lot more attention, if that's at all possible.
Yeah. And we're starting to see items completed. Highbridge picking up the first item, Lichbane here on this Diana. So there are multiple schools of thought with Diana, ways that you can play the champion. Typically, you'd see something like a Hextech Rocket Belt for additional playmaking. Getting a little bit of an extra dash, getting closer so you can land those QE combos a bit more easily. You've got Nashes as well that you can rush on the champion, which just synergizes so well with basically everything the Diana does. But the Lichbane is basically just saying, whenever I jump onto someone, I'm pretty much confident that I'm going to end up killing them. It's all damage. It's all about the one shot. And again, it's win more. If you're in this position, why not go for it?
With those couple stacks on the Dark Seal, I've expected it to be a little bit higher, but 2 assists, definitely not bad. What I do like from Scatterot is he was playing nice and safe. Arrow doesn't quite connect.
Nice and safe.
Nice and safe, in fact, as he was hot back in there. Would maybe expected Foul to be a little bit aggressive, but they're taking the Dragon right now. Highbridge, being 1-0-4, having that Lich Bane completed, has complete dominion over the jungle right now.
Now looking for a play into the mid lane. Painful getting the ultimate down into every single little bit of CC. And it's a killing spree for Painful. 5-1-1 on the Yasuo. Maybe you can teach Alex a few things.
This is what I love about Natives making the move earlier. Like I said, they lost one wave down on the bot side to Space, but they were playing for Painful this whole time. The fact that they've now paid that back, they burned the flash earlier, now they've found another kill onto the Jace. For Painful, it's just super easy, as Jace can be relatively safe. If you're next to the minion wave, you're not safe enough.
What's wrong with doing it? Highbridge was going to stick around in the bot lane with Bell rotating over. Had the ultimate available, but decided that heading back to base would be a bit more advantageous in this situation with Void Grubs hitting the rift and Bitse starting them up once again.
1v1 in this top side, over Hikaguchi, teleport comes in.
Ooh, Painful trying to get some action here, but it looks like Theoloris is just winning this one on his own. Flashes forward, Highbridge with the kill, pulls back Bitse, but he's just about able to escape. Nothing doing onto the DMG jungler. Natives just looking that little bit sharper.
Free time in the mid lane for Scatterot means he might be able to take back a plate or so, but it's,
optimistic.
Optimistic. Speculative effort to say the least. So Brutalizer early for Narmex. I feel like the Brutalizer got hard done by in its return to League. It's such a quintessential item literally back in Season 4. It's just not there anymore.
It's sort of almost washed up.
Yes. I know nobody's been following the CB lol here, but it's the BRTT of the League of Legends item. He came back this split.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah. He's got 1 win.
That's not great.
And we're on week 8, I think.
Oh, that's really not great.
Yeah.
Hopefully, things go a little bit better for the Brutalizer in Namex's inventory than the Brutalizer plying his industry. in the CV LOL. Those grubs did end up falling off of some of the drifts, so only 2 going to be taken in total for DMG. None claimed by natives, but their jungler should be able to make quick work of this Rift Herald.
And that's what she's picked up as well. So again, just damage is currently what we're seeing from Highbridge, and honestly for the last game of the season, we're kind of here for it. We heard from Spacey in an interview yesterday that obviously this is a team that's been playing very heavily towards Painful and Theoloris, playing a bit more towards Highbridge.
Yeah. Equalizer to clear the way from Bucci, but honestly, I'm not sure that Theoloris cares all that much. He just slams enemy top laner into his own tower and gets another kill for Highbridge.
Yeah, it's a really tricky situation. Again, trying to predict the heroic charge from the copy.
That's not good. That's not good if you're DMG. You're going to get one back, but investing 3 people to make a play against 2 and you end up going 1 for 1. I'm not sure about numbers, but the math doesn't add up there.
Big wave catching as well for Painful. Comes down, might not be able to turn the tides of the fight in any particular way.
Oh, flash Q. Oh, he goes for it! Namex completely caught out and a rampage kill for Painful.
And the knock-up as well, just gets him enough space to get out of turret range. Nice, win this one versus Snappy. That's 3 levels up on the Nautilus, and despite the Sunfire Aegis being in the inventory, I think that the Yasuo with the Blade of the Ruin King and Zeal extra might be in a pretty good spot, but once he gets back to base, he's going to finish off that Zeal. May well have the chance to go to the crit as well. He's been sat on these items for way too long, it feels like.
I've just realised something,
Yeah?
Rude. Bucci is currently 0-5.
Yes.
In a matchup that we were kind of calling pretty much over for Theoloris, yes, there has been significant amounts of jungle attention.
Yeah.
But it feels like natives have recognised the rough spot that their top laner could be put in and gone, hey, we're not just going to leave you out to dry. We're going to utilise you as a playmaking tool to get our mid, to get our jungle fed. And hey, it means that you don't fall massively behind in a matchup that absolutely sucks for you.
With the Kernic already finished up, means that match is, for the most part, more tenable. Although, any... 2 died.
Yeah, potentially here. Bitsay not quite able to get out of range, and Space starting to feel the love with his second kill of the game, and natives kind of doing a Blue Whites impression from the previous game, really starting to build up an early advantage.
4k gold lead, now they're starting to pay back the gold that the Yasuo and Diana got into Space, who was definitely the focus of DMG for the most part. And this is one of those games when I play AD carry, we call it an AD crit singed game. Because Space could have played AD crit singed. Odds are, the outcome of this early game might have been largely the same. It would still be a very fed Diana and Yasuo, and Nash would be, well, running around and dying a lot.
Yeah, and that's not great. Painful. Looks like he's going to be caught here. It's a very well-timed Wimble, and it neutralizes a lot of what DMG were trying to do there. The Yasuo is still going to be falling down as Bao caught out as well. Highbridge maybe next on the menu here as he flashes away, able to use the ultimate, knocked away from the rest of DMG by Bitsaber. That's a shutdown secured by Namex in the bottom side, and Snarby a little bit too native through Space Hash away. Hate Rotters, Theoloris looks to be victimized by the rest of DMG. Beautifully timed Keeper's verdict to knock away everyone that was accosting him, and DMG kind of doing a little bit of a Verdant impression in this game, getting back into it in the mid-game.
I'm really scared for what natives have got to play up against, something that we've not really touched on, and maybe that's to our detriment. It's quite how this game plays out for DMG if they do get to the late stages of this game. Senna is going to be a nightmare to try and get on top of. Ball?
Quite easy to get on top of here if you skate rock. Painful is around. Ash Arrow comes through, stuns up the DMG mid laner, and he's got a bridge too far.
No flash on the Yasuo.
Painful, after spending some time in the death chamber, gets right back to killing.
Yeah, waste no time. Comes back out of the base. Pretty much 100% crit chance. He's more than ready to start throwing hands when needed. But trying to get access to the Senna should be difficult as this game gets later and later. Now, obviously, this is a Senna on a lower income than we're expecting to see from the majority of AD carries, but Namex is at 77 stacks already, so a decent injection on that range is going to be felt. And with the rapid fire cannon pretty much straight up bought, because of the shutdown gold that he was able to get from that last fight, picked up the bounty on both Hybridge and Painful's head. The Senna, from being, you know, a little bit scarily behind the curve, is now all of a sudden just right back in it.
Yeah, and there are a couple of interactions. Actually nice for Namex, particularly. Well, getting
Not
jumped
bad.
on. He's able to get the cleanse off just in time and escapes under the turret. Painful now going to get locked up and taken down by Snarby. Actually ends up being quite a nice interaction for the DMG bot lane.
Yeah, the perfect interaction for Namex there is that Cleanse actually works on CC. So when he gets taunted up by Varl, he just cleanses it away, buys enough space to get himself out of distance of Hybridge, and then Namex just goes a little crazy.
Yeah, but a key thing for these upcoming team fights is that the Yasuo Wimble doesn't block center auto attacks. You can just hit straight through it. So normally you'd be able to neutralize that potential threat, but this is starting to accelerate. DMG and Theoloris both making their way over to the fight. Ultimates available for our top laners, but Natives without their mid laner who has just respawned. Here comes the combo, the Rumble ultimate with the Maokai. Only one knocked back by Theoloris, and he is done. DMG dust themselves off and are starting to play League of Legends again.
I like that from DMG. There's no way they're ever getting that Baron there, not safely. Anyway, they do it way too slow. Don't have enough sort of stopping power from getting stop Hybridge from getting into the pit. What do they do? Just turn on the first kill that they can get. Feels like the best case scenario that they were going to find in it. He's just forcing another kill to come their way. Really nice stuff as well from Snarby. Is the one who tanks the Keeper's verdict. All of DMG just spread out, make sure that they're not going to get hit, and know a large amount of people aren't going to come out of that situation in a bad spot. But overall, solid stuff from DMG, like you say. Started to wake up and play the game.
So, what are we feeling like for the next few minutes then? The game is in a very tense spot. Obviously, that Baron has already been a point of contestation. DMG able to get something out of that, but we are pretty much tied in terms of the gold. No team has been able to get a massive advantage through the Dragons. We'll have to hold that discussion for a little bit later as Theoloris is getting played onto by Skaterot and Bucci. He's got a load of magic resist, but not too much armor as the hammer comes. Skaterot takes him out.
And the hammer not going to give 30 seconds to particularly do anything. I was really worried there because top side versus bot side, it seems to be the vibe for DMG and Natives, obviously. Natives have got this big advantage in the mid lane, but they've not really been able to use Painful. They've caught out one too many times by that depth charge, and again, you talk about favourable interactions. Nautilus ulti. Boom! Boom! Knocks up. Pretty good.
It's what it does.
Yeah.
I've been on LoL Wiki.
Ooh.
I've read the ability text.
Nice.
Also stuns afterwards. Not a lot of people know that.
Crazy.
And this kind of situation is...
Like 5% of people our age know that. Like, you know?
It's quite a high percentage.
Oh, that's true.
Do 5% of people play League of Legends? Or have 5% of people been to the League of Legends wiki?
Definitely not. Definitely not. Not 5% of people my age have been to the League
I
of
think
Legends
what we're
wiki.
seeing in this game is a really nice illustration of what has made DMG so strong over the course of this event. Bucci was put in the ground. Skaterot was kind of out of the game as well, at least in comparison to his opposite number, but Namex was still there, was still a threat, and if you don't neutralize absolutely every member of DMG, then they can do stuff like this to you as Natives, after gaining a 4,000 gold lead, are well and truly on the back foot. Space throwing out ultis to no avail, and DMG looks set to tech this dragon.
One of those games where you're beginning to think, wow, I'm glad we didn't do KD crit sims because Space might actually have to perform some team fights.
Oh, Hybridge flashed away from Dynamics, not quite able to lock down the center. Painful on the front line, taking 50% HP. DMG, well within their rights to keep moving forward should they so desire. They'll decide better of it and start to rotate. Oh, out of the game, apparently.
No, that's fair. If I saw my Maokai build, I would also leave the game.
It's a high IQ strategy, leaving the game.
Yeah.
Will
Tactical
say,
reset.
not great from what I've heard in terms of actual efficiency.
Yeah. The win rate on leaving doesn't look good.
It's not great. It's not great. The Maokai build, Ruddy. What are we complaining about this time?
He has a Leandries, you know. That's stock standard. That's boilerplate. Then also has Haunting Guys, I'd like you to guess his third item that he's got.
BF sword.
It's a Haunting Guys,
Oh,
actually. He has 2 Haunting Guys. So,
It's got 3 masks.
3 masks.
That's a lot of masks.
Is indeed the Cerberus of the forest, so more than capable of going, Is that good?
Maokai, the Cerberus of the forest.
Yeah.
I don't...
Look, 3 masks.
Yeah, and he's on the map as well.
A break.
Yeah, don't look at the film. Don't look at the film, guys. Well, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah?
DMG weren't doing all that great.
They weren't.
And I feel like their ascendancy back into this game has
You're gonna correlate it now.
coincided
You are.
with the third horde. This is not great. This is not great.
We should fly the TikTok, the Kit Kat ads now.
Yeah,
Have a break.
just keep having breaks. Just honestly. Like, I want you to eat an unhealthy amount of Kit Kats. Please don't do that.
A Kit Kat for every break.
Kit Kat for that.
Or for every
Well,
pause.
I'm
For every
hoping,
pause.
I'm hoping that Skate Rock fixes his internet then, because that would not be great.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't.
It would be great from the
A Kit Kat
perspective of my
finger.
ability to consume a lot of Kit Kats.
Yeah.
However, I think there are elements of my digestive system that maybe wouldn't be as pleased with me for doing that.
No, I can see that. I can understand that.
Obviously, we're ascribing agency to my internal organs, which they emphatically don't have.
No, you do have agency over your internal organs, in fact.
One of the great things about being a person.
Not wrong. Objectively, pretty good. Being able to...
Go on,
things.
try and connect this back to the game. Go on.
No, I'm not. That wasn't what I was trying to do. I was trying to connect it back to anything, to be honest, because you've led me down just the small intestine almost of just rabbit holes, and I can't get myself back out. Do you know why the small intestine?
What?
Do you know why I said the small
No, I don't
intestine?
know.
It's really, really long.
Hmm?
Just really long and really difficult to get out of if you get stuck in it.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Great to hear that from yourself.
All
mate.
right. People are going to start muting me. Please change the
I
subject.
think they already did, mate.
Yeah. Come back.
Like the small intestine, this game has had a lot of twists and turns. Converted into quite a small space. And natives, they were looking very strong for themselves, but I think this is one of the worries that we had about this composition is if it doesn't keep going well for you, then it's going to start going very, very badly. And don't worry, I can see him moving on the minimap.
Yeah.
Skate Rock is in this League of Legends game.
Currently. But no, you're quite right. It was win more, and now they're not winning, and they're, really going to start struggling with this. Hybrid went for the all-in onto Namex, read it, flashed it, and that's your go button pretty much gone. Painful then has to start looking for self-made ultis. We're seeing Theoloris use the Keeper's Verdict as a much more of a defensive tool as opposed to a setup for Painful, which obviously not going to be useful when trying to find the Astro's great engages. And when we look at Bowl as well, he can only ever land one-man knockups just because the way the Justice Punch works.
Yeah, and I think this is where, again, you can start to look at the itemization for the Dino. If you've got something like a Rocket Belt, you can actually get into those fights a little bit more easily. You don't become so dependent on your flash in order to get you in. That wasn't just Namex burning a flash to get out of the way of a normal engage from Highbridge. Highbridge committed his flash to get that play going, so by the time he can do something like that again, spoiler alert, Namex is going to be able to do exactly the same thing again.
A little bit of toying around the Baron for DMG here. Setting themselves up some fairly decent vision. We don't have a Dragon for another 3.5 minutes. DMG have already taken themselves 2 of those visions, so in a pretty decent spot. Painful with a quick little tag there on to Snarby, but again, going forward, Namex has all of this gold, has all these items. Theo should be trying to just see those masks putting in work, but the objective is to find the Senna, and it seems like natives have now realised that, haven't yet been able to execute on it.
It's just so horrible walking through your own jungle when you're playing against a Maokai.
Yeah.
The double haunting guys just providing so much damage on those saplings. And DMG, well and truly in control, still applying a little bit of pressure around this Baron. And again, the wonderful thing about Maokai is that you can just establish wards on a 12-second cooldown. You don't have to worry about going back to base to refresh your stock of vision. You can just sit on the map as long as you like.
You know, they used to call the item Sightstone. They had to get rid of it. But now they have Blue Buff and Maokai. So, in essence, the same thing. Tier 1 turret traded in the bot side for natives. Tier 1 turret in the top side themselves. Decent wave for Bucci here, literally parallel. There's a little bit of a equalizer for the safety there, more so from Bucci. Like probably could have stepped up to clear that out, but as soon as the arrow went wide, just the sort of notion that he was getting arrowed to force the ulti out. Means they can't start with this Baron easily.
However,
they start it up
nonetheless. And I'm going to be honest, Nature's not really
well now they know.
Well positioned to contest as it stands. The DPS to this objective is not particularly significant. I think DMG really just looking for another turn, but without the rumble in the vicinity, your ability to engage at this long range to combo with the Maokai is severely hampered.
You know, it takes one hell of a top laner to go 0, 5, and 4 to find a bounty. Bucci's my guy. He's that guy who can just go away and find the bounty out of nowhere. And just has done very well this game in terms of redemption. Now, a team that should be able to do some better against the Baron. Natives have started it up.
Yeah, they do have Diana, who is very good at stuff like this. The MG walking in, Keeper's Verdict interrupted by the pull for the Baron. Theoloris going in regardless to disrupt. Bitse painful. It's taken out, but natives claim the Baron. How many of them are going to be able to escape, though? Space flashing out of the way at the back of the pit, investing the arrow to slow up DMG, and Theoloris gets his ult back and knocks away the aggressors. Still will in trade, but two members of natives walk out wearing the Baron buff.
Soul point going to be picked up for DMG as well. Magic spawns in 10 seconds time. Question is, what can natives do? They lost 3. This is like that tipping point. Normally Baron for 2, I'll say it's worthwhile. Baron for 3, really depends on how well you utilize that Baron now. Especially when you lose it on Theoloris, on Painful, you're expecting to put in the side lanes. It's not going to be easy for them, but looking at it, using High Bridge Flash there as well. That's their key tool. That's what we've been highlighting quite significantly as a way to get on top of Mamex, who still importantly has their own Flash.
I'm just excited to see what goes on with Bitse's inventory once he eventually goes back to base. He's been out on the Rift for a while.
Yeah. Skyrot has disconnected, eaten 2 Kit Kats, and disconnected again, and then come back in the time that Bits has been out on the map.
I think...
Oh, it was an arm guard.
It was an arm guard. Oh, another component. Yeah. Do you know what? Maybe he's just cooking. Maybe this just is the tech from Maokai.
He's gonna sell the control ward, buy an alternator, and call it full build.
I mean, that genuinely, like, I've had a load of fun, like, playing Nautilus top lane in old seasons and just building a load of the disgustingly efficient components and making the game unplayable for my opponents. Natives got a minute left of this Baron. Their best real opportunity to take down this mid lane tower has got a couple more ways to do that with, but they're not really set up in a position like they care about it all that much. High Reg and Painful, a bit more interested in this inner tower top side. Diana can cut through those, and this ain't bad. This is clawing back some of that gold that natives have slowly fallen behind it, and Loris is actually doing not too bad in this 1v1 up against Bucci. The equalizer not going to be connecting onto the Poppy, and despite being 2 levels down, it's not doing too badly for the natives top laner. Bucci has to flash away.
I think you're coping a little bit, bro. Bucci was cooking this guy. He had Ash Arrow, he had Galio ult, used his own ult that went wide. I don't know. Bucci was fine. You don't go 0-5 and not learn your lesson, okay? If he goes 0-6 now, Bucci, I'll send you my PayPal, you owe me one. But manages to survive down on that bot side, and that's what Jack Show components do for you, really. Gives you that durability.
I think it is a bit of an adaptation that is kind of necessary for Bucci in this game, because realistically, you're just so far behind on gold as to maybe where you should be that you're not going to be able to just completely Shrek people with your ultimate. So being able to do a little bit more in the melee form, particularly when you are laning against a Poppy most of the time, not the worst idea in the world. DMG focusing their attention towards the bot side. No objectives coming up in the immediate future, but this inner tower seems to be their next focus.
I know we've memed significantly. Oh, that's okay.
Yeah, that's a pretty decent Ash Arrow. That's an even better Diana ultimate. The combo working finally. Painful able to get a double knock-up on the other side, and it's multiple kills in favor of Natives.
3 for 0. Low HP bars for Natives, but none that have reached 0. Namex looking for maybe a little bit of a cheeky play here. If you can snipe out a low HP member, but if he gets caught, he's just going to die.
Oh, High Bridge, though, goes directly onto him. It's a pretty disgusting amount of burst coming out from the Diana, but not enough to cut through the entire health bar of Namex. Another 1-for-1 on the back end of the players. Theo Loris is hunting for the center. Just about gets herself out of there. Natives, though, with that fight win, are able to take down the mid lane tower and might even make it a buy one, get one free.
It's a really important fight, though, for Natives. Shows that they can execute the composition as intended. Issue becomes that they've got to do that again. Their prize for that fight were 2 turrets in the mid lane. They're now going to be looking at a much bigger hurdle. If they lose that next fight and a much bigger prize, they manage to come away with a win. That Ocean Soul looming over their heads. DMG just 1 dragon away from that 50 seconds before it spawns on in. 3 items hit for Namex, 3 items hit for Scatterot, but if I look at the counterparts for Painful, for Space, they're there and ahead.
And theoretically, in an ideal world, Ocean Soul shouldn't be the be-all and end-all, as Natives, they really just want to hit you once. They want to hit you hard and knock you out before you can even think about replying. They do that to Namex in the mid lane. Snarby, a little bit tankier than his ADC, but Natives still seem content to chase him down. Highbridge looking for bits, 3 levels up on his opposite number. As Natives only get 1 kill this fight, but they win another fight crucially and are able to deny the Ocean Soul.
But they forced enough people back to base here that they can kind of fight into the rope. Teleport down into the top side from Bucci. He's going to try and find this tier 2. If he dies here, actually, this could be Baron, so Bucci needs to be very careful.
Well, if he's died 5 times, surely he's learned his lesson.
He's died 6, actually.
Oh dear, not great at all for DMG. As the last 5 minutes have represented a catastrophe, a cacophony of errors. A snipe from across the map finds Bucci, and surely it's going to be kill number 7, death number 7 rather. The DMG's man in the top lane. Not too much damage going to be offered by the combination of Theoloris and Bal, but they get the job done in the end. This would usually open up the Baron, but DMG recognize they've got a momentary numbers advantage in the mid lane. Hybrid will completely annihilate them! That's what we are talking about! 3 more kills to Natives! Blood for the Blood Gods!
The last Moonfall combo hits hard! Hybrid and Painful, they sync up in the mid lane. They find 3 kills. Baron be damned, they're barreling it down mid lane.
Skate Rot, the last man left standing for DMG. Natives pushing for an end that pushes them 1 place up in the standings. Bucci returns to the Rift in 10 seconds.
Walls up.
But that's a little bit too late. Natives, on the last day of the split, on the last game of the split, claw their way up the standings.
Verdant will tank 1 more place. Natives will find themselves up in 6th. A truly symbolic final day of NLC. Every game mattered and every game ended up having those implications. that we thought they could do. The chance at Natives creeping their way up the standings, the opportunity for Venom Crest to find themselves in second. Everything really just came to the fold.
Yeah, it has been an absolute whirlwind of a final day, an absolute whirlwind of a split. Goodbye from us, the casters. You still got the analyst desk, though, to break down how everything has played out. We'll see you in playoffs.
At SteelSeries, we make the headsets, mice and keyboards that the world's best gamers win the most with. And we've been doing it since way back. It's up to you how far you go, but whatever you do, go for glory.
May all predictions burn in Timu's place. Natives will take down this one. Yeah, lovely. I know everybody is set on the desk. I'm just happy. Chaos, it's part of NLC. Welcome back. And what a show it was. We thought, oh, Pop, you're going to be cooked.
Well, I don't know. I think the Rumble got cooked. It
Can you imagine an oven being cooked? That's
kind of weird.
That was wild.
That's kind of weird. It took me like in-game to realize that I saw Theoloris play Poppy maybe like 100 times in the Elite Series. And I don't know why, but it was just when I saw the champion and the nameplate, then my brain clicked like, oh yeah, Theoloris is like a very good Poppy player. So yeah, navigated the matchup pretty well. And I think we set up DMG like, oh, what you need to do is get that mental boost right before playoffs. I don't think they got it after this game. I think this game felt pretty bad.
Someone yesterday promised me that they would win. It would be an easy game. And that gentleman is Space. But that's not the only promise he did.
Oh.
I want to go into the interview.
The battery powered toy?
Interview, please.
Hello.
I'm waiting.
Oh, okay. I mean, I made you 2 promises, right? First one
Yes, you did.
is that
First
DFG
one-
will never have a chance that they will win. And I proved, I gave it to you. And then the
that was a
second one,
stop. That was a stop. Okay.
it's also with sound. Wait, what? No way. I
No,
put
don't do
batteries
this.
in it.
Don't do this. No, don't
Oh,
do
hell
this.
no.
No, you don't. No, you
No,
don't.
but it works. Wait, look. I turn the button on and then... See, the ears
does-
move a little bit. But normally
They
it
do?
sings. Wait. Nah, it worked. There's no way!
Space.
It worked just now. Bro,
You want to
brother.
confess that is that your imaginary friend?
Yeah, this is my imaginary friend.
And you believe
No, what
he
the
moves,
fuck?
but he doesn't.
But like, actually, what is this?
I don't know. You never told me. I'm waiting for the elephant to do stuff. He's not doing anything. I waited
No,
an
he's
entire
useless.
split space. An entire split
No,
for that
I
elephant.
know you waited an entire split, and I fixed it. I put batteries in this.
My
shit
entire
thing.
personality changed because of the elephant.
Why isn't it not working though? Bro, I'm pressing the button. It says press here. I can't, bro. This thing is.
Well,
Bro, my
I
friends
think
are already out there drinking, and I showed them that it worked. And now on live, it doesn't work. This
question. Is that friend real or is he real like the elephant?
Do I have to get my friends? Like, I can get my
actually heard
friends.
someone laughing. I heard someone laughing, by the way. I heard someone laughing. Production is telling me that they saw the elephant move, by the way. Production is telling me you're not crazy.
Look. I'll
Okay,
do it
okay,
one
I'm
more.
looking. Okay.
And then, like, you see the ears?
Oh!
Yeah, but like, that's all I'm getting right now. And normally,
That's like my junglers in solo queue.
yeah, they just do one
They're
thing
like,
and then they're
"Hey!"
useless.
And they leave.
Yeah.
Spice, we tried.
Oh.
We tried. Well, it didn't work. But hey!
If it works later,
Congratulations!
how can I show you? If it works later, I'll send you a video.
I'm waiting for that. If you send me a video, I promise we'll put it on NLC Twitter without explanation on anything. We'll just put a video of the elephant moving.
Yeah. Sounds good. Oh, wait,
Nobody
it
will
works!
understand.
It works! Do you hear the sound? This is an absolute banger.
How long is this? Spice, come back. That's a long.
Okay,
audio.
wait, I have to turn this thing off. It's gone.
Spice, I love you so much. To me, you're the MVP of the split. That's all I have to say about this. Wait, this is the last interview for natives. You're the representative.
Yeah, it is, sadly.
I don't know. You tell me, man. I don't even want to make any question. Like, you tell me. How do you want to end this? Last interview as well.
I want to end it on a good note. We ended on the win. We had a lot of fun during the game, and I want to say to my teammates, it was a bumpy road, but I enjoyed almost every part of it, the whole split. And if I could do it again, if I would go back in time, I would do it again. It was an amazing split. Thank all of you guys.
And that's the spirit of esports, dude. That's the spirit of esports. You're the embodiment of it. Thank you so much, Spice. I love you so much.
problem.
Dude. I love you so much. I'll see you soon.
I'll see you some other time. Bye bye.
Oh, man.
Oh god.
Welcome to NLC, Dino, by the way.
Hey, you don't need to welcome me. I knew exactly what was coming when I heard Space was in the interview. Like, we've seen it before in the Benelux. That guy is amazing. Yeah, he's just a very, very, very fun personality to have around. So I can't wait for him to be washed up so we can actually poach him for our cost.
I mean, you can make a very rude joke here in terms of toughness, but I think after Victory Day, they don't get any of that. Painful though, MVP, what a performance on the Yasuo. I was waiting for the moment that we discussed. I think it was a Unis who mentioned when Rookie, after being told go ahead, missed the combo once and then lost the game. I was waiting for this to happen for my 5-point DMG prediction. Sadly though, Painful is just too good, and now I am in a lot of pain. I lost 10 points to the prediction.
Yeah, I lost a lot of points as well. I'm in trouble, man.
Wait, it's predictions or points?
To say.
What?
Initialize joins in. I'm in trouble.
I'm in trouble. It's true. I mean, credit though as well, because like we said, look, they have drafted a combination that is going to be very reliant on making the snowball happen, making that mid-game power spike hit hard. My God, did it? They made it hard for themselves. That game nearly went very, very wrong, but they did bring it back, and credit to them for closing out, even if it should have been way easier than it was.
At the end of the split, I mean, what can we take out of this? We got so many surprises. I think I'm wrapping up the entire thing. With all honesty, watching NLC believing in its own talent, I think we grew a lot in Summer Split. I don't know if you all agree with me, but I think NLC has grown a lot in Summer Split.
Mm. We have. I mean, I've managed to grow a beard as well, you know, things have really changed over here.
Wow. As an outsider looking in, I think I agree with NLC going back to like maybe the roots, seeing way more Nordic representation as well in general. And I think if you look at what it brought you in general, like how tense the split was by the end, I think it's a good sign for the future.
Yeah, I do want to add something like genuinely serious to this conversation. I think as a league, we over the past few years have been finding our footing in the food chain. Where do we sit as a league in terms of the other ERLs? What is our level? What talent can we attract? And I think at this point, we have to realize where we are, and I think we are doing that now. We are a talent development league that will look to develop talent for the LFL and the LVP and such. And when we realize that and when we commit to that, we've started seeing more success because we're not trying to build these super teams anymore, trying to get players in here who don't really want to be here. All the players, they want to be in the NLC. They're taking massive steps over the course of a few splits, and they are being sent off into bigger and better things in the end. And I think it's a good place to be. We get to be the first to see talent like Elijah coming through, Bucci taking these massive steps as well. That's just, you know, a few of the massive talent pool we have here in the NLC, and I'm really excited to see if we'll keep some of them next year or if they'll be you know, sent out into bigger and better things in the LFL and LVP. But you know, I'm enjoying every moment I get to watch the players.
Hey, Initialize, I'm talking to you, but also to the entire desk. Remember when we were on Spring Split on EMEA Masters?
I do.
Every single time we're watching a team, hey, he played at NLC. Hey, he played at NLC.
All the time.
All the time. It's so funny, and I agree with Duckling. At the end of the day, we're growing such massive talent, and we get to see them just go to the sky.
Yeah, and I think as well, because we have so many regions, so many countries under the banner as well, there's something to be said for actually hunting within our own borders to find players who are our caliber to be challengers themselves, right? Not necessarily just within game, right? But just in terms of if these want to be the next generation of pros, if they want to prove that they are worthy of being deep runners at EMEA Masters, going on to bigger and better things, then we can find them here in this region. We don't have to look to imports, which I know is what we were doing for quite a while before this, but it does mean a bit of a restructuring. It does mean a change in terms of that scouting, in terms of who you are picking up and why from other regions, because that will inevitably happen to some extent, because the European scene is wide and far-ranging, and people play all over the place, and that's a wonderful thing too. But I do think, as Duckling was saying, it's not necessarily just a don't aim to win, which I think is perhaps not what you want to tell people. Of course not. But you do want to say, actually, we do need to start looking within our borders. We do need to start looking in a different way to find success. We have to grow it ourselves a little bit more than perhaps we might once have had to a year or two in the past.
So for the last time in regular split, let's showcase the standings, and I'll let you talk as well, Dano. I don't know if it translates to this.
It translates to whatever you want it to translate to, Ashton. That's not a problem. I just wanted to play the historian and congratulate all the teams that actually made playoffs with local talent. And as you said, fishing within your own borders. Remember that the Nordics used to be the cornerstone of European talent. Like if you weren't from Denmark or Sweden, you weren't a good player at all. And now because of the LFL, how they look into their own borders, a lot of French talent is actually the up and coming talent. A lot of young French players are playing in the LEC. So I think these teams, the 4 teams that made playoffs, they are a beacon of hope for the NLC. Like you can look within your own borders, find amazing talent, but even the 4 teams that we're sadly saying goodbye to today, you already touched upon, Elijah. You have players running around like Errol, that didn't even make these playoffs. I think that's a good sign for the quality of your league.
I totally agree. And now looking into playoffs, Ruddy, Venom, Crest, Nord, and DMG. They are the top teams of the regular split. They'll be joining playoffs, but also EMEA Masters. How they end up there, we'll get to see that one. But also, we need to understand where we ended up with predictions. I know this was not the easiest day. I know all your hopes and dreams are now shattered.
Oh my god. Oh, it's rough.
Oh, it is.
Oh my god.
Oh boy.
That has gone quite poorly.
This was the day.
Is coming out with a mental day, though.
He always does this.
Is he back to zero? He's +1 now. He was -10. I think he's positive.
He was able on the last day to pull up, a reverse point sweep. I don't know. Show me the standings. We need to get to see the standings.
We've all lost a lot of points with the exception of Foxdrop. Yeah.
Oh boy, Foxdrop is now
zero. Congrats,
zero.
Foxy.
Oh gosh. We all took a beating.
Hey,
Love
I'm just looking at guest. I see 2 perfect days. I had one of those, so I mean, I tried.
Nice. Has anyone beaten 5 though? That's all I'm saying, guys. Step it up.
Quit tooting your own horn.
Come on.
Good job. Your 3rd place. Who else do we have on the desk? Well, Duckling on the 4th one, me on the 5th one.
I'll take that. I'm, second.
It's not bad, but now as we jump into playoffs, things will get a little tricky, because now if you get a perfect day, you double the points. If you get an imperfect day or a horrible day, let's call it a horrible day, you lose twice the points. A Duckling day. Love it. Baptize. It's now official. Unanimous? Agreed. So if you get a Duckling day, you lose twice the points. So be careful with that one. And what players am I talking about? Might as well let you know. Look at this.
What am I witnessing to? I'm right here, guys. Surely a day being bad is not a Duckling day.
Is what's happened.
I have a very good day, Ray. Someone who had a Duckling day today is Venom, Chris, because they had a fantastic day. They managed to sneak up into 2nd place, get themselves an extra life in playoffs, and they'll be playing an absolute banger of a best of 5 between Ruddy and Venom Crest. Not, however, despite beating Ruddy, they must feel a bit sad because they are 3rd. This means they only have 1 life in playoffs, and they will be going up against DMG, who doesn't end off the split that well, I will say, but we know where they, how high they can reach in terms of that level, and I think that is an absolute bang off a best of 5 as well. I think every single round of this playoffs is gonna be very, very exciting because yes, Ruddy are my favorites, but I'm not saying they are set in stone for winning. I think even DMG, if they hit that form, could make a good run.
I remember Bucci saying something of the likes of, I can't win versus Nord. I just can't. I need to beat them up. Well, you have at least 3 opportunities to do so, or maybe even 5 if you go to a best of 5.
Maybe.
All of a sudden, not counting for predictions, don't worry, this will not be a Duckling movement. We need to understand who's going to win on the first round, DMG or Nord. Predictions, initialize. Let's start with you and then Duckling, Dino.
I think it should be Nord pretty clearly. I think they've been far the more consistent team. Again, this week as well has been a little bit less solid. I think on the other side of the bracket, I know who I'm voting for, but that one I think is pretty obvious for me so far.
I hear your point. They are very good. They're very smart. And look at momentum. Nord has it all as well. But if there's one thing I want to say, I think it's that there is a specific team here who has focused on talent development.
Swedish team. Yeah, with all the Swedes on.
It quite literally has DK in the name at this point, man. Can you not read? It doesn't stand for Donkey Kong. It stands for Denmark. It stands for Pulse. It stands for Pride. It stands for the guitar. And I'm saying that DMG, they are they're gonna take a few games. I still think Nordic are the favorites, but I'm hoping for a 5-game banger. And who knows? If DMG hit the day, I think they can take it.
I know.
Yeah, I didn't know DMG was like you guys' Austrian force, where you just look at the teams like, oh, it's a Danish team, and then you look at the players and they're all Swedes.
It was, yeah, exactly, and it's Swedish, exactly.
I have to give it to Nord. I just think I just saw them play very cleanly, and mainly there's a lot of players there that I really like. Ecstasy and Hunt. Ecstasy also played in the Benelux. He had a really good showing. I really hope he gets to have a deep run in playoffs, because I think that's one of the talents running around in bot lane that should get a shot at a bigger league.
So with this in mind, it means that it's time to say goodbye. Regular split. I'll start with you, Dino. You're the guest. So, what's your final words?
Stick to your borders. I think that's a very good shout out. You guys are now as well. Welcome to the club of the development leagues. I just came here today and I saw like 6 or 7 names that came from the smaller development league ESLOL and then came to the NLC. And I have to say, it gives you a lot of very fun times. So just stick to it. It's gonna be a wild ride from now on.
I have quite a few things to say. You know, today's the day we say goodbye to teams, to players, to talent. Luckily, not my beloved DMG yet, but obviously, since we've had so much fun with the jerseys, I've pulled out a few teams we've already said goodbye to. Astralis, we barely knew you were trash. Bifrost, you know, if people remember them, they were a good team a few years ago as well. So goodbye to them. And my beloved, my dearest, and sadly we don't have any other players in the league anymore, Tricked, the team that brought me my first NLC title and my only. I'm the only one on this desk with an NLC title.
Way back when.
Sadly, though, they didn't print my name on the back because, I was an underpaid worker there. Let's make it that clear. Regardless, though, loved my time on Tricked. Valuable lessons in my negotiating skill stats, to say the least. And sadly, we had to say goodbye to them a few years ago now. But I still very much love the team. I loved everything about it, and I'm thankful for my one NLC title compared to Initializer 0, Ashram 0, and Dino 0.
Fair.
You know I was a Initialize.
You never won the NLC, buddy.
Yeah.
I was not part of the NLC. There were no ERLs. I was one of the founders of LPLOL. I played
That's
before
true.
that.
Way back when.
Well, where's your
Let's
trophies,
go.
Grandpa?
Well, I don't have any of that. I have words of wisdom to share, O teams of NLC.
Please, continue.
I don't know where I'm going to go with this yet, so bear with me while I formulate some words of wisdom. Try and eat 3 meals a day. Get a lot of sleep. Hydrate. Don't do your wrist sim before playoffs. Commit to your play style. Outdraft your opponents. And in the words of Faker, greatest to ever touch the game, just be better than them, you know? And then win a mere Masters. That's the answer. Go forth and conquer NLC teams.
That's deep.
That was lovely. That was lovely.
You're welcome.
I need to follow with something nice and easy as well. We'll be back next Wednesday for playoffs. It's time to get to the best of 5s. So do your doings. I don't care. Practice as much as you can. And if you lose, you lose. You're done. You need to represent NLC within the brothers. I don't know. Dino said something along those lines. And until then, I'll see you again. Keep climbing. Never stop. I love you so much. I'll see you soon.
Break it down, break it down. Step on the gas, let's get out of town. We're gonna break out and have some fun. We're gonna do what you never done. Oh yeah, yeah. Come on, take your body with you. Bring some money with